Boom, boom, boom. We should be live now. Yay. Got the Instagram account open. YouTube STMA. Stillwater White Bear Lake might be coming up. I actually think I did say that was coming up. If I go to... Yeah, part of that pony doubleheader. That'll be a fun one. Mike needs to be closer. There we go. Now we got good audio. Fan off. Whew. Definitely excited for this one today. Yeah, I'll get there eventually. Good evening, the king of Minnesota high school football. That is a very nice comment. I am definitely not the king of Minnesota high school football. Not even close. No, there's tons of coaches way at Dwight Lundeen over at Becker, obviously Mike Grant, Eden Prairie. I mean, they've both been coaching at their respective schools longer than I've been alive. So, no, I appreciate the kind words, but I got a long, long way to go before I can say any of that. So, oh yeah. But hey, eventually I will just keep grinding and work my way up there. Oh, so you know what? Actually, before we start today's film review, go over to Osseo football. There we go. So, oh, they made it official, but where's MNHS? Yeah, he's up there as well. So, Caleb made the post after Osseo did it, and officially, there it is. Osseo as its head coach. Coach Lamker is coming back. He has not coached at Osseo since 2015 when they won the state title. And I actually do have some extra bonus 2015 footage here of Osseo we can go over. And funny enough, a little bit of, I think this is the 5A state prep bowl from 2015 when St. Michael-Albertville won it. They were still 5A at the time. They made the jump up to 6A in 2017. So yeah. We will see all about that. Learn more. Yeah, I'm sure community guidelines are cool and everything. Was that helpful? Yeah, I'm sure it was helpful. Oh, goofball YouTube. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull the film. We'll throw it into my favorite other items miscellaneous stuff here. And the other fun thing I should say about this, we'll go ahead and open up another tab for YouTube. This entire game is free on YouTube. Oh yeah, look, I'm live. What is it? STMA Live versus Osseo Football. If you do want to watch this game, St. Michael-Albertville has the entire game live on YouTube for free on the channel STMA Live, streamed 7 months ago. Yeah, so credit to STMA. Love that they have live streams available like that because it just makes it so much easier to stay in touch with the team, see how they're doing, and get some extra game footage. So, yeah, that's always a blast. Oh, and I will be checking once in a while to see how the Timberwolves are doing. I don't know if they'll be... I think they're going to get cooked tonight. I mean, sure, it's back in Minneapolis, but they just have had no response at all for, like, anything that OKC's thrown at them. Let's go ahead and pull it out of the pool, get it loaded up. So, who is active in the 6A pool this week? So obviously I am, but Mounds View has added something this week. Mounds View versus Shakopee, 137 clips. Now, we already pulled... I think they uploaded this game previously. Yeah, see? Wide angle versus sideline angle. So, I mean, it's the same game. 137 clips. But if I go to... I don't think Shakopee ever uploaded theirs. Because if I go to Shako... we play Shakopee. So, yeah, they're up here. I don't think Shako has it. V. Blaine. Shakopee High School versus Wide and Tactical. I think this is Minnetonka. And I don't think this is it either. They just... Yeah, because that's week 2. Hopkins is week 1, week 2, 3, 4. 5 would have been Minnetonka. 6, that should be the Edina game. 7 would have been Rosemount, which makes sense. You know, 2 running teams. You see the running teams. Games are a little bit shorter. Whereas the Edina game, more plays, more passing. Same thing with Blaine. A little bit more passing, not as much. but longer game. And then for some reason, Shakopee just doesn't have any of their playoff stuff posted. I forgot to check. Is anyone else watching? No, it's literally just myself and Mounds View. So, let's see who we can pull the game film from. Do we want the STMA film or do we want the Osseo? You know what? I'm actually going to check both because I want to know if we're missing plays. Like, remember last week with Egan Edina, the Egan film was missing like 30 plays for each game. And then the Edina film had all the plays. And I'm like, oh. So I guess I know which one I'm going to watch now. But, Osseo wipe it. Speaking of missing film, that's week 8. Osseo, where is the playoff game versus Egan? I mean, thankfully that one is on Egan Wildcats Live, the YouTube channel. Otherwise, obviously Egan, we know, doesn't have all the plays in there. So, and Osseo doesn't have anything. So 165 is Osseo STMA. Ooh, and it's intercut. We get extra angles. I might go with that one. Whereas STMA Osseo is 159. So, yeah, we're definitely looking at 165 versus 150. We're taking the Osseo film. Add to library. Wait a minute. Osseo versus Noka? Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense because we played Anoka in the playoffs. That's probably why we added that. But let's do it. Pull it. Other items. No, we'll put it in miscellaneous. No, we are not sharing this with anyone. Only Coach Lance gets to watch it. Otherwise, all the other coaches are going to get an email saying, hey, Coach Lance just shared this completely random football game with you. They're going to be like, huh? So, yeah, this was the... Oh, that's beautiful. There we go. What week did they play last season? I think it was week 6. Yep, there it is. Week 6. This was a double overtime game at St. Michael-Albertville High School, so really excited to look at this. So for those that don't know, STMA home team, as you see, they got the big shield logo. They've got giant stands. They actually have a really beautiful stadium that they built up there. Great turf. They're in the white pants with the blue and yellow jerseys, white helmets. Osseo's up here, white jerseys, black pants with orange decals, and white jerseys, I think black numbers, black helmets. So, yep, Orioles versus the Knights. And these two teams have, I think STMA has kind of bounced around between whether they've been in the Metro North or the Metro West division. And that's just for in-season districts. For playoffs, they almost always get put up in Section 5, the North section. But for this year, they're back in the Metro West division instead of the North, and they're getting moved to Section 6, which is all the West teams in the playoffs. So, bit of a change-up for STMA. Goodness, you know what? I don't even have my Google Drive open to see who they play this season. But, obviously, you get all your teams out. I know 6 of their games. You got to play Moorhead, which I think they get Moorhead at home. Or maybe they're at Moorhead. Maple Grove's at Moorhead. Wyzetta's at Moorhead. Rogers is at Moorhead. And there was one other team that has to go up there. I don't remember who it was, but it might have been STMA. It's the least amount of driving. So, yeah. And actually, I think STMA is the closest 6A team to Moorhead. They're only 2 hours and 57 minutes apart. It's just a straight shot on 94. So, but yeah, let's get into it. So we know which team is which. And I'm excited. Both these teams have undergone recent changes to both their offense and defense, which we'll see, especially with STMA, a little bit less with Osseo, but both of them used to be 4-3 defenses. STMA used to be like heavy power I, unbalanced 22 personnel, I formation, power running. Osseo used to be wing T offense, 4-3 defense as well, and now they're both 3-4 defenses. So I guess we'll take a look and see how those changes have done for these two teams. Where did that kick go to? Am I missing something? Oh, it's all the way back there. Camera's just not keeping up. Ooh, way to lay the wood. Ball carrier running a little bit high. And where are all the blockers? A lot of STMA helmet. Look at it. Helmet facing that way, helmet facing that way, helmet facing that way, helmet facing that way. You got one ball carrier, which means you only got 10 blockers. It's almost half of your blockers just looking back at the returner doing, well, nothing, essentially. Never good. Oh, and there we go. We got popcorn awards. We got some standing around, and then they start to turn around. Give credit to these two. That's the effort you like to see. They're blocking. They're getting it done. Kicker's playing free safety back there. It's pretty well executed kickoff by Osseo. And I gotta give credit. We've got good special teams thus far. Think back to last week when we watched Egan versus Edina, especially the first game. Special teams were just all over the place. There was a kick out of bounds. There was like a botched return. Just a whole bunch of crap. And then they let Brooklyn Evans run free. Do not kick to Brooklyn Evans. Not a good idea. So yeah, let's get into it. STMA is on offense. So as you can tell, that is not an I formation. They're in shotgun. You've got RB, H-back on the same side. I don't know if they have GH counter in their playbook. You think so? I don't know. I guess we're going to have to see. But they're playing 11 personnel. They're in a gun spread. I could not tell you why. We should get a little Augsburg in this stream. No, I don't think we'll be getting any Augsburg in this stream, but I do appreciate the suggestion. Oh, did I make this full screen? Maybe that's why I'm missing something. I feel like normally I can get on the YouTube chat, but it's not letting me this time. Huh. Strange. The live chat, settings. Please use keyframe of 4 seconds or less. Yeah, good for you, live stream. And then, yeah, we saw that post, so. Alright, stick to the film. Oh, eventually I'll figure it out. See, no, because I was able to, like, type into chat as well and everything, but it just doesn't want me to do that this time. Normally there's, like, a little button at the bottom that says sign into chat. I'm like, alright, I'd love to, but, I guess not this time. And it's not showing up there either. Live chat, blah, blah, blah. Theme, yeah, that's all good. Browser, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Strange. Anyway, back to the game film. Ugh. So, STMA's in the blue. I'm assuming they're going to run on first down. As you see, we have 11 slot trips open. There's your slot back, or H-back, as a lot of spread teams call them. Trips, because you got a 3-by-1 look. Osseo is not playing a 3-4 defense. They've got 4 down linemen. They're a 4-3. This better not be a 4-4. I'm like 90% certain the gentleman we just saw here come down is a safety. If they're playing, yeah, because he's back here with the other safety. If they were playing a 4-4 into an 11 personnel spread offense, I'd have some questions, to say the least. You can tell you have corner, deep safety. Do I have access to Jefferson film still? No, I do not. I believe when I left in 2023, I was removed from the coaching staff at Jefferson's huddle, so I do not have access to the film. I'm sure I could probably ask Coach Bachman. Even if they added me, though, so the email I had associated with that has since been deleted. The University of Minnesota got breached, and they had to delete, like, everyone's emails that have graduated. And obviously I graduated 5 years ago from the U of M, so no more Coach Lance U of M email. RIP. Okay, so you can tell they called strong left. They're calling strength to the H-back. You've got, it looks like, head up on the... That's weird that he's in a 4, head up on the tackle, and he's in a 2. You've got a shade over here, and then you have a 5 on the backside. I'd expect him to be out a little bit more because the backer's playing inside. Because if... Let me draw this up really fast. Let's go over to practice scripts. So say that we have 11 slot should pull up 11 slot trips open, and then we'll just type in Wolf. Yeah, it's not gonna give me that. Does it know what a 4-3 is? Do we have that auto saved in somewhere? Yeah. Oh, never mind. Not a fan. Circles, no letters, blank thing up there, not a fan. I will draw it myself then. We got X over there, Y in here. Z equidistant, there we go. So what they got going on for Osseo. So the nose is in a shade, the end, or that's a V, ends in a shade, the defensive end, or nose is in a shade, defensive end's in a 5 out here. And then for some reason the tackle, instead of being in a 3, is head up in a 2, and then the strong side defensive end is in a 4. So then you'd think, okay, if he has to go in here, or if he's going there, he goes out here, then the Sam backer has to be out here to take the edge. Did Coach Ladd retired from coaching Jefferson freshmen? Chat just asked. I do not know what Coach Ladd's decided. I've been in touch with him. I don't think he's planning on retiring per se. So his son is going to be a 9th grader. He's finally entering high school this coming season. and he wants to be able to watch his kid play football. And he was telling me he's like debating where to send his kid. Does he open enroll him at Jefferson? Does he send him to Holy Angels? Does he let him go to Apple Valley? And so he's kind of figuring out where to go. Because if he could open enroll him at Jefferson, well, that's perfect. Because then his son's going to play for him. But I don't know what he ultimately decided. I'd have to get in touch with him, see if he wants to go grab dinner sometime. Then I would let you know. So, all right, back to drawing up the defense. There. So we saw the free safeties up here, the strong safety stacked down here. We'll give him the dollar sign, makes it a little bit easier. So based on how this is drawn up, Mike should be filling there. You know what? We'll draw some lines. Just talking about gap fit, or gap assignments for run fit. There. Mike's here. That means the tackle has B gap, so the end has to go out here to C, right? And where does that leave you? We got one gap on the edge, the D gap out there. So who has to take that? The Sam. So there should be a Sam out there, right? No, for some reason the Sam is stacked back here, which, I mean, so STMA does a motion here. They motion the H back across, but the Sam doesn't move. The will doesn't move. They don't adjust. So that's why I'm confused. If the Sam is supposed to be taking the D gap, why do you have him all the way here? Look at all that ground he has to cover to get out there. Yeah. I don't know about that one, Osseo. Might need to look at it. I like bringing the safety down to the 3x1 side, but then that tells me that they might be sending Sam, because if he's taking the flat, then do you need 3 hook to curl? Well, I guess you could probably do that. Suppose they ran a cover 3 here, so your D linemen are attacking. He has his hook to curl. He has a hook to curl. He has hook to curl. He can take the flat. Well, you'd almost need like a wider one, though. You'd need the will to go out there and take the flat, but that's a long way for him to go. He takes a hook to curl, and then likely they're running cover 3 underneath this. That's just what I would see. So I guess we'll find out what Osseo does on first down. Power. I mean, dude, like, why would you... It's so hard to tell what you're going to do out of an I formation, because you could go either way. And, like, you saw that. Before the ball was snapped, I can just tell what it is, right? It's the same thing we've been talking about with, like, Eastridge or Edina did that. H-back this side, running back this side. It's going to be a run play going that way. Just unless they do quarterback GH counter, but that's not Minnetonka. And I don't think STMA has ever had running quarterbacks, which is another problem. If you're going to run a spread offense, why aren't you running your quarterback? Like, Blaine may not have the best execution or design on some of their plays, but they at least know to run their quarterback out of a spread offense. So I give them a ton of credit there. Yep, see? Pull around, and that's really smart. They're running it over to the one technique side. Okay, what is going on here? The H-back does a kick out. The tackle goes down to backer. Guard should pull around, hit that backer. But then there's nobody to take. And maybe this is why they had the Sam stacked inside. Look at Osseo's Sam backer. That's a great read. I don't like that he stood there and just kind of let the running back come. As soon as that hole opens, get up there and fill. I mean, he does a great job reading and scraping over. That's fantastic. But we got to get up there and attack a little bit faster, because otherwise that could have been stopped at the line of scrimmage. Instead, they gave him 4 yards on first down. So, you know, that's a huge difference for a defense. I'd rather have 2nd and 10 than 2nd and 6. So slot trips open. Which side's the running back on? Running back and H-back are on the same side. So if it is another run play, which, you know, STMA likes to run, we thinking it might be GH counter out this way, huh? Because the quarterback's not going to run. Let's see if it's going to be that. Ain't no way. I didn't think so. Toss. What an interesting design. Why are they pulling a backside guard on an outside run? Look, he literally does nothing. Oh, and where's the receiver blocking? All right, I'm going to have to draw this one up too, because this is one we used to do at Jefferson. But I don't understand the blocking or the drop of this. So remember, when you have an outside run, you got to seal the edge. And I will give their H-back credit. He's coming around here sealing the edge. Looks like they're playing a different coverage now. Both the safeties are stacked down. We still have that weird thing where the Sam is in between the 5 and the 3 technique, which I don't know why he's there. They already have those gaps covered. Mike has there, Will has there, outside contain, A gap, B, C. He's got the other A gap. He's got B. But then if he has C, where are you supposed to go? All those gaps are covered. Get him out there on that H-back. Give him the business. Yeah, I don't understand the Sam linebacker alignments out of Osseo. It's the only thing that's confusing me. I like the other stuff they're doing. You see they got almost. So when you're in a 4-3 and you stack safeties down, I'd almost move, instead of having the defensive end outside contain, I'd almost consider moving him into a 4 and having him pinch in and then get this backer out here so that he can cover the flat. Because right now, you're on an island right there with your backside receiver matched up on a corner, and you can tell he's backed off him because he's probably manned up and just doesn't want to give up anything deep, doesn't care if he takes anything short. But why put a kid in that position anyway when you don't have to? Move him in, have him take B gap, slide him out a little bit. He can run fit C gap and cover the flat, and then he can focus on playing deep, not have to worry about get burned. If anything's thrown underneath him, his buddy Will is there to cover it. And normally, spread offenses in a 3-by-1 like this, unless you're a Dyna where you run like 70, 80, and you have receivers that stay on the same side, same with a Dyna. I'm sorry, I just said a Dyna. Same with YZ. Normally, spread offenses are going to put their best receiver as the X on the backside of a 3-by-1. We did that at Jefferson with Daniel Freitag. Very common. So that's why it just shocks me that so many teams like to leave an island back here. Now, this kid's probably a stud for Osseo, and that's why they're doing it. Otherwise, I'd be very confused. And see, look at what the Sam does. This is why it's so confusing. Why does he jump inside? Right here at the point of attack, he and the Mike are both going into the same gap. Like, what is the point of that, Osseo? He's backpedaling on a toss, so I'm not a fan of... This safety makes a great read. He does a sidestep, he sees that it's a run play, and he attacks. This one, not so much. He's backpedaling on a run play, needs to go up and get there. Solid. Oh, receiver blocking. Where's the... Okay, so I'm not a fan of who the H-back goes up to get. He eventually gets the Sam. But it's like the Sam's not going to make that play. He's in the wash already because they're stacking him inside. Again, if the Sam was lined up out here, then yes, you need to reach the Sam and pass him down to the tackle. But because he's inside, he's just never going to get out there to make the play. So you essentially would have to block here, block here, block here, and then he tosses out there and gets the read. And then if you are worried about the Sam, so I was saying we used to do this differently at Jefferson, let's draw it up. So flip it. And we gotta fix this a little bit based on how they're playing. Because he's over here, he's there. So it's essentially 3-by-1, but they're playing it more like that. He's off. And then, yeah, I guess I gotta change these letters. I don't have to, but you know me, I like detail. We want the correct guard on each side. Okay, so... Like we said, Sam is a little bit more in here. Get the nose out there. Get him there. So what they're doing is they're pulling, and he's on the wrong side. Here he is over there. Same side. So I was thinking GH counter that way to the weak side, because you can get a double team up there. He can go... Dude, GH counter is so here just looking at it. I mean, you can kick that end out. You can go straight to Mike. You two can double team the nose up to the Sam. He can pull around... Actually, no, you wouldn't double team. Let me delete that. He's going to have to take the tackle because it's a forefront. That's my B. And then you just fill the end. You can even cut him and go up there. You've got your kick out block. I don't know why I drew 2 lines there. Dude, huddle practice scripts, questionable. He has the kick out. He follows through. And then look at that. Then you get one-on-one blocking out there. Seal him inside. There you go. Touchdown STMA. They got GH counter, but for some reason they don't run GH counter. Might be something to look at. But let's go back to the toss they're running here. So why I don't like pulling the backside guard, he's never going to get out there. Look at where the running back is already aligned, and that's a fast kid. He's going to be long gone, like we saw on the play, before the guard can get anywhere near. So you don't pull backside guard, you pull play side guard. So how would that work? Block down, and then he can come around, almost like a belly type look. If I could actually type correctly, get him out here, and then he can take the first man inside. Then you can get a block here. You can get a block here. And then You know, I'm not a fan of that because the tackle's just not going to make the play. He has to reach the end. I want you to reach the Sam again like that, but then he can come around and either help with the Sam or go up and get the free safety. That tackle's never going to make the play on this toss. It's just not going to happen. So, you can go up there, get the Mike. You can go up here, get the Will. And then you can just, yeah, if you want to cut the backside end, do whatever, you can do that. That's fine. You don't even need to worry about that guy. And then, boom, you get a block on the backside, or you can do anything over there. That kid's in an island. He's out of the play. And there's your toss. Here's your running lane. Follow right behind. Pull the play side guard instead of the backside guard. That would be my thing. And like I said, you don't need to block these two. Interior linemen will not make the play on a toss on an outside run. So they waste time blocking this 3 tech. Like, look at the 3 technique here. Even without him being blocked, if he just went upfield, there's no way he's catching a running back. And then, like we said, receiver blocking makes big plays. Watch the slot here. He goes up, misses. He can't decide which of the 2 safeties to get, so he jumps in the middle of them. He gets concrete feet. See how he plants his feet instead of chopping them? Gets nobody. And the guy, one of the guys he was supposed to block, makes the tackle. So, yeah, STMA might need to work on our toss out of the spread. Yeah. And you know what's funny? I'm pretty sure if they would have ran toss out of their I formation, they pulled, either they reach block everybody and there's no pull, or they pull the backside guard. It works a little bit better in the I formation because he's stacked behind and he's 7 yards deep already. But you're not in an I formation. You're in a sidecar spread. He's already out to that side. So have to make considerations like that. If you're going to change your offense, you can't, or defense for that matter, you can't just slap the same rules on a different scheme. Not quite how it works. All right, we've got slot trips open again. 3rd and 2. So STMA run plays so far. My guess is they're going to go right back to the ground. Even though they're in a spread now, kind of like Blaine, they love to run the ball. It's always been STMA's identity. Okay, so they motioned over. Now they're in slot twins. So we have slot twins on this side. I guess we'll see if they do GH counter. It'd be really bizarre to GH counter into a 3 and a 4 technique back here. A little bit too much beef there. It would have made more sense to GH counter back to the weak side. Also of note, the strength changed, and Osseo I don't think budged at all. Did the linebackers shift over? No, the safety did. They're bringing some zest. So you see how that safety cheated over? They're in cover 0 right now. There's no high safety. Osseo's about to bring the sauce. We've got a blitz on here. It's weird, though. They must have called some strange stunt or blitz because they didn't adjust to the strength whatsoever, but they're playing man. So, yeah. But then they don't... Was there a whistle? Okay, there was a whistle. I was going to say, because they didn't blitz anybody. See? Watch all 3 of the backers. He didn't look like he was blitzing because he's just sitting back there. They're just run fitting. And it was stretch. Outside zone, stretch, whatever STMA calls. You can tell by the footwork. Remember how we said, see how the back foot swings around like that? Stretch, outside zone. Same thing with YZ or Edina. You look at the quarterback's footwork, gives away the play. At least when it's a team that runs inside and outside zone primarily. Wait, oh, it was... Did Osseo jump off sides? No, dude, the safety. My guy. He lined up in the neutral zone, and the coaches for STMA were probably calling that out. That's a tough break. Oh... And they had cover 0. If that was outside zone, I don't know if they would have had that, because like I said, going back to the drawing board, there's nobody to cover the edge out there. And if you get a reach there and a reach there, like, they're going to get 1 yard. Strange. It's almost like Osseo. Maybe Osseo didn't realize that STMA had changed to a spread, which would be weird, because they've been a spread for this entire... Actually, the last 2 years they've been a spread now. Okay, oh, this is some Mounds View stuff. So this is when you combine your old and your new stuff. So we have a pistol I formation here. We're going to have to draw this one up too. So it's still 21 personnel, but pistol I, and it's going to be a king or a queen look. Kind of like what I talked about with, yes, 4-3 defense, please. No, it gave me that crap again. All right, I'll just have to draw it up later. But kind of like I was talking about with, I don't remember what team it was. It might have been when I was going over some of Mounds View stuff. They play with a pistol king and queen I, 21 personnel. STMA and Mounds View are the only 2 teams in 6A that use any pistol I stuff. 21. Okay, I've never drawn it up before, so I guess I'm going to have to. 21 slot open eye. Yeah, it's not quite the same thing, but... Alright, it's been a hot minute. We're gonna rename this. So we're gonna call it 21 Pistol Eye King, because it's a king look. So, what is Pistol Eye King? He's there, he's there. Quarterback is pistoled, running back behind him. H is offset to the strong side. Z is out there, Y is on the line as a tight end. And that's essentially Pistol King. Now, what would I do to make it Pistol Queen? Move the H back to the other side. Now he's opposite of the tight end. That's Pistol Eye Queen. So there we go. We have our center, left tackle, left guard, right tackle. Nice. Now let's get our defense. They called strength this way. Oh, they moved their defensive end out to a 6. Okay, this is mind-boggling because those two are still there. There's nobody... Dude, Osseo. What? I have so many questions. So, Nose is still in his weak over there. Will's got the B gap. He's playing a 30 technique. You have your defensive end out here. Tackle's finally in a 3. Your other end, strong side end, is in a 5. And that or in a 6. That tells me he has to go outside because the Sam is still inside of him, right? Looking at film, Sam is inside of him. That means he's... You know, looking at this, he's probably in a 7. Osseo's got a pretty sound 4-3 defense lined up against this. That's what we like to see. You've got corner here, corner here. Now, what normally teams do, because there's an extra gap with the I formation, single high safety, and then your strong safety rotates down and stacks into the box, usually to the strength. But for whatever reason, they're not doing that here. They're actually, yeah, they sort of are. See how he comes down a little bit? Oh, because they're blitzing. They're well, might be a little bit too obvious there, Osseo. When you stack your strong safety behind somebody right away, I wonder what that backer's going to do. Do you think Sam's blitzing? Let's find out. Stretch. Are they going to stretch it? Nope. Classic power. Ooh. Yep, that is some good old school STMA right here. You can tell because they do kick out there. They block the nose down. Oh, nose guard. Why are we running upfield? So, as a nose, whenever you see a guard pull, you're in a shade, you're attacking half the center, half a man work to turn the center's shoulder and drive him this way. If you drive him that way, doesn't matter if you make the tackle or not, the hole is going to be sealed up. Running back's going to have to bounce it, and if he bounces it out that way, there you are. If he bounces it out this way, you've got the gaps covered out there. So, the Sam just kind of runs to his gap and blitzes his gap. He's not thinking about where the ball's going. The Mike actually made a solid read here. Oh, so does the Will. The Will, look at the Will. He scrapes over with the pulling guard. Oh, but he just misses. No, he eventually gets him. The execution could have been a little bit better, but that's a great read. I'm not as big a fan of the strong side outside backers alignment when there's no tight end or there's an H back and we're missing a gap. He needs to get his butt outside a little bit more. But when they're in I formation, the 4-3 is stud. Osseo plays it well. The only thing I'm not a fan of are the safety, especially this guy. He loves to backpedal. We saw that on the last play. It's like, you do know what team you're playing, right? This is St. Michael-Albertville. They run the football. Read the mesh. What is he doing? Quarterback's not reading. He's looking at the handoff. Yeah, I guess he's kind of... well, yeah, that receiver... So remember how we always say receiver blocking makes big plays? What is that? I guess the Osseo kid pulls him down. Yeah, he does. That's actually great hand fighting technique from Osseo right there. Engaged, pull down, using his own momentum against him. That's a really good play. I'm giving Osseo some credit here. The alignment of the strong side backer out of 11 personnel is a little bit questionable, but other than that, they're pretty darn sound. And maybe clean up a little bit of the technique, especially with the nose guard there. But the backer's ability to scrape has been fantastic thus far. Yeah, he likes to bail. Okay, so now we have a 2x2 look. It looks like man coverage again, right? Safety's stacked down unless they're expecting him to shift over. They could go into a cover 1, but then who's on him? The Sam? I guess we'll see. I'm thinking it's cover 0 and they're sending a blitz. Or it could be cover 1. Does STMA realize that, though? Let's look at it from the offense's perspective. So you've got 7 men in the box. They're in a base 4-3 against 11 personnel. Remember, you call 11 personnel to try and get defenses in a mismatch. Are they in a nickel package and giving us the run, or are they in a base defense and giving us the pass? Well, right now, they're in a 4-3. They're in a base defense giving you the pass. That means They either have to stack a safety down, which they do. You know, it's actually kind of smart by Osseo. They're stacking a safety down to take on the slot receiver so there's no mismatch. And then he's over here. But the downside of that is you're manned up. Who's going to help deep? And if he takes the flat, what does he have hooked to curl and then he'd go deep? Actually, it's not a bad idea. If you want to do like a Tampa 2 against that, and then he takes the other flat, they both go deep. Ooh. And then 3 hooks to curl. That's actually kind of nasty. We'll see if they do that. I kind of doubt it. Snap, obvious pass play. Was the running back lined up? Same depth as the quarterback. I'm going to go back for a second. Pistol. That was pistol. What were first and second down? It's a giveaway. No. For same thing. Oh. So, why am I excited? Behind the line, right? He's behind the quarterback. He gets the ball. Those 2 plays didn't happen. Get out of here. He's in line with the quarterback. It's a pass. And he's actually a little bit in front of the quarterback. I guess quarterback must just have long feet. So, yeah, that's a dead giveaway with STMA right there. Whether it's running back play or if he's going out to pass protect. Nice. 6 plays in and we noticed that. They are playing... Why is he manned up? It's like a weird mix of zone and man. Because it looks like man, man, man. And then he looks like he's playing zone. He just takes him, or he could be manned up. But then why are the 3 of them just hovering over the middle? Like, what's the defense? Oh, and the receiver fell. I mean, he made the right read. If the receiver doesn't fall here, that is the correct read. They're playing cover 0. He's the tight press. Although, you know what would have been better? If you had him run the fade and then him do the out. They kind of do it backwards here. Because they have both these guys run fades and then these guys run out. Against cover 0 or cover 1, I'm not as big a fan of that. What I would like to see is these guys, especially him. He's the press man and he's playing deep on the H-back. If you have him come down, then the safety has to decide. Does he come down and take the flat, or is the safety going to stick with the vert? And what he should be doing, if he's manned up here, he should be coming down here. That corner's going to get burned, and then you get a pass right there. It's gone. So definitely same thing here. Hit him with that. We know this side isn't as open because they're not pressed, and we're sending him out. So yeah, I definitely would have looked up here, and that's what I would have wanted to hit out of that. And see, this is weird, too, because you know it's man cover. Remember last week I was talking about Edina at the goal line knew Egan was only playing cover 1 or 2 man under. So they did a lot of crossing patterns to mess with the man coverage. And what I just drew up, see how the lines cross? That's what you want. But here, STMA is doing that. The lines don't cross, and you're getting man coverage. So that's a little bit questionable. But yeah, and then like I said, Osseo's linebackers are essentially useless in this game. I don't know, or in this game, on this play, I should say. Because, again, the DBs are playing man coverage, the linebackers are playing zone, and the D-line is pass rushing. Ooh, gotta extend the arms. Double teams on both the big guys. Double teams in the end. It's pretty good pass protection. I gotta give him credit. Ooh, he almost got through the end. Left tackle needs to iron that out a little bit. Make an out call. Yep, when he gets out, just ooh, it's a good move by the D lineman cutting back inside. But yeah, the Osseo need defensive cohesion. If DBs are manned up and you're playing cover 0, send more zest. You can have one of them match up with the running back, but then what do the other 2 linebackers do? They're standing there. It's like a weird hybrid of man and zone. That I don't understand. Ooh, so here we are. We're back in the I. This time it's, once again, it's I King. Pistol I King. We're 21. Our tight end's over here. H-back is the same side as the tight end. They're motioning the Z across here. So it's 3rd and long. Are we going to get play action? My guess is play action, fake handoff that way, quarterback boots around this way. We'll see if they do it. I doubt. I'm him! Oh! Yes, sir, STMA. Dialed up. Yeesh. Just know the down and distance, man. Give stuff away like that. Why even bother with play action, though? It's 3rd and 7. Like, Is Osseo really thinking run? Oh, I guess Osseo is really thinking run. Look at that. And what is our coverage again? Are we playing cover 1? Did they cross? They did cross. It looks like it's more of a zone. If he's taking the flat... Is it cover 4? What? It's got to be zone, because he just lets him walk right by him. He stays in the flat. So, what are they playing? Some kind of cover 3, only to the strong side? Could it be that we are seeing a team play cover 6, where they're having different coverages? You've got cover 4 here, but then you're playing cover 2 on this side? That's what it looks like. Which, if it is, I'm shocked Osseo's playing a defense that complex. But that is what it looks like. And normally it's way more common to do that out of a 3-4 or a 2-4 nickel. So seeing that out of a 4-3, again, you got to be careful what rules you slap onto what scheme. You can't just say, oh, we're going to play modern nickel defense on our base 4-3 package. Doesn't quite work like that. So what do we got? Do we have crossing patterns? We got the post wheel. Oh, the classic. Post, wheel behind it. Osseo picks up both of them. We have a crosser coming in the flat underneath. Ooh, is that a rail out of the backfield? Who does that? The running back hits him with the rail. Oh, and it's wide open. Yes. That was nice. So you know what this reminds me of? This loosely reminds me of Waggle. So Waggle with like those option teams we talked about is more of like a flood concept where you have the fade. You have your 5 and out, shallow coming across, and then usually the fake dive does a rail route out of the backfield, and then he would do post. So it's essentially the same concept, just with the post wheel. Post, he hits the wheel coming around. He does an action with coming this way, a little bit shallow as a check down. I think the H-back just blocks here. And then the rail leaks out of the backfield on the backside. This is a fantastic play call against the cover 6. And if it is, if the deep... this is why it confuses me. If it's supposed to be a cover 6, then why is the deep safety coming over to this side of the field? If it's cover 6, you've got from mid to about there, you have from there to the sideline, and then you have the other half of the field. If you have the other half of the field, why are you all the way in here? Shouldn't you be in the middle of your zone there? I don't know. It seems, and again, cover 6 is a very complex scheme, right? NFL defenses have trouble understanding all the rules. So to expect Osseo High School to run it, a little bit questionable. And get those flashy colors out of here. And it is great. It took advantage of the deep safety there. That's not even the safety, that's the corner. Why is he dropping deep? He's going inside with this. If he just stays in his zone and picks up the rail out of the backfield, he's got it covered, but he's a little late getting back there. As we said, the free safety, I don't know what his job is. He flows all the way over to the strong side. Is it cover 1? It's not, because, see, they switch assignments. Yeah, I think Osseo's defense is a little bit too complex for what they want to do. Other than that, absolutely fantastic design by STMA. And again... when do they call the play action? After they hit them with how many run plays in a row? 1, 2, 3. Well, can't see it. That was a penalty. 3, 4. And then finally hit him with a pass. And you should know it's a pass play. It's 3rd and 7. Like, I don't know about that one. But yeah, a lot of credit to STMA there. Great design. Great vision by the quarterback. This is classic STMA before they started doing all their spread stuff. Under center, you have a jumbo I, you have an H over here. Tight end, tight end. They're not doing any unbalanced stuff, which they like to do, or they used to. 4-point stance from the fullback, 2-point stance from the running back. Classic I formation at the goal line. It's when they get back into their traditional packages. Motion him across. If you motion him, he's staying up there. They're just going to run power. I almost want to say it's ISO. It's hard to get a pull because you have so many guys condensed. It's power. Should have known. Ooh, what did we miss here? So we're trying to open up the gap for power up here. He does a good job getting the kick out and give the H-back credit. That's actually a solid block. Double team up here. Oh, it's the double team up to the inside backer. We don't quite get him off. But then who does the guard block? Oh, look at the fullback coming through. So the H-back does a kick out. The fullback blocks nobody. What? Oh, yeah. This is on the fullback right here. If the fullback hits who he's supposed to, and I gotta give a little credit to Osseo, their pre-snap movement is making it hard to see the rules. Look, you got two guys right here. Guard takes him, fullback takes him. That leaves running back one-on-one with the safety to get to the end zone. I'm hoping your running back can run over a safety to get to the end zone in like 2 yards. And who got him? The D end? No, the other safety they left unblocked. Why would you put the fullback in a 4-point and not a 3-point? So that's a great question. That's because STMA normally does not run that many plays with their fullback. Their fullback usually is exclusively lead blocker. Once in a blue moon, they'll have him do some passing. And actually, you know what? It's a little bit smarter to have him out of a 4-point stance because see how all of his back's flat. He's got way more weight on his hands. His momentum is all going this way. Whereas, and if you look at the O lineman stance, like look at the tight end over here, flat back, they're both pretty consistent. They're ready to just go forward and attack. So you get a little bit more of a lean forward to bring some sauce when you're in a 4-point stance. I want to say Centennial does this. Well, Centennial does it with their entire offensive line. They just put everybody in 4-point stances. And they might do it with their fullback, too. He might be a 3-point stance. I'd have to watch more Centennial film. We're getting that in a few weeks. I got Centennial Rosemount coming up. But, yeah. Few missed blocking assignments there. Otherwise, I love what the O-line's doing. They're driving the backers and the D-linemen into the end zone. They're going up to find the next man to block. It's just the skill positions that kind of broke down here. I guess, and the pulling guard. H-back does a great job, but the fullback and the pulling guard do just about nothing. The pulling guard literally blocks nobody. Literally nobody. Yeesh. All right, same look. Osseo is... they're essentially still in their goal line defense. Their corners are just plating up tight. Safeties are stacked. So my guess is you've got probably manned up here, manned there. He's stacked over there. He's over the middle. He's probably taking the fullback, and then these guys would take running back, whichever side he goes to. So we'll see. Obviously, it's going to be another run play. You hit inside. There's no way they're doing the exact same play again. They have to be doing like a counter or something back to the left or a toss to the outside. There's no way they just run up the middle twice. They did. They ran power again. Did they actually get it right? The guard blocks somebody. The H-back blocks some. We learned. Look at that. So, talk about doing it the wrong way and the right way. And again, tons of credit to STMA's H-back here. Look at him get out here and just get this kick-out block and open the hole. Look at the tight end on the play side blocking down. And this is all manned up one-on-one. There aren't any double teams at the point because the backer comes up to blitz. They're all playing a little bit high, but I like the hand placement. Elbows are in tight. And look at them churning the legs to open the hole. There is a lot of good stuff going on with STMA right here. And then who's the pulling guard get? Who's the fullback get? The fullback actually blocks one safety into the other safety, and the pulling guard gets the backside backer, who, again, doing a great job scraping over. But yeah, much better execute. I mean, you can see it's night and day difference. Watch, exact same play before. Watch the backside guard here. He pulls around, and the fullback blocks nobody. Guard blocks nobody. Plays tackled. You go to the very next play. STMA calls the same thing. He motions over. H-back still gets just as good of a block. This time, fullback gets the safety, guard gets the backer, walks in for a touchdown untouched. All about execution, man. Same play. And again, back to back. So, extra points missing, but it was good. I want to bring up Task Manager over here just so I can see how the CPU and everything's doing. Make sure we're not overclocking or getting toasted today. Yay, computers. All right, and just like that, first drive of the game, STMA is giving them the business. Okay. Osseo. That is 17 yards of dead space. If you just do a squib right over there, you have a very solid chance of giving that up to STMA. Ooh, it's a little bit risky. Are they playing 2-2-2? Yeah, they're playing 2-2-2 in the back. So, you know, deep sideline on each side's wide open. You've got huge green right there. Not as much of a fan of that kick return. Oh, and then So, the number one job of anyone on kick return, and you can see he's going to drop it, you have to be able to secure the ball. It's not your number one job, right? Watch his elbow placement. I'll play it in slow motion. See how his elbows are wide and he lets it hit his chest? You have to have elbows in, have it come into your arms in the breadbasket and pull it in, not let it hit and doink and then try and clap it. way too much force, and it'll just pop right out. And what does it happens here? Pops right out. Oh, remember I was kind of getting after some of the STMA kids for facing the wrong way on kick return? Facing the wrong way. He actually is running past his own blockers to try and chase down this guy to his own ball carrier. Wrong way. Wrong way. Is there another kid up here? Yep, also wrong way. Literally, that was 5 kids. Half of the blockers on Osseo's kick return are facing the wrong way. And I want to notice this one especially. Look, he literally runs into his own ball carrier back there. Like, what, dude? If the kid gets past you and you have a guy at the next level to block him, don't keep chasing him. Turn around and go block somebody else. Like, you do literally nothing on this play. I guess a kid tripped over his own teammate, but yeah, we'll see. All right, here we go. Osseo is now in a spread offense, too. Oh, it's taking over. Long gone are the days of wing T. It looks like their pistol, maybe he's offset a little bit to that side. Same thing, slot trips open, although a lot of space from the H back there. Why is he so far off? How's he supposed to run GH counter if he's that far back? And obviously slot trips open, 3x1. STMA, like I said, they switched to a 3-4 defense. 3's out here. He's creeped up a little bit. You can tell they're shifted over. They're likely playing a cover 3 here. My guess is he'll take flat. Cover, cover, cover. That's more of like a cloud look, teams will call that. He takes the flat, hook to curl, hook to curl. And then he likely is blitzing off the edge. And then obviously the 3D linemen are attacking. 7 in coverage. Let's see if that's what happens. If that's actually what happens here, I'm going to be so happy. Well, no, they're blitzing him instead. You get a motion. He comes up. I was wrong. Was it GH counter, though? No, it's power. Except if it's power, why is the guard blocking out instead of in? What? Also, great blitz by this backer. Look, the center's got to take... So this is a breakdown at the point of attack. Center's got to have his head up. If you see a backer creeping up, because normally it's a double team up to the backer on power. So one of those two has to get up to the Mike backer, and it's usually the center. If you see he's already creeping up, then the guard just has to take him, and you have to go take that Mike. He's forcing your hand. But you don't, and then you fall down. Actually, yeah, look, they don't even double team the nose guard. Oh, look at the technique. Watch the step right here from STMA's nose guard. Watch, sides. Oh, that's a beautiful arrow step, like what University of St. Thomas does. Look. Shift step to the left with a pull, and he gets right through. The center and the guard for Osseo were made useless. The tackle, who's supposed to come down and block a backer, doesn't do anything. That's 3 offensive linemen on the play side for Osseo that did absolutely nothing. Oh, boy. And if he's blocking down, H-back has the kick-out block, which if H-back has the kick-out block, remember we just saw a great kick-out from STMA's H-back? Look at where he engages. He's on this side. If you have a kick-out block, because it's power, you should be on this side of the defender, turning him out that way, and then driving to the sideline. And then guard pulls up off of the tackle's butt, and then guard can take that inside backer there. If the tackle wasn't supposed to. I don't know what the tackle was supposed to do on this play. Yeah, not very well executed by Osseo. I like the play call. Power could have worked there. If you have your double team here, you take the Mike, you seal off him, you go down block him, you get power off the edge, guard pulls around. Now there's nobody left. He just can go up to safety, and then there's your touchdown. You block him, he's in the wash, he can't make the play, he's on the backside. These two are going to have to really get over there to make it, and you've got receivers that can fool them anyway. Like, I like the play call, it's just execution is not working there. And look, see, they're both backpedaling with the receivers. You get receiver blocking, and they blocked him in. Tackle still missed the safety, but yeah. Had issues blocking at the point of attack, now they're behind the sticks. Same look. Ooh, shifted out of pistol. So, what do we think it's going to be? Should be a run this way, correct? Oh, fumbled snap. It's a pass, but what do we have? What kind of passing concept is this? It's almost like a mesh, but he's running a post over the middle. Ooh, interesting cover 3 out of STMA here. Who do they blitz? They send him, so then you have... Oh, safety comes down. Then you have 3 at that level. I guess it's more of a cover 4, but then why are these two switching? It looks more like a cover 3. See right here, 3. I have no clue what that safety's doing, but it looks like you have a 3-3 at those two levels, and then there's just a random safety over the middle there. Do we get the sack? No, why not? What happened to the edge defender here? He runs upfield. Oh! So this is the one time a pass rusher or defensive end can hit a spin move. When you get to quarterback depth right here, spin back around. Once you're at quarterback depth, you can spin inside, and then you're right there. Oh, and who's the other backer? Other backer, you got to see the hole. If he's coming out this way, you see a hole open up. Don't run into 2 offensive linemen. Get out there and go attack. He realizes too late. They get a piece of him. He's still pursuing, though. Oh, and he gets the sack. Nice. That's a good effort. Also, coverage sack right here. That was open right away, but look at the design of this. You have 2 out routes at different levels. You can't throw to him even though he's open, because look who's right in the passing lane here. He's going to pick it off. And then he's going back the other way. What was he running? A comeback? So you had a comeback, a post, an out, and then a, deep out. Huh? Yeah, I don't know about that one, Osseo. It doesn't work against the coverage. Oh, and it was a fumble, too? Ain't no way. Oh my goodness, that ball is out. They didn't call him down by contact. Ooh. Well, that is a disastrous start. Oh boy. All right, well, hey, back to St. Michael-Albertville on offense, I guess. So we're in pistol now with slot twins. You have slot twin receivers. I'm not a fan of where the slot receiver is. It looks way too obvious he's going to do an out route because of how inside he is. If this is a pass play and he goes out like that, I will cry. But remember how I think I've talked previously about how when you do pistol, it makes it so annoying as a defensive player or even a defensive coach to know where you're going pre-snap. You can either do power this way or you have GH counter going back the other way, and I won't know until the snap of the ball because look at where he is. He can go that way or that way. Whereas if he was lined up here, it's obvious he has to go that way. Because like we saw with the Dyna last week, when you try and say they did GH counter this way with the running back over here, the running back got the ball too fast and the blockers couldn't get there in time to set up the GH counter properly. So, I mean, that's just the way it is. It's a lot harder to read when you're out of pistol. Definitely recommend looking at that. Is it going to be... I don't think they have GH counter in their playbook. It's counter tray, not GH counter. So this is like an old Farmington thing. I don't know if anyone else does it. Shock P runs counter tray. I've shown that on stream. Eden Prairie does, and I think Mounds View does it once in a blue moon. They like GH counter better than counter tray, but they do both of them. So block down, nice kick out block by the tackle. Oh, but the running back hits the wrong hole. So if it's counter tray, where's our double team at the point of attack? We don't have one because it's a 4-man front. See how the center has to come over and take the tackle? And that leaves the guard to struggle against the nose guard. Give credit to Osseo's nose guard here. It's a big boy. He's pushing the guard back. That blows up this whole play. He doesn't get the tackle. Oh, well. All right, good effort by the STMA running back pushing the linebacker forward. But I was going to give a lot of credit to the nose guard here. Look, he pushes the play side guard into the pulling guard. Pulling guard's off his mark. Running back, for some reason, instead of running through the hole, because the hole can't develop, has to cut it back inside into the linebacker waiting for him. It's just, look at how tall the linebacker is. This is just technique right here. He's a great job filling. But then look at how tall he's standing up. Get low, and then you're just getting driven back. Again, look at how low the running back is for STMA. He's bent over and he's hunched forward. And look at the legs churning. Look at the legs. Slow motion. Excuse me, slow motion. Look at the legs churn. Look at the legs. Yes. Still churning as he goes to the ground. That's fantastic effort. Really like what I'm seeing out of STMA. I think they're well coached, right? I don't know too much about Coach Essler, whether he's like an offensive or defensive guy. You know what? Pull up the Google Drive. Let me see. I don't know if I put where he's from or what he does. We go here. St. Michael-Albertville. Enrollment, overview. Yeah, I don't know. I never saw that, but he's been their head coach for 14 seasons. He's been there for a hot minute. I think that's all I know about them. I don't know. Yeah, I guess they're now pistol I 10. I guess I gotta add 11 to that. They're way more 11 than they are 10. So 11, 10, power, dive, toss, classics, no GH counter. But yeah, really don't know too much about him, like where, if he played in college, whether he's an offensive or defensive guy. Just really not too familiar with St. Michael-Albertville. So, H-backs over here again with pistol. Can't tell where it's going. Ooh, stretch. Again, how do you know? Look at the footwork of the quarterback. Back foot, swings around, pivots off play side foot. That way he can open wide. Takes off there. Is the slot receiver going to get a good block? No. Oh. If you're going to run stretch, you have to seal the edge, which they just don't do. Okay, so H-back is on the wrong side of the defensive end. Defensive end does a good job slanting this way. H-back needs to get around to this shoulder. Tackle needs to work to try and overcome him so the H-back can get to the next level. Same thing with the slot receiver. The slot receiver aims on this side of the DB. He needs to get on this side of him, aim at that outer shoulder, and drive him inward. That way the stretch, because look at the hole right there. The hole's there to walk into the end zone. It's just our execution up top here. Instead, I think that's a defensive end. Look at him continue to fight off the block. He does. Then he comes up and makes the tackle. That's a great defensive line play by Osseo. He gets off the double team. I don't know what the tackle's doing. Not only is the tackle not overcome, but then where does he look? He looks back inside. On an outside run play? It's rather peculiar. And then backside receiver, he just does like a little fake slant. I really like that he's leaving because obviously the backside end's never going to make that play. He's going up to backer. He probably should take a better angle to get to the mic. I mean, you could, if you come that way, you got an angle to take him. We have a double team by the play side guard in the center. Once the center overcomes, guard should get up to the next backer. He never really does. So, yeah, I don't know about stretch, STMA. Power's pretty good. Stretch, leaving some stuff to be desired. Oh. We're in an unbalanced pistol I, so we have pistol king here. Tight end actually trades sides, which you knew he was going to do because it was unbalanced. Now it's regular because he was off, he was on. Now we have pistol queen because H-back, instead of being here like he was before, is on the weak side, opposite of the tight end. So we got pistol queen, same defense from Osseo. They're sticking with the 4-3 with the Sam inside. They stacked a safety down, so anytime it's I-backs or pistol king or queen, they've been stacking a safety down, so that's something that... There he is. It looks like a cover one, because he's manned up. If he's manned up, are you really gonna... He's got to be manned up. He's on an island. There's nobody... He can't get into that zone out there. There's no way. I mean, think about it. The halfway mark of the field is right there. He's on the wrong half of the field. Ooh, yeah, if I am STMA, I'm thinking slant right there. That's a wide open touchdown. You throw it in the window right there, that's for days. They ran stretch again. Dude, I mean, they got the first down, they got yards, but they really like to keep going to stretch. It reminds me of Prior Lake continuously going back to buck sweep. Do they reach block better? I mean, the guard does... No, the guard didn't pass him off to the safe or to the center. Do we at least reach the point of attack? No. See, look at the tackle's on the wrong shoulder. He's taking the inside shoulder. I gotta give credit to Osseo's D-line. They're making it very difficult for STMA's O-line to get good blocking. Look, see, and you can actually see the end adjust. See how he goes up, and then once he realizes he's stepping out, he reacts, takes the outside edge. Now you have to have a double team there, so the fullback can't get up to the second level. Give credit to the receiver. He comes inside, and he takes out a backer. That's actually pretty smart. What's not smart is the running back. If you follow your blockers like Chase Bjorgard does, and you take the edge here, there's your touchdown. Problem is, he pulls a Forest Lake and cuts back inside. Why do we do that? Look, follow the butts of your blockers. Be like Chase Bjorgard. Get out there. There's no reason... Sure, you see a hole opening up, but look, white jersey, white jersey, white jersey, white jersey. Whereas out here, nobody. Gotta follow your block. And your H-back is leading out there. You literally watch your H-back sealing this guy off. You've got butts this way. You have an open alley. Take the alley. I don't know why the STMA, and especially because STMA normally, even though they're they just run that one running back into the ground like Lakeville North does. So you have a kid that gets a lot of reps, which you presume has a lot of experience based on those reps. So then why is he cutting it back inside instead of following the blockers? Interesting. If you play football, if you play running back for St. Michael-Albertville, follow the blockers. Okay, we're going to get power again. There's no way they're calling power again. It worked for them so well at the goal line last time. Are we going to get the exact same power? We are. Ooh, this time the defensive line does a little bit better of a job. Watch the defensive end here. He's working outside the tight end. Tight end can't win the battle this time. Makes it really difficult. And what does the running back do? Again, he cuts it inside for no reason. Well, look at what the pulling guard does. The pulling guard's just like, yeah, I'm going to go inside as well, even though we should have gone. I mean, this is just a tough one. Osseo's just doing a great job, blah, at the front point of attack. Look at how difficult they make it on the play side. They blitz that backer, so you're one-on-one blocking again. Play side guard does a good job pancaking the nose, so you take him out of the equation. Center has to cover block for the pulling guard, so he gets all the way over there to the nose. This might be the third. Is that the 3 technique? Yeah, they called strong right for some reason, so this is the nose guard. They pancake the nose. Center pancakes the tackle. 3 technique. That's fantastic. I don't know that I like what the backside's doing here, because with the cut block, like what these two are wasted on power. They're not blocking anybody. The backside tight end and tackle. At least send them, like, look at how well backside backer and the safety rolls down here to track the play. And then they're the ones that eventually make the tackle. Yeah, I don't know about that, STMA. The attack side is pretty well drawn up. Give Osseo credit. They're blitzing into the strong side. Like, they've got that game plan now. And they blew it up. And then backside of STMA's O-line just did nothing. So, yeah, great read, Osseo. And they forced it back in. Once they did that, they came up and made the tackle. It's pretty good defense. Second down. Same formation from both teams. Yep, it's still balanced. Goal line I with an H-back. Look at how tight they're playing. What? I'm surprised that STMA has just gone power, power, power. Like, what? How come we haven't tried outside and not stretch? Hit him with toss, STMA. Run the toss here. Let's see it. Come across and then toss it. Go outside. Do not do power again. They hit him with a counter. Wait. Huh? That's not even a counter because nobody pulled. What? Is this like a split zone? Who are we blocking? What was the call? What happened? I'm getting like Egan flashback. Remember last week, first down, some of the first down plays of Egan's offense? We couldn't tell if it was zone dive or inside veer. And it looked like Egan's O-line didn't know if it was inside veer or zone dive. I'm getting like the same thing from STMA here, those same vibes. Because if you look at the play side here, they come out, they do the same motion like it's going to be power. But it seems like they were supposed to run a counter back to the other side. I'm almost expecting the guard and the H-back to pull back across, but neither of them do. And if you look at the way they all block, everyone on the play side here blocks as if it's still power. The only difference is the backside guard doesn't pull. The tackle blocks down. But then look at that. The fullback is left to block 3 guys by himself. And it's not like Osseo's defense has changed. They're running the exact same defense. I just do not understand this at all. What is this play? Everyone blocks down there, but then you've got, if everyone's blocking down this way, why is the handoff going that way? Like, huh? And again, great. Oh, look at this move to get under the blocker. Look at that. Look at that wrong arm right there by the Osseo linebacker. I think that's the Will backer. Oh, look at the great technique here. Tight end blocks down on him. He throws him to the ground with his hands. Look at that. Right hand pushing him down. He wrong arms the fullback lead blocking. And then he wraps up and he stays low. Like, he falls down, but his guys get there. Still, a lot of great technique there. I gotta give Osseo's defense some credit. Oh, what in the Lakeville North? So Lakeville North likes to do this just instead of 2 tight end. They'll split him out wide, and then we call this double slot where they have 2 H-backs on the same side, and then they have tight end backside, and then they do it under center. So they're up a little bit, but it's essentially the same formation. This is so you essentially have 2 fullbacks here, tight end, so it's very heavy. This is 14 personnel. You've got 4 tight ends in the game, 1 running back. So 1 running back, 4 tight ends. Actually, move that line over here, and what do you get? You get a number 4. Look at that. How about that, STMA? Yeah, this is a very uncommon formation. This is probably the first time I've seen 14 personnel from a 6A team. And is it just a zone dive? What are they running? Again, they left another player unblocked. It's a play action, that's why. But if it's a play action, why is a tight end, like, walking downfield? He's getting in the way of the backside pop pass. Oh, because it's a tight end delay. Look at the cross. Where's the man coverage? Oh, my goodness. STMA, what a design. Wow. I mean, it stinks that they had to waste that on a touchdown play, because that, I mean, suppose it's like end of a game and you desperately need a 2-point conversion. That's the kind of play you go to on a 2-point conversion. That is so smart. Wow. Yeah, major credit to STMA there. And just like that, it's 14. They missed that? No, they got it. So, we're still in the first quarter, and it's 14-zip STMA. Osseo has run 3 plays. No, 2 plays. They had a tackle for loss and then a sack fumble. That's Osseo's offense thus far. And it's resulted in 14 points STMA. Osseo's defense has been pretty solid. Like, they're doing a decent job with the run fit. Their technique is pretty solid. It's just scheme-wise, they might have to clean some of the stuff up. Like, the coverage makes no sense to me. Like, sometimes they're playing man, but they're playing like a hybrid man or zone. Sometimes it looks like they're playing like a weird cover 6, but it's not quite cover 6. Yeah, it looks like the kids are just a little bit confused about what their coverage is supposed to be. Good athlete. Not a lot of kids turned around this time. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4 face. No, he's blocking. So we only had 3 facing backwards this time. 3 out of 7 blockers. That's still 30% of your blockers doing nothing. That's not too bad. That means you got 70% of your kids doing something, I think. Oh, so remember how we talked about earlier the 70 and the 80, how you have a 7 and an 8 receiver in some spread offenses, and then they never switch sides, like Edina or Wyzetta? Well, look what happens here. Osseo has them switch sides, so they definitely have a better receiver that's their X, their best receiver, and then their Y, who is their strong side receiver. Unless they bring in a tight end, then the tight end becomes Y. He's on. So, yep, we have slot trips open again. Osseo is sticking with their 11 personnel. He's pistol. We gonna get GH counter? Ain't no way. Ooh, creeping up. Nope, he motions. We gonna get power. No, it's inside. What is the play? Is it inside zone? If it is, what are our blocking rules here? If it's inside zone, again, I have a guy in a 5, I gotta take him. Is there a guy in my gap? No, I can double. Do I have a guy? Yep, I gotta take him. Is there a guy? I mean, you could get a double team there. Ideally, what you should do is if they're playing 4-0-4, which it looks like, he should be attacking. You have to take him because he's in your gap. You reach, you have to take him because he's in your gap, and then you seal the backside. And then there's your 2 double teams, and you work that up to each of those backers. That's what they should be doing, and then he takes care of the backside, kind of like split zone like we saw with the Dyna. And then you run behind and you follow the zone. But that's not what happens. Instead, you have a triple team on the nose guard. The backside tackle isn't able to hit him at all. I give the H-back credit. Well, no, H-back missed too. Because look, outside backer, cut back inside. Backside tackle gets beat. It's because the play side guard goes to nose, but then doesn't do anything. He eventually gets up to the backer he's supposed to. But again, kind of like with Blaine, you got to get the double teams the point of attack first, right? You can't just go up to the next level. You have to get those double teams on inside zone. That's what makes it work so well. Because without it, look, the STMA kid is clearly smaller. I gotta give STMA his nose guard credit. He's not the biggest kid, but look at his arrow steps and his footwork. See how he just steps outside, gets away from that center? Osseo's center is just falling all over the ground trying to keep up with the STMA's nose guard here. And look, oh, he's fighting half a man. Forces him to hop gaps. End gets a piece of him, backers fill. And he's still chugging, but Yeah, Osseo, what are the O-line blocking rules for inside zone? Gotta change them. Look at what I drew up like a minute ago. Stick with the Wyzetta rules. You'll have a lot more success. Ooh, who sent that kid flying? Okay, I like the intensity. Boom. Give him some sauce. All right, yeah. Hey, keep playing to the whistle, man. We'll take that. Receiver blocking makes big plays. If that was... You know what's funny? If this was a well-blocked inside zone and they actually got to that level, and he hits a block like that, what does the other receiver do? You can't watch. And that's the X. That's supposed to be their best receiver. He's standing inside. And remember what I said about bubbles when you face out like that? Look at the DBs. Oh, I will give them some credit. How did STMA fall for this? You see bubble, but where are you reading? The mesh already happened. You only attack up if you see the mesh. You got to read the mesh first, safety. He's just running up thinking, oh, I'm going to attack the bubble without reading mesh. Corner does a good job reading the mesh and attacks. Safety on this side is way late to read the mesh. And ultimately, yeah, he's just kind of out of it. And then he gets knocked down. Got to read the mesh first. Mesh. M-E-S-H. Read the mesh. Handoff mesh. Okay, ooh, now we're off to the side. Second and medium. He's in front, and it's power. If it's power, why are they bringing him inside? Good kick out, guard pull. There's a decent hole there. That's actually not too shabby. We have a double team at the point of attack. Who's the guard take? Tackle does a good job. Oh, so look at what the tackle does. The defensive end kind of hurts himself here because he goes inside to B gap, but the play side tackle does a great job. Look at him reestablishing his hands and working the outside shoulder of the defensive end. That's actually fantastic because then you turn him inside, and now look, his butt is this way. He sealed him off. There's a running lane. H-back gets a decent job sealing out the outside backer, and look at that hole they open right there for power. The only thing is 75 is a little bit slow of a guard. Number 6, you got to be a Chase Bjorgard. You got to be a little bit slower here and let the play develop. Let your guard get out in front of you and go block that guy, and then he would have blocked number 7. I think it's an inside backer. Backers need to do a better job scraping over. You see heads, you see the tackle block down, plays coming this way, you need to get over here, you get over there, instead of here and here. So yeah, scrapes could be a little bit better. They just ran forward. Okay, scrape technique. When you see tackles blocked down, you're reading your tandem, you see guard and tackle blocked down, you see backside guard, you should be making a pull call. You go here, you scrape up there. Pull, 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 pull. Gotta have that down. And then, like I said, number 6, you were a fast kid. You're a fantastic athlete. Gotta be patient and follow your blockers. Like, look at Chase Bjorgard last week for Edina. He had so many yards after contact just by following his blockers. He would push his O-lineman, and he let his O-lineman get in position. Yeah, sort of pushing. Coach Lance, thoughts on gooning it crazy style? Chat, I have no idea what that means, so I'm going to say no comment to that. Are the Timberwolves gooning? The game started, right? Let's check NBA scores really fast on the phone. Are they already losing? NBA scores. What do we got? How badly are the Timberwolves down? Oh no, the Timberwolves are winning 39-20. Could it be? They outscored OKC by 20 in the first quarter? That's crazy. Whoa. Oh, I guess my post did not age well. Maybe Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle saw the meme I posted this morning about... I'll go to that really fast. Back out of the film. They saw the... they saw this. And it's like, why bother watching the Timberwolves? You know they're going to get blown out again. And sure enough, the one time I finally joke about that, they're giving OKC the business. Maybe SGA, they're cracking down on his stuff. SGA is playing like, ooh, no good. SGA's got no sauce, huh? Figures. Maybe they're finally cracking down on some of his flops. Oh, but what do I always say about receiver blocking? Look, if the receiver's got butt here, he's pursuing. Receiver should have looked to overcome the outside. I get that you're washing him out, but as soon as a play... And look at this. He's at least trying to stay engaged with him. He gets off. He takes guys in the wash. That's actually pretty solid. No free throws SGA yet. Impressive. Yeah, Osseo's got some athletes, man. Just got to get blocking rules a little bit better. Running back's got to be a little more patient. We need a better block from the receiver. If the receiver, instead of running up, so if he's, this is my thought process here. What's the technique of the corner? He's inside of you, right? So you should be working to take outside shoulder. I know it's supposed to be power and it's more of an inside play, but if they're playing that far off, outside, outside, and then bounce it, there's your running lane. Especially if STMA's backers are just going to run straight up. I can't get over that. STMA, maybe that's how you play a 4-3 def. And again, remember how I talked earlier, you can't just slap rules of one defense onto another? If you're playing a 4-3 defense, then yes, your gap's sound, you're up there and you're just filling straight away. You cannot do that in a 3-4 defense. You have to scrape over. If you don't, then stuff like this happens. See, they just run forward and they both take themselves out of the play. Number 7 at least tries to run after it and get it. 34 eventually chases him down. But look, if you scrape, you could have made the play right here at, what is it, the 34-yard line? Where do they end up making the play at? The opposite 45. That's like a 20-yard swing right there. Like, come on. So, yeah, if you are going to change from a 4-3 to a 3-4 or vice versa, again, you can't just slap the same rules. And you know what? It's very helpful. Just talk to another coach in somewhere in Minnesota that runs that same defense. Like, say, Lakeville South wants to go from a 3-4 to a 4-3. Who should we go talk to? Well, probably Coach Diggins Jr. up at Centennial, because they have a great 4-3 defense. Learn what their rules are and apply it. If he'd want to talk to us about it, though, that's a problem with 6A. Not a lot of 6A coaches probably want to share what they do. So go find a 5A or 4A team that has a really sound 4-3 defense. I want to say Hutchinson might be a 4-3 defense. They always play it pretty well. Yeah, there's a lot of great defensive-minded coaches out there. Just go find one that runs a 4-3, or even like college coaches. Find one that runs a 4-3, ask them about it, implement a lot of their stuff. Just simplify it. What do we have here? Ooh, so this is outside zone. This is a stretch. What is our stretch blocking? See how the entire O-line steps down? They're trying to overtake. Oh, not a fan of this. Look, the tackle literally does nothing. He has one of the most important blocks, getting to the edge defender. He's supposed to pass him off to the guard, but he leaves him too early before the guard can overtake him. The center completely ignores the nose guard. The nose guard goes the wrong way, so he shouldn't be able to make that play. But STMA's got an absolute, like, stud for a nose guard. Look, he's explosive off the ball. He fights off. The only problem is he runs upfield. As soon as you're past here, down the line, take him at an angle, because you've got guys on the edge pushing him back in, and if he has to cut back, he cuts right back into you. So, again, it's more so sticking to your job out of a 3-4 as opposed to trying to make the big play. Oh, and the linebackers are scraping. They're doing a little bit better. The only problem is 34. Oh, why does 34 do this? See, he's trying to cut up at an angle there. Scrape up. Scrape up. This one does a little bit better job, but he gets hit by the tackle. Yeah, okay, see, we're scraping. He's getting over there. Nose guard forces him in. That is holding right there at the point of attack. Defensive end does a good job fighting off half a man. Is able to wrap up a little bit, and then the other inside backer finishes up. That's pretty solid defense for STMA. And Osseo, the blocking. We got to work on... This is even double teams the point of attack. If you're going to stretch block or reach block like this, you got to take care of that guy. If the guard can't get to him, the tackle's got to make sure to pass him off to the guard before he gets to the next level. Like, sure, the tackle gets to the next level, but he didn't make sure that his guy was there. Backside tackle doesn't even reach. Look, the backside tackle just steps forward. He just goes like, hoot, hoot, and like shifts a little bit to the side instead of an actual reach step to get over there. Like, huh? Yeah, I don't understand this one. And they've got Osseo's got a great running back. They just got to set him up a little bit better. Maybe they just don't practice stretch, but then if you're not practicing it, does the O-line not practice it in Indy? Are you not practicing it in inside run? Does the team not run it out of team time? Like, if any of those three things are a no, probably should not be calling that in a game. All right, now we have slot twins tight. We're 11 personnel still. There's no way it's GH counter. This looks like it's going to be a jet sweep. So remember how I was talking about in the Hopkins film when the running back was on this side, tight end was here? The jet motion was pointless because the running back wasn't set up to lead block. Now the running back is set up to lead block. He can reach out, he blocks down, and then you have a jet sweep outside of it. So I do like the design here. And then off of it, you can have GH counter coming back the other way as well. So that's why it's so potent and why it can be potent, but it's more so it's important to make sure the running back's on the correct side if you do a jet motion. Oh, and look at that. They countered off of it. The only problem is who didn't pull on this counter? What did the H-back do? Why isn't the H-back... He does nothing. He goes up and he misses a safety. Why is the H-back doing nothing? I was giving Osseo so much credit. It's perfectly set up for GH counter. But the H-back doesn't pull. He doesn't do his job. And you can tell it's supposed to be GH counter. Because look at this. See how there's a double team and they're blocking down? They leave the edge man untouched. If this was a Dyna, he'd see he was untouched. He'd work to come on this side, overtake the shoulder. H-back sees that, comes around, takes the next man up. And then Chase Beauregard follows right behind. So, okay. What is STMA's outside backer doing? If you see that he's going there and it's just one man on the back, he has a good job stepping in. Takes too wide of an angle. Eventually he gets there to help, but yeah. And who chases this down? Is that the nose guard? Dude, the STMA's nose guard. No, that's the inside backer, might be. Other inside backer's a little bit wide here. He does a good job taking on the tackle. Backer chases him down. D lineman's able to get there, the play side end. STMA plays hard defense, so yeah, he gets off the block, or he doesn't even get blocked. They just forgot about him. Solid. All right, what is Osseo going to dial up this time? Pass play, like, duh. Why would I not expect that? It's 3rd and 9. Also, he's a little bit more in front. You might get him for a false start. He's moving a little bit forward. If it, oh, no. Okay, I don't know how this gets off. This play should not have been legal. Look at how far downfield, and is the pass... So the pass, if your linemen are that far downfield, you're allowed 1 yard. So they can't get past the 42-yard line, which is right there. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. We have an ineligible man downfield. The only time you can get away with that in Minnesota State High School League rules is if the ball is caught behind the line of scrimmage. The line of scrimmage is the 43-yard line coming across there. As you can see, he catches it at the 41. So that technically is an illegal play right there. I don't know if it's flagged. We'll see. I don't think so. But that should be an eligible man downfield. And they run a slot tunnel screen. Do they blitz both backers? This is why it works out so well. The backer blitzes. He should have been right there to pick it off. I don't know why he steps out. If he just stays in his hook to curl zone, he just stays in hook to curl right there instead of going out. He's in the passing lane ready to attack. Decent read by STMA defense. Oh, STMA D-line. You gotta know. You gotta know. The nose guard's done such a good job fighting off blocks. He probably just thinks it's normal. Like, well, they don't block me anyway, so there's no way it's a tunnel screen. But it was. And what really makes it work... So, remember how I talked about with the Dyna when they ran tunnel? They sent their running back on like a swing opposite of the tunnel. And it caused the inside backer to go with him. Look at what the inside backer does. Will backer goes with him. Now he's out there. The other backer came up to blitz the quarterback. So both inside backers vacated the middle. That is why the slot tunnel worked here. Unlike with Hopkins and Shakopee, they didn't send anyone for those backers to read against their tunnel. So the backers just came right up and attacked the tunnel right away. Because they had nothing else to read. They're like, well, there's no backer. The running back's not doing anything. Wide receiver's coming in for tunnel. I'm going to go get him. 4th and mid. What is it? 4th and 3. What do we got dialed up, Osseo? I'm assuming it's going to be a pass play. The run game is... Well, the power that went out to the wide side was sort of there, but I don't know that they're going to go back to it. Ice them. Oh, hand signals. We have offense called by hand signals. Audible. He's going under center. Ain't no way. They're going to burn a timeout. Yeah, and they're right. That should have been when they come up like that, he's pointing. That should have been penalty. They're pointing. I don't think that's an actual penalty. Are they going to get a playoff here? There's no way. Yeah, timeout. Nice discipline, STMA. That was weird that wasn't any kind of penalty, but yeah, I think once you're set, you're not allowed to move, like, at all. But their hands were still on the ground, so I think you can raise your butt up and, like, look around like this. You just can't have your feet or your hand move. If your hand comes off, that's considered a false start once you're set. Sprint out pass. No, do we have flood? We have post wheel. Post wheel. Post wheel. And then he's taking the flat down there. Oh, nice coverage by ST. Look, they play exchange coverage. No, they don't. They stick with their same man. What I would have liked to have seen is he stays, if you're playing like a true exchange, cover 4, you stay there, you stay there. So then he takes the post, and then the corner picks up the wheel route, and then it's covered. It looks like they're playing cover 4, but then who's supposed to be at the second level? Oh, they blitz 2 back, so it's a 5-man pressure. You only have 6 in coverage. Normally, instead of like a 4-2, you'll see 3 at that level and then 3 at that level when you're doing a 5-man pressure out of a 3-4 defense. Again, it seems like STMA just took their 4-3 rules and slapped it on a 3-4 defense. That's what I'm seeing on film thus far. They didn't exchange there. I mean, it's covered. They've got well, other than the post. Well, no, there's a guy walking in line with the post. Yeah, it's like Osseo's expecting man or zone coverage, but they're not taking advantage of any of the zone stuff. And STMA's got pretty solid defense, even though their 3-4 rules might not be entirely there. Oh, the backer gave up on the play. Oh, but it comes back for a penalty. Dang, that's rough. They got there. STMA just can't give up. You got to keep playing coverage. If it's man or zone, I don't care if it's man or zone. If there's someone right there that you have to cover, do not stop playing. Especially against a team like Osseo that has athletes. Ooh, shifting. Interesting punt formation. I mean, it works though. Solid. Oh, he takes it. Makes a man miss. It's a little bit dangerous. So what do we always say? If you get the ball here, where's it better to go? Whoop, reverse the field, because look at all the white jerseys that are just on this third of the field. 1, he's not quite. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's over half the team is on 1/3 of the field. And then you've got 1, 2, 3 here. So that's 9. I don't know, 10 and 11 are somewhere back there. Well, there's 10. 11 must be back further. So that almost everybody is on half of the field, essentially. Get out to the other side. Reverse field, special teams. You get big plays. Is there a holding call here? Is that just where that's just where he got to? So anyways, Osseo offense thus far. Blocking rules are killing them. Running back, not very patient. And they've got the bodies for it. I'm also wondering, looking at the build of some of these O&D linemen, it looks like they've got kids playing both ways, which I highly recommend not running a spread offense when you have a lot of kids going both ways. If you have an up-tempo offense that doesn't take a lot of play clock or chew up a lot of like game time, then your defense, the same kids have to go right back on the field and try and get a stop on defense. That's burning more energy, burning more calories, which they may or may not be getting. Like, I don't understand that. That's not playing good complementary football. If you're gonna have a, like, think about Andover, for example. They don't have a lot of kids playing both ways. They have their Star Wars high-speed offense that gets it done and they outscore their opponents, and they just need their defense to get a few turnovers or a few stops here and there because they can account for that by their offensive scoring output. So there's not as much pressure on their defense to get that many stops. So it's still complementary football, and it's not the same kids playing both ways, so you can get away with that. Whereas, like, I remember when I was at Jefferson, we had a solid amount of kids that played both ways, and can't really run an up-tempo offense when you have kids playing both ways. I think Hopkins is the same way. I want to say their O&D linemen played both ways because they're a 4-2 flex. There's 4 D linemen. Obviously, you have 5 O linemen. All those kids have to play both sides of the ball. That's tough to do out of a spread when you're not chewing up that much play clock. And then you factor on top of that, you have to go stop a team like Shakopee that chews up play clock. Oof. Recipe for disaster right there. Ugh. Yeesh. Well, STMA is like dominating this game right now. I don't know how Osseo comes back from this. they're moving the H back across. This is like, it's still 21 personnel, essentially. They're just kind of moving the H back. And they run stretch again. STMA, the stretch blocking hasn't... Oh, I was fooled. I did not even see play action off it. Great play call. Oh, the STMA play action is absolute gas. And look, it even fooled all the defenders here. I'm an NPC. STMA play action, fantastic. And again, it's just a flood. You've got stretch out that way. You've got second level. You have tight end in the flat. And then you have the receiver doing the fade out there. It's just flood or levels concept off of a bootleg stretch. Nice. Yep, he doesn't touch anybody. Why are we cutting back inside? Don't cut back inside. Get out there. Get out. Make him race you to the sideline. Get extra yards. Ooh, you know what? Great job by the DB here. He takes an angle. He hits him low. Yeah, STMA receiver. I don't know why you dove in, but stay outside, please. And make sure we're not diving at kids. It looks like that kid got hurt at the end there. Kind of knees him in the crotch. His left knee gets a little bent up. Another kid falls on him. Might have just had the wind knocked out of him, but yeah, it's a pretty vicious hit. All right. 11. If you're in 11 personnel, you gotta get out there. I'm not a fan of the slot, the Z's alignment right here because he's in so tight. Look, now Osseo's been playing a solid amount of man coverage, like a mix of man and zone. So now you have a safety stacked down to your side, and he's over you. If you get out there, safety has to go out there with you. That's one less man in the box. Why? Are they going to run stretch again? Do they purposely cheat him in when they run stretch? They can't because he's out there. It looks like it might be the toss play. It's the toss play. See, like you can tell that pre-snap. He's supposed to be equidistant between the wideout and the H-back. As soon as you see he's cheated in, he's bringing a safety in so he can get a reach block, and they're running an outside play. And because it wasn't pistol, he has to be pistol for them to run stretch. You can't run stretch when the running back's on that side, or like we saw with Osseo, he'd have to be backside, but then that's more ground to cover. So this is the toss play again. And who do they pull? They still pull the backside guard. Again, they're slapping the I formation rules onto a spread offense. You can't do that. They're not the same thing. Pull play side guard, not backside. Look, he just wastes his time on a double team that the tackle takes anyway. See? And the H-back takes him. Pull him out here. Get him to go do something. This guard is useless pulling from the backside. He's never going to get there to do anything. We drew that up last play. Like that. Much better way of doing it. So, yeah. I don't know. There definitely are things that STMA could do different. And you know what? If they want to learn more like multiple spread offense stuff, I'm blanking on his name, but I think it's either the head coach or the OC for Stewartville High School put on a clinic at MFCA this past, I think it was in March, right? Yeah, it was March when we had the MFCA clinic. That's a good one to go attend. You want to learn about how to run a spread offense, how to set it up. And he's, was 3A, now 4A. You can go talk to him, and he'll probably give you all kinds of stuff, because STMA is never going to play Stewartville. Speaking of STMA, we've got classic STMA unbalanced I. 2 tight ends, 1 side, 1 wide receiver, I backs. Now we're talking. This is bread and butter. But again, remember how I was talking about with, who have I roasted for this? Like Prior Lake or Rosemount, when they have just enormous playbooks with so much in them. How do you devote time to all that stuff in practice during the week? What is your install for that? And if you're working on so much different stuff, you're not getting a lot of repetitions at your bread and butter. So if you're still doing this jumbo I stuff and your 11 personnel and 10 personnel spread stuff, and then your other goal line stuff, none of that complements each other. They're all different systems. So that means you have to devote practice time to each of them, and you run different plays out of all of them. So, like, sure, you may think your offense is more versatile, but at the end of the day, you're just kind of being mid at a lot of things instead of being great at a couple of things or a few things. So, yeah, that's just my 2 cents on that. And STMA used to be absolutely deadly out of this unbalanced I stuff. They're classic run-the-ball team, kind of like Lakeville North. Nice boot. Ooh, yep, I mean, that's classic Lakeville North right there. Did not beat the coverage, though, so why do I not like this? What look do we have? You've got a cover 1. As we've seen, anytime STMA has been in I-backs, what have they done? Osseo is stacked a safety down. So that means you have a single high safety, right? So that's either a cover 1 or cover 3 look. You see that right away. And if you're going to run a post, why would you choose a post out of any place? So let's go to the drawing board. I might still have 22 unbalanced. Please, please, please. I know I've drawn this up before. Yes. Yes. Oh, I still have it from when we were installing for 22 personnel last summer. I'm like, well, what teams do this? And the coach wanted one unbalanced look, so I'm like, oh, I know who runs an unbalanced 22I. So I pulled up good old STMA. So we're gonna get a 4-3 against them. Oh, I'm gonna have to refresh the stupid page. Sometimes the huddle practice scripts are not very reliable. Whenever you see it, just you click it and it doesn't turn blue. Gotta refresh the page and then it works again. So you have your nose, strength is this side, there, ends in a 6. He's out there. Strong safety is stacked down over here. You have one corner. Corner's on the weak side over here. Will backer, Mike backer. We've got our free safety over the top, and then Sam's over here. You see door closed. He can be in a 7, and then he's got the edge out there. So all the gaps are pretty much accounted for at this point. This is pretty solid. But again, if it's cover 1 or even cover 3, I'm assuming cover 1, he's manned up. He's manned up. Where's the free safety? Free safety's over the middle of the field, right? There's your zone. So out of any route we call, why would you call a deep post? Like, I didn't draw that deep. No, that's more of a slant. Why would we call a deep post? Where's that going? What would have been smarter, and because did the corner play on him or is he off? Yeah, oh, he's way off. Yeah. So, I mean, what would have been smarter is a quick slant because the safety's expecting a run right here. It wouldn't have gotten you the most yards, but that free safety's deep. It's better than a post. Or, because he's so far off, call a hitch. Hitch, or if he's playing... What's his technique? Is he playing inside or outside? He's playing inside. So, yeah. Hitch to the inside, run it deep, and then come back. That's a better choice. I wouldn't call a fade here because he is so far off. He's kind of prepared for the deep pass, taking that away. A hitch route would have been a much, much better play call there. Deep post. And the quarterback probably should have seen this beforehand and said, hey, I can't throw because this zone is covered right here. That's where I don't want to throw. And where did they end up throwing to? Boom. So yeah, that's why that doesn't work. Not a fan of that. That's a great read by the safety for Osseo. He plays his middle zone, he reads the quarterback's eyes, and he comes down with the pick. Great job, Osseo. Oh, something weird happens here. I accidentally skipped ahead to the next play, and they were way back. All right. So we've got pistol. He's telling him to do something, sends him in motion. Power again. Oh. Keep in mind, Osseo used to be an under center wing T team. Not a fan of how, if the ball is like that and you're getting a load line snap, you're not getting your hand up before you release the ball. This is just a little bit of bad technique. You can actually watch here. See how he just throws it and his hand stays down. Well, let me flip it back to scribbles. His hand just kind of dangles and stays down instead of coming up and going back. That makes all the difference in the world because it causes the ball to take a low trajectory. Quarterback's not ready. And that's a huge loss. And STMA does a great job. Is that the outside backer? Oh, look at him. And he's coming from depth, too. He runs up, and he brings the business. STMA's defense plays with a lot of heart, and they fly around. They've got good defensive culture. I'll give them that. I'm not a fan that they slapped the 4-3 rules in the 3-4. If they iron that out, they'll go back to being dangerous. They've always had an amazing 4-3 defense. So, yeah, I think there was just kind of a... And they've been a 4-3 prior to this past season. Like, the 2024 season is when STMA made the change to a 3-4. Which I guess makes sense, because if you think about it, they've been in the North for so long. Like, when you're playing, well, not Centennial, but I guess Champlin's not the best example. But you have Anoka, you've got Blaine, you've got Coon Rapids. I guess technically Osseo here is a spread, too. Like, half the teams you play are all spread offenses. So it makes sense to run more of a 3-4 look instead of a 4-3. Because what are you going to do? Go to a 4-2 nickel package? That's pretty rare. And that's hard to do out of a 4-3, because now your defensive ends have to try and contain the edge every time. Oof, risque. Sprint out. Oh, it's that same pass play. Osseo's not even running that many passes. Remember how I said there's that weird cross where he kind of runs the post, he does the out, but then he's also doing an out, and they can't throw this one because the STMA defender's in that throwing lane. You can't throw to any of those. And then the backside, the only thing that's open here is the backside comeback. But again, why is he opening outside shoulder like that? It's a waste. The quarterback is never looking over there to throw. It looks like he's only trying to throw to these two, but it doesn't work. And look, they end up in the same spot. Ain't no way they make that catch. STMA's got that so well covered. Osseo, I don't know what that pass play is, but it does not, like the design of it does not work. I get you're trying to cause kids to switch, and that, again, going back to Edina Egan, when you run crossing patterns and switch routes like that, works great against man coverage. STMA is not running man coverage, nor have they. I don't know if they were expecting STMA to be more man coverage in this game. Who knows? But STMA's zone is really gashing right now. Osseo's pass game. Like, wow. Okay, 3rd and a mile. Is it going to be a running back screen? No, they brought out the Wildcat. Look at this. Unbalanced Wildcat. Tight end on this side. Oh. Okay. I just had an epiphany. So remember how I think Caleb and I have talked about this on the Minnesota High School Football League or Minnesota High School Football Network. There we go, podcast. I think it was the 2nd episode when we were picking 6A games. He mentioned one of his the games he wanted to go to was Farmington Rosemount. And I was talking about how Farmington has this new offense, and I think I drew it up on a previous stream. This is Farmington's offense next year. I gotta text some of our staff. I have found Farmington's offense. Oh, I just checked the Timberwolves score again. The Wolves are up 72-38 at halftime with 35 seconds left in the second. That is insane. Wolves are finally bringing some sauce. Last year, play 37 of STMA game week 6. Also ran it against Egan week 9. Boom. Just let the other buddies know. But yeah, so drawing it up, see how it's unbalanced? This is, I'm like 90% certain that's a tight end on the backside there. That would be your Y. You've got your X as a receiver out here. And then you have a tackle that you brought over. So this is not an eligible receiver. That is a tackle. So you have tackle, tackle, guard, center, guard. And then, like we said, you have your H-back sniffer. You have your Z as a smaller kid that's your receiver. And then you have, normally what Farmington will do, it'll be running back, and then this will be the quarterback. But they're in Wildcat, and they have it a little bit backwards. But that's going to be Farmington's offense next year. This is called the gun single wing, because you were in shotgun, and it's an old single wing offense. See how you've got your wing right there, and it's only to the one side, and that's the entire offense? This is what a single wing is. Whereas, like, sure, say these two receivers were both over here, that'd be balanced, that'd be wing twins. Like what Champlin Park and Edina did a little bit of that, too. But no, this is gun single wing. This is Farmington's offense next year. Oh, and they ran a counter out of it. Look at the reverse. Well drawn up. Oh, we just didn't block. Look, they hit the man they're supposed to, but they're playing high. I will give, is that the backside guard credit? Or is that the sniffer? That's a backside tackle. He does a great job. He's still chopping his feet. Did they pull the center here? No, they pulled guard and tackle. Smart. Yeah, this. And look at the running lane. If he... Ooh. Yeah, it was solidly there. Kind of weird that they're going to burn that on 3rd and a mile. Because now STMA gets a look at it. But I love that, Osseo. That might be your new offense now. Especially with your history as a wing T. Go with the evolution. Go with the gun single wing. Oh, yeah, and that bad snap. So remember how we talked earlier about the center having a bad snap, how his hand didn't go all the way up? It kind of dragged across the ground because he was so worried about blocking. That one little detail makes all the difference in the world. Because remember, you got a pick off of this. You lost 20 or so yards here. 15 yards on a bad snap from one bad bit of technique by the center. And then I think this was an incompletion, right? Yeah, that was in the incompletion. And then they brought out the single wing here, which I got a few yards off of. But either way, you're still punting from your own, like, deep in your own territory. And now STMA gets the ball on your side of the field. Like, they're likely going to score again. I don't think they do. I think Osseo's defense holds them down. Interesting that Osseo stacked a safety down when it's 2x2. So it looks like they might be playing a cover 3 here. But as we've seen, they kind of play weird hybrid coverages. And it kind of reminds me of Park Cottage Grove. Remember when Park had that, like, triangle thing going on and they wouldn't, like, there weren't clear rules for these inside backers and they all kind of, like, just hovered in the same place? That's exactly what Osseo's doing. Ooh, play action. This is like what the Sean McVay likes to do. Yep, you've got... Oh, why? Where's the flood? Someone messed up here. He's saying, hey, pass to me. If this is supposed to be a true, like, flood concept off an RPO, you have a fake here. Backside post. He should have the fade. You've got the 10. He comes across, hits the flat. And there's your play. The problem is he runs vertical. So now you're missing your second level check down. Why is... Yeah, I don't know, because now he's running a drag. So now you have two guys going the same way. Osseo, once again, is playing man coverage. Backer does a great job picking it up. Backside corners running with his man. Deep safety. Oh, yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be man. He's like, oh, his eyes look like zone, but then why does he turn around and run with him? Free safeties gets over there and covers him, huh? Okay, and look, it's the same thing. This is kind of hard. I do like the throw. Oh, just a little bit out in front of him. Yeah, and also, look at how he throws on the run. See how he's leaning? Remember how Mason West just had such a presence when he threw on the run? A little bit of lean there kind of threw that kid's mechanics off. I don't know who the quarterback is for STMA. I apologize. Ooh, now we've got Pistol King twins. So we have King with tight end and H-back on the same side, twin receivers. And... yeah, I guess we'll see what happens here. Again, when you're in I formation, makes it harder to say, but now you're either going to have... if they run stretch out that way, I'm going to cry. Otherwise, you have H-back counter coming around this way that you could do. Let's see what they choose. I'm going to cry. Didn't I just say if they run stretch that way, I will cry? Now, obviously, I'm not going to cry, but dude. And again, where's the reach blocking? What play has STMA run more than any? Like, their top offensive play call right now is stretch. And if I'm, like, going through, like, what plays we've run, what are the gain or loss on each of them so that I can measure efficiency, like, stretch is going to be, like, the bottom in terms of efficiency. Every stretch they've run has either gone for no gain or negative yards at this point, or maybe, like, a 2 or 3 yard gain. That is not good production. And... if I see that it's not working, I want to go back and look. Look at that. They don't block the edge. They don't block the D end. If you're going to run stretch, you got to block the edge defender. What? You just let him walk right by you. I mean, okay, Osseo D lineman. I get you're unblocked and you're excited because, yes, STMA messed up and you're about to get the play of your life. But you got to play it slower. You can't just run upfield. STMA running back does a good job making a miss. But then who's this? The nose guard? You didn't block the nose guard either. Oh. What are we doing, STMA? What? Yeah, one of my end of season analyses for STMA might be get stretch out of the offensive playbook. Our reach block, and again, like, do they not practice reach blocking? What in the world is happening? STMA keeps running stretch ineffectively, and it's going to make me cry. That's what's happening. It's just, look at it. They don't block anybody at the point of attack. They whiff all of... look, the H-back... oh, my God, that's not the H-back. That's the tight end. The tight end literally just pushes him and then leaves him. The H-back turns around and looks back inside at the defensive end running upfield. That's not supposed to happen. So, look, you have 3 defenders come through clean... the ball comes out, STMA's downfield, even though they didn't block anyone at the point of attack. Like, this isn't a triple option play like inside veer where you leave the C-gap defender unblocked. Like, look at it. It's almost as if they think they're running inside veer, and if he attacks the dive, you should pull and keep as the quarterback. And he's number 11. That ain't no Brooklyn Evans from Egan right there. Like, again, did the offensive line think you were calling inside veer, because that's what it looks like. But inside veer is not in St. Michael-Albertville's playbook. I swear I've never seen them run a triple option play, ever. They're always I formation power running. So why are they blocking like it's inside veer? I don't know. And then the ball's fumbled, and that ball's out. He is not down. Oh, come on, Osseo. Okay, this is bad technique. City or country call. Country, country, country. Watch his footwork here. He splits, but see how he splits to the side of the ball? That's not how you want to pick it up. You want your feet in between, so the ball is in between your feet. Then you scoop and score. The problem is he's trying to pick it up from the side and scoop it up this way. You're never going to be able to make that happen, especially if you have the momentum, because see, if you miss, he comes back, they fall in it eventually. But that could have been a touchdown. And again, it could have been defensive touchdown Osseo if the footwork was a little bit better. And the whole reason this play gets off is because STMA just has no idea how to stretch block, which again, if your O-line doesn't know how to stretch block, why is stretch the most called play? And if it is the the play you want to run the most now, out of you want it to be your new bread and butter, you got to practice that. Inside run, O-line needs to practice reach blocking in Indy. You got to rep the crap out of it in team time. I have so many questions about that. Because it looks like, just from watching the film, it looks like STMA has almost never practiced reach blocking. So I don't know. Oh, we're back in the single wing. We got the Farmington offense. I'm excited. Oh, and it's just a huge lead to the outside. Oh, dude. Yeah. If Farmington runs this next year, this is going to be lethal, man. And so look at this. Nose guard steps to the weak side, and they can get away with not blocking him. Why? Because it's an outside run. And look at him. He's never going to catch a fast kid. So why bother? Get up to the next level. Who do we forget to block, though? We are running a QB outside play. They pick him up, but then what happens to the backer? Ooh. Mike Backer scrapes over and the guard misses him. I'd give inside backers for STMA some credit. But what about the corner? Get up and fit. Look at him. He doesn't want to hit. He's like, oh, do I want to come play? Maybe I'll come play. I'm going to be soft about it. And then he lets the linebackers clean up. It's still a good 5-yard run. And they go right back to it, right? Counter it the other way. Oh, bad. Oh, once again, it's a low snap. Center's got to follow through with his hand up. Right now, he's just letting his hand stay down and dangle, then bring it back up to block. You got to let hand come up a little bit and then out to block. That's minor technique that could really clean this up. And that's GH counter. Guard and the sniffer pull, or is that the center? No, that's the guard that pulls. Oh, and it's there. Oh, guard. What was the point? If it's GH counter, get the kick out block. He's going up to block. He fills through. It's actually a really well-designed play, and the defense is flowing that way. He would have taken the ball there. It's set up off quarterback lead. I'm impressed. So I have no idea what Osseo was doing out of their spread offense. It looks like they haven't practiced it a day, and it's not well drawn up. The plays don't complement each other. That pass play they keep going back to, I've been roasting a little bit. There's reach blocking's not there. Power looked a little bit weird. There was no receiver blocking when they ran power. This looks like they know what they're doing. These plays set up each other this far out of this Wildcat. I'm impressed. Single wing Wildcat? I don't know why they just didn't commit to this at the beginning of the season. And I guess Farmington must have seen this and said, oh, they almost beat Egan doing this. Maybe we should try this. So, yeah. They probably figured they can execute it better because their kids already know how to do shotgun snaps. At least Osseo got the ball back. But, yeesh, you lose all that yardage you got on first down. I mean, think about it. If they get another big run play like they did, 4 yards, that makes it 3rd and 2. You can get 3rd and 2 out of this Wildcat package. Oh, Osseo. Bad snaps have set them back twice now. Quarterback lead. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at the blocking. Oh, we have a... Almost. So that's a decent kick-out block. He gets up to next level. Sniffer back here. I don't know why he's looking outside. If tackle takes the outside, you got to block the next man inside. And also, we have issues at the point of attack. So what I would like to see better is guard and tackle. Double team, he kicks out. And then who's the next threat? Him, you take inside, or you take outside, you go inside, and then you follow through. Did they have a guard pull on this? No. But yeah, without the double team at the point of attack, this defensive lineman for STMA, that's the end. Watch the hand. I don't know why he swims. I'm not a fan of that. I would have liked to see him rip underneath. He goes over and gets too high. If he would have slapped here, ripped underneath, and dipped his right shoulder, he would have gotten off a lot better, and he could have made this tackle in the backfield. But instead, he didn't even get just enough of him. He tripped him up, and this is just hard running. Look at that. And they got a first down out of it. Also, receiver blocking makes big plays. Look at number 12 for Osseo. Well, more so that, I mean, he's at least engaged with him. He kind of gives up, but then quarterback's just pushing him. Other receivers just give up. If the receivers keep blocking, like, they at least get a piece of him, but they just go like, yeah, and then let him go. Stay on him and keep blocking. If you would have blocked that kid right there, that would have been touchdown Osseo. No wonder Farmington wants to steal this, because their receivers are better at I'd say better at blocking than what I've seen from Osseo thus far. Ooh, Farmington is getting exposed right now. We're dialing it up. And they're going right back to it, gun single wing. Except now, look who's further back. The big boy tackle, or the big boy guard. It takes him a long time to pull around. My guess is he's going to pull around this way. How much do you want to bet? I'm him. It's so easy. It is so easy. And then there's your H-back. Sniffer pulls around here too. It's power. Ooh, who do we miss? H-back gave up. H-back gave up. So watch the H-back, or that's not the Sniffer. Yeah, it is. That's the H-back. So he does a good job. The problem is he's facing him head up. He's on the correct side. He's just got to keep blocking. Give STMA's linebacker credit. He's a great job. Watch his elbow. See how he pushes back inside to regain the edge there? And then the H-back just pushes him off. Look, he extends his hand and pushes him off right into the ball carrier. You can't do that. If you have a kick-out block like this, you got to work inside shoulder right here, drive low, keep one hand outside here, other hand on the chest plate, work half the man, and keep trying to turn him out that way. If he cuts back inside, that's where the run is. If he wants to go around this way, by the time he does that, the ball carrier is already going to be by him. Blocks at the point of attack are pretty solid. We got decent downfield blocking. Oh, just got to pick up what the Sniffer's doing. Yeah. Again, I'm liking some of the scheme of what I'm seeing from Osseo out of the Wildcats. Just some of that execution we need to narrow down. And again, if this is the scheme you're going to commit to, I mean, they're doing the single wing gun. They're doing regular spread offense. Maybe they still have some other wing T stuff they install. That is way too much stuff for your offense to get good at any of it, which is probably why Farmington wants to commit just to the gun single wing here. If they committed just to this and they worked on these plays and then the techniques that go with them, you teach your H-back how to be able to block the inside shoulder and turn it out. You teach guards how to come out around on power and look for the first man inside. You teach double teams the point of attack. You do all that, and this would have been an absolutely potent offense. Like, Osseo probably would have upset Egan round one. They probably would have been a 7th seed. I think they would have won more games. I don't know about the Maple Grove game. Maple Grove killed everybody last year, but I think they definitely could have flipped some of those other games. Maybe Anoka or Blaine. I don't know about Centennial. I think Centennial ran through them, but you know, that's kind of Centennial's MO. But I think this definitely would have given Coach Diggins Jr., I don't want to say a tough time, but would have made him think a little bit. Like, oh, they're hitting me with an old gun single wing. How do we attack this? He's always got tricks up his sleeve, though. He'll be ready. Okay, this looks like they were confused about the play call. It looks like it's supposed to be a GH counter, but nobody counters. It's just a lead out this way. So, yeah. And again, Osseo, if we're going to make play calls, it has to be plays that we've practiced. Like, I get that our Wildcat gun single wing is working, but you could have had multiple touchdowns by now if you ironed this out, and this was just your base offense. Maybe that's what Coach Lamker is going to do. He's going to bring... Maybe this is the future of Osseo football. Because he's like, well, I want like more spread type stuff, but I know my team can't do spread RPO, and I don't want to go back to old school wing T like we used to be. How about we meet in the middle with a gun single wing? We might have 2 gun single wing teams. We might have Osseo and Farmington, both black and orange. Oh, mind blown. Make it happen. Coach Lamker, Coach Piper, please make that happen. I would love to see it. Once again, our big boy's pulling. We got power again. Oh, no. You got to be like Chase Bjerregaard and follow your blockers. H-back actually does a great job, but that's because the ball carrier keeps running outside for no reason. He's pulling a Prior Lake. If he follows his blockers here, look at the blocks. Oh, we're getting good blocks. We have a double team at the point of attack. We're driving defenders downfield. He can come around and take the inside backer. No. The guard comes around and can take the inside backer. He can get up to a safety. He's in the wash. He's too wide. You have a block here. We could make this happen. But no. He pulls a Prior Lake, bounces it outside, and then gets tackled. Oh. And again, it looks like the scheme and the play design is there from Osseo. It's just the execution. It looks like they do not practice this all that often because they just have way too big of a playbook. Classic Prior Lake syndrome. Playbook too big. Except Prior Lake can get away with it because they have very big kids. I guess Osseo's got some pretty nice O linemen too. They got like other tackle here's got size. That's a tight end over there. But guard's got size on the backside. Other tackle has big size to him. Also, looks like our buddy the guard is pulling again. I don't know what play that was. It looks like it's a dive. But on 4th and 4? Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. That's not quite there. Do we even have double teams at the point of attack? No, we don't. It's ISO blocking. The center misses. Who does the guard take? Well, the guard block... Is this supposed to be a trap? If it's a trap, why is he going up the middle? Again, it looks like Osseo's just never practiced this. I'm sure if it's supposed to be like a trap where he blocks down right away and then he kicks out... Because they let him through unblocked. It looks like he was supposed to go around this way. He traps him, and there's your running lane. But you don't set up the trap at all. The H-back gets in the way. So who was wrong here? Was the H-back going the wrong way? Is he supposed to go out here, and it's just supposed to be trapped there? Because because see, 76 ends up blocking his own man, being like, get out of my way. And then he misses the guy he's supposed to trap because of it. And for trap to work, you have to have a double team at the point of attack to drive these guys down. When it's one-on-one like that, the trap doesn't open up. And you also have to be able to kick this guy out. The guard can't kick him out. He's able to close in more because the H-back gets in his way. It's just, again, if you were calling trap Osseo, trap is there, but execution is preventing you from getting it off. Eesh. And turnover on downs. Pistol Queen twins. So H-back's opposite the tight end now for STMA. You have twin receivers at the top of the screen. I don't know. I don't think they can really bootleg. Are they going to fake counter to the bottom of the screen here, do a boot to the top? I doubt it. It's probably just a run play. No, they actually passed. Hit him with some hitches on first down, picked up some good yards. Remember earlier when they threw that pick over the middle and I was saying, hey, they should probably hit him with hitches. STMA learned and they adjusted. Gold star STMA offense for adjusting. You get a thumbs up for that. Now we just have Pistol Eye Queen. No twins. We're motioning to twins. Now we just have... Oh, please be power. Yep, okay, it's power this time. We're not running stretch. I can relax. They've learned. Don't run stretch. Power, we have the kick out. The blocks are sort of there. Again, double teams the point of attack. If it's supposed to be power and you're letting your H-back kick out the end man, where's the double team here? Why does the tackle go straight up to backer? Especially with defensive linemen as big as Osseo's, you have to double team this guy and train him up to the backer. Just ISO blocking him. Osseo does look at him. He does a great job. He's actually pushing the offensive lineman back because he's fighting half a man. Look at the handwork here. See how his arm is inside of the STMA linemen's? He's fighting half a man. He pushes him in. He works to the wrong side, but he blocks, sheds, and he makes the tackle. 99 for Osseo. Gold star. And Osseo always has good defensive linemen. Like that's just something they do. So why STMA? Why no double team at point of attack? I feel like I'm saying that almost every week now. Who else have I said that about? I've said that about Egan. That was one of my main things last week with their inside veer. Their double teams at the point of attack just weren't there. Blaine, anytime they ran inside zone, just had no clue what a double team it was. I don't remember if Park or Eastridge did it. That was kind of weird. Eastridge did a lot more GH counter and quarterback GH counter, and well, Park just couldn't do a whole lot on offense. So They did a lot more GH counter, but they weren't getting double teams off either, really. That's just great defensive line play. And again, STMA. It happens because you're not getting the double team here. You don't double team the big boy. The H-back gets a decent kick-out block on the defensive end, which is solid. Now the guard is hung up because look at the pulling guard. See how blowing up that guard... Look at what... Oh. The nose guard does such a good job. Because the tackle won't double team him, he pushes one guard back into the other. He's taken 2 blockers out of the equation now. And then they both decide to go up to backer, leaving the nose unblocked. And he just does a great job block shedding. He stays right off the butt of the guard so that he's not running upfield. And he just throws the little man down. Great play, Osseo. Great defense. That's how you play D-line. If they're going to pull guards, knock your man up anytime. Or not knock your man out. That sounded weird. Drive your man back. If you have a guard that is blocking down on you, the other guard's pulling around, drive the center of the guard back. They're now in the pulling lane. That messes up the puller. Now you have, if they stay blocking you, you're going to have a buddy out there on the edge that's now unblocked. So it just messes things up with the offense all the time. Split backs. We're in 20 personnel split back. It should be... If you run stretch to the right, I will cry. It looks like it's going to be a pass play. It's 3rd and 7? 6. 3rd and 6. It's got to be a pass play. Come back. Ooh. Oh, it's thrown low. I mean, they got the first down. Comeback is deadly. Osseo, what's our coverage here? So it looks like safety is stacked down, but he's not manned up. Is it zone? If it's zone, it's like a weird cover 2. It is. It's a weird cover 2, but then he's running back with that guy. But he's just taking a deep zone. So it's not. It's actually cover 3, but why is he so far up if it's cover 3? Get him back. Like, even if you put him at 5 yards out there, now he can still fit off the edge if he needs to be involved in the run game, and he has a better time dropping into his zone coverage. So yeah, cover 3 with 4 at the second level. That's what it is. See? You can see it right here. It's supposed to be there, and then cover 3 there. Strange. But then if it's cover 3, why are you running deep? That's not... Oh, I mean, if STMA knew this is actually really solid, because he's running down the seam, he's running a comeback on the edge, that forces the corner to pick. Am I going to take the guy in my zone, or am I going to take the guy running up the seam? He chose to go with the guy at the seam. STMA quarterback makes a great read. Ball's thrown a little bit low. If you throw it up higher, he could turn and keep running. Turn around this way, keep going up the sideline. But it's enough to make it work. Good play calling by STMA. And good execution, too. As long as STMA does not have to run stretch, their offense is pretty efficient. Okay, no, we're back in 11 personnel. No. Quarterback GH counter. They pulled a Mounds view. Blaine does this too. But there's not that much of a fake toss. See how the quarterback just sort of tucks it down? He doesn't do a full toss and then reel back. So definitely watch some Blaine. I think STMA played Blaine before this game. So, if you've seen Sam Shaughnessy do it, gotta execute better. He does a great job at this. Oh, and he cuts it up the middle for no reason, even though the block is right there. There's your hole. Yeah, the blocking is just kind of breaking down. Where's our double team? And they're running it GH counter to the strong side. So, did they motion? Yeah, I don't know why they motioned here. He can block down. You get a double team on the nose here, and you can take him up to backer. And then guard comes around. If he goes down off the butt, you hoop him inside, come around off the edge. And there's your quarterback GH counter. Manned up there. He's going out there with the running back, and you've got a receiver out there for him to cover. Like, do it like Edina does. See, I think this is the issue most teams are running into with this GH counter, and Mounds View's kind of figured this out. If you have a defensive end that comes down, and you can't get a kick-out block, it's like, watch the guard. well, now this is a bad example, but if they don't get the kick out block, they can't pull in a dyna. They don't know how to overtake him and drive him back inside and then adjust and come outside of it. It's like they have to try and keep kicking him out, and then that forces, if there's no hole there, where's the H-back going to go? He just kind of runs in there, and the running back just goes behind him and tries to push forward. Like, you got to have the flexibility to know, okay, edge man is blocking down, seal him off, H-back comes around off the outside of him, running back follows H-back off the outside of him. That's the one time you can bounce GH counter outside. Or do what Mounds View does. If you're going to run Mounds View's GH counter, instead of blocking the end man, run it more like a trap. Block the end man, don't block him, double team down this way, seal block, he pulls around, kicks out him, you run more inside there, and then there you go. Double team up there, and then there's your trap. You don't need to worry about him because he's far out there. And that would have been a much better way to run it. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the way STMA is running that. And again, GH counter isn't a play they normally run. I don't know if counter was even in their base plays from like 2015 or back when they did more I stuff. I'd have to go back and look at that. Power. See, when they stick with their base stuff, like they know how to do it. And they just, again, STMA is catching like Prior Lake or Rosemount syndrome. The playbook is just too big and they can't commit to practicing any one thing. You know, it's funny, Osseo kind of has that same issue from what we've seen on film. Down blocks, power. Oh, Edina runs this way, but look at number 60. He doesn't even know what to do. Did they not practice this against a 4-3 defense? If you're... Who's he supposed to block here? If he's supposed to go right up... It looks like he's supposed to go out here, take him, and then there's your running lane. Right through here, but 60 looks back inside and doesn't block anybody. Thankfully, he just keeps running upfield, and this is more so... This isn't like STMA doing a good job. The Osseo backer, Sam right here, does a great job. He gets to his spot. He just runs in too fast, and he's aiming outside hip instead of inside hip. If he aims inside hip right here, he makes the tackle, but he doesn't. He aims outside hip, and then he whiffs on it, because he's trying to arm tackle instead of going in there with his shoulder. And watch the feet. He plants his feet. Instead of breaking down, he keeps running, plants feet, broken. Ugh. So that was more Osseo bad technique, and I guess good luck for STMA than it was execution. Like, it is like mind-boggling going from Medina last week, watching them run power and GH counter like clockwork, and just how they were able to adapt off of it. It looked like a team that runs it like 50 times a day, every single practice, like Monday through Wednesday. They're running it 100 times. Whereas STMA, I don't know that they've even run it like twice during the week at practice. So if it is GH counter, it's going over that way, but you know, they've only done it once thus far. Are they really going back to it? No, it's stretch again. Why? Again. If you need a good play, why are we going back to stretch? It has not worked thus far. We always miss blockers at the point of attack. Look, can you reach block there? No. What is even happening here? Do we get the nose? Nose guard does a good job driving the center back. Mike Backer makes a great fill. And it's short. Like, just what are we thinking? Why are we missing all these blocks? I mean, they do a decent job blocking the attack side here. Even then, no, because he didn't help seal this guy off. He's still fighting the back half of that man. Like, and I don't know, and think about it. If this is pistol, he's 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So he's got 7 yards to make up plus 2. So he essentially has to get 9 yards in order to get a first down here. And look at where he gets the ball. Back here. So he's got that many yards. He's got 5 yards. Josh fought off the back man. I don't think so. But you've got 5 yards there, then you have another 2. So you got to get 7 yards off of that from the point of the handoff. Josh always gets the ball. I don't know about that. Oh, I don't know why the colors changed there. I hate that it does that. Huddle glitching. We don't block a backer. He gets up and he makes a great play. And now it's 4th down STMA. Again, why are we going to stretch? Take stretch and throw it out. Or Practice it. You got to do one of those two things, STMA. Either we got to practice stretch or just get it out of the playbook. Oh, here we go. They're like, all right, we're not messing around. We're going back to our Roquan Smith 2018 out here. I don't know about that. Interesting comment. They're going back to their bread and butter. They've got the unbalanced 22 personnel I, 2 tight ends one side, I backs, 1 receiver out there. Wouldn't it be funny if they ran that post again against the cover 1, another INT, even though it's only 4th and 2? Are they going to go toss? They're going to go power? What are we doing, STMA? What are we calling? What's the audible? He gave him something. He just said do it again. Now he's going to take a timeout. They didn't have a play call. No. No! So you go to stretch on 3rd down and 2. You get nothing out of it because we don't know how to run stretch. We don't know how to block it, or we don't practice it. Pick one of those 3 options, whatever the case may be up there. And then we just take a timeout on 4th down. Now we're gonna punt. 4th and 2 from midfield. I don't know. I mean, it's still 14-0 STMA. In Osseo's offense, aside from the Wildcat, they can't get out of their own way. Safety should be shading to cover the 1-on-1, or is he cheating up the line? So no. When I say cover 1, that means there's 1 deep safety over the middle, and then it's manned up everywhere. Remember, I'm on play 54. YouTube's not letting me join chat this time around, which kind of stinks. I wish I could, but yeah, it's not letting me have it. Normally I can, you know what? Let me see if I can log into my own YouTube chat. It used to, normally I can whenever I see one of my own videos, so I'm live. It's not letting me have it. Normally I can, all right, mute that, because that's a little bit obnoxious. In my own, yeah, see, it's live, but I don't know that it lets me join my own chat. I guess I can type it on the live chat. Yeah, see, now I can. But do I really want to have this tab open watching myself? It's a little bit bizarre. So, you should even then scroll down. What play are we on? Go back to the tab. We're on play 54. So, 54. And now it shows up, yeah. Cool. Join live chat. Well, it says join live chat to interact with the creator. Well, I am the creator, so go figure. But what play was it where they threw that pick earlier? I don't even remember. It was before this. It was before the bad snap. This is it. So they're in cover 1. Deep safety's just hovering over the middle, which he's supposed to. He takes the middle zone. He just reads quarterback eyes. And for some reason, STMA ran a post against cover 1, which you shouldn't do. You don't send any route to the middle of the field against cover 1, because that's where the deep safety is. And they get a pick off of it. So that's what the safety should be doing in cover 1. He just hovers over the middle and reads quarterback eyes. And it works against this because think about it. You have 22 personnel. You have 2 tight ends, one of which is ineligible. They're not going to pass to the tackle down here. So that only leaves you with, he can take the edge man. You've got him manned up there. And if these guys come out of the backfield, he can take the first one. Backer can take the running back. So, I mean, you're all covered. Manned up. And then you just have 1 deep safety over the middle. So cover 1 works against this. But, yeah. I don't know, STMA. They're playing it very passively. Interesting choice. I mean, on the one good thing that came out of this is they at least pinned Osseo back deep. And Osseo is back in 10. This must be near, how many plays are in this game? Wasn't it 100, well, it does go to a double overtime, so 165. I have over 100 plays left. We've got to be getting close to the end of the first half, though, right? Because they're in 10 personnel. And again, you play gun single wing, you play 10 personnel. Oh, we have a bubble. But again, oh. How many times have I complained about teams backpedaling on bubbles? So the one nice thing he does about this is he's able to turn inside. But suppose he's just running straight down the line with his shoulders facing that way, then he can just catch the ball. He doesn't need to turn. He's already facing front, and he just keeps going out that way. That's a pretty solid block right there by the receiver getting in the way. So, I mean, it's a decently run bubble, but conceptually, it's decently run. Receiver, need better route. You should never just backpedal on a bubble. That I cannot tell you how annoying that is because it just doesn't work. I mean, look, you ran a bubble and you got 3 yards. Great. Yeesh. Especially into the other thing that's weird about this. Where do they run it to? The short side of the field. There's an outside linebacker right there. And the corner's not that far off. Why aren't we running it out here with all this space? Look at that. You get a block. If you get a block here and then a bubble coming outside of him, then the safety is in a foot race to get over there. The outside backer can't make anything happen. He doesn't have the space, and he's apexed here. He's more inside. Osseo, bubble to the wide side, please. Do they bubble up this way or no? Yes. And look, see how far it is for them to both get over there? It would have been way better going to the wide side. All right, 3x1, trips open. We're pistol. It's normally when you're pistol, running back's at 7 yards. He's oddly only at 6 here. Interesting play action. Oh, dangerous. Okay, again. This is zone coverage. Why are we calling like anti-man beating crossing concepts into zone coverage, Osseo? STMA hasn't played man this entire game. Like, I see what they're doing. They're trying to get like a dig underneath, but again, the outside backer's a great job. He stays in his zone. He reads quarterback's eyes and he takes the slant away. And that's where he's been this whole game. When they've not blitzed, they just sit in the flat out there. So why throw something into the flat if you know a defender's going to be over there? And then they blitz one of the backers. They blitz both the backside backers. So he has to rotate to the flat. He's scraping over and has hook to curl. Cover 3. And then he takes... It's kind of weird that they're both taking the flat. You can tell it's a cover 3, but I don't entirely know what they got going on underneath it. Strange. Yeah, I don't agree with that pass. Oh, we got a tunnel. Thrown way late. Where did the ball go? What? It was a running back screen. They called tunnel one way and then running back the other. But look what... Oh my god. Okay. Why are we sending the wide receiver inside on a running back screen? He literally... Look at this. He leads these two to the running back. Oh, look at the hit! Okay, I think this might be the one reason STMA wanted to switch to the 3-4 defense. Both their outside backers have been playing very well this game. That is one bright spot I can give to STMA's defense. This dude lost his... I know, it's like a Madden 07 like helmet knockoff animation. It's absolutely sick. But go out here, run a fade. Why is he running into the running back who's supposed to catch the screen? And again, if you're trying to set up a running back screen, why are you running tunnel? Tunnel brings that in. It brings all these guys in. You're literally bringing the defense in to attack the screen you're trying to set up. Why would you do that? Especially after you just ran bubble. Have him block, run a bubble, because what happened 2 plays ago with the fake bubble? Watch these 3 defenders at the top of the screen here. What do they do with the fake, or what do they do with the bubble on this side? Watch. They go out there with it. See? And that's 3 defenders with only 2 offensive players. Like, I don't understand the scheme. Why are they running tunnels in? You run a fade, block, you run a fake bubble. That way they all see the bubble, they flow over, he has to take flat, he has to defend deep, and then that opens up. See all that space that opens up there? Because they're going that way? That's your screen running lane. You have to send the other guys outside. If the screen's going in, you send everybody else out to get the defense away. It's like they're shooting themselves in the foot. They literally brought the entire STMA defense back to the inside, and then, oh, look at the kids hired up. Oh, look at them. They all know. And look at the coach right here. That might be their DC. Oh, he's fired up. Look at that. Yeah, Osseo. If we're going to do... We need to redraw that one. How would we draw that better? Let's show them. So what was that, 10 or 11 personnel? It was 10, I think. Yeah, so you're in 10. So we call 10 trips open, right? Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Nice. So then we got STMA's defense up here. You have nose and yeah, they're in 4s. Then your outside backers over here. 30s for the others. Other one is out a little bit wider. Corner, and then where was their safety? Was he stacked? Yeah, they had a safety down, so they have their, we'll say that's the strong, yeah, we'll call it strong safety, give him a $sign, because he's on the strong side. Free safety's back a little bit, corner's off, they're playing like a cloud thing here. Corner on the back side. So, how do we do this better? Have him do a bubble coming out this way, have him run a fade on the backside. By nature, that forces this defender to have to take the flat, or even, doesn't even have to be that. Have him run a comeback, because that's what most teams like. Come back to the edge out here, because then that forces both the corner and the backer to get out there to defend it. If you run bubble out here this way, instead of tunnel, you go block there, you go block there. That forces the free safety in this outside backer to go there with the bubble, which we saw them do 2 plays ago, right? Or even the last play. That leaves 5-on-5 on the inside. We know these 3 are running up here. That leaves 5 blockers to take 2 backers. And he was on the weak side. He's blocking. Then you just come up here. You see how you have to get them going outside? When you run tunnels and you bring them inside, then where are these 2 going to go? They're going to go inside, like what happened. Here. Osseo, if you're going to run your running back screen, do that, please. Yeah. I don't understand the design at all. That was baffling. Oh, I just got to keep watching this hit. Watch the backer. He comes in. Boom! Ready? Do it again. Here comes the... Ooh! What a hit. Ready? Boom! Oh! I mean, see, this as a coach, you have to draw up better plays, because if you don't, you're going to get your kid killed. Like, look, that Osseo kid doesn't know what planet he's on right now. You can't do that to one of your own players. You got to draw plays up so your kids don't get killed like that. And once again, Osseo is pinned back deep in their own territory. They're forced to punt again because they can't get out of their own way. This is why I'm surprised STMA didn't go for it on that last 4th down. Like, your defense doesn't need to stop Osseo. Osseo needs to stop stopping themselves first, which they have shown they can't do yet in this game. So, yeah, STMA definitely should have gone for it on that 4th down based on the way the game was going. Osseo's offense has no sauce or zest. You're giving them the works. You're giving them the business. Just take the risk on 4th down. Stop running stretch, and STMA would have been up like 21 or 28-0 at this point. And they've had good field position. The last 2 drives, they've started on Osseo's side of the 50, and they haven't gotten any points out of it yet. Almost all of their drives have started on Osseo's side of the 50, and they've only gotten like 7 points off of it. Not a good convert, because stretch keeps getting in the way. It's like, hey, we're going to do really good. And then the quarterback just hears the OC call stretch again, and he's like, oh, no. Like, do you remember when, was it Aaron Rodgers used to say that Mike McCarthy called really stupid plays on offense? He's like, oh, it's a terrible, like, bad language play to run. I feel like that might be what's going on with STMA here. Anytime they hear stretch come out, they're like, oh, not again. 11 personnel. He kind of lines up outside by 10. Passing situation. Ooh, nice little mesh. It's a good concept to call against man coverage. The only problem is they're not playing man coverage. Osseo's playing a nice little cover 3 here. It's actually pretty solid. They put him down in the flat, rotate. But see, they're a little bit too tight to be cover 3. Then why do they roll over here? He tells them go up, take the flat. It looks like, again, I swear they're playing cover 6. It looks like they're playing cover 2 on this side and cover 4 on this side. And then he's coming down. But then who's taking the flat? He should be taking the flat, or they're just giving up the flat. He should be out here. I don't know why he's running inside. I think Osseo's running a cover 6, which again, that's mind-boggling. You're running a cover 6 out of a 4-3 defense? They didn't blitz anybody, did they? No. They need to work on their backer alignments. The backers are just all too tight to each other, especially for a cover 6. You got to spread it out a little bit. That's the whole point of a cover 6, to stop spread offenses, so you spread your defense out. That's why most teams like the 2018 Bears with Vic Fangio, they did it out of a 2-4 nickel. Like, Anoka ran a 2-4 nickel and had a lot of success. I think they lost to STMA, but, you know, I don't know if you should run a 2-4 nickel against STMA. 10 personnel. I mean, I don't think STMA is going to score here, because if they have to pass out of 10 personnel, that's just not what they're designed to do. They're a power I running team at heart. Comeback. They're just hitting hitches and comebacks and getting out of bounds. All right, that's a smart play. They're going to go back to the same thing on third down. It's got to be just about halftime. They're taking it. Oh, a screen. See, look at how it worked here. See how they send the receivers out? They ran sticks on the outside. Stick. Osseo. See, that's how you run running back screen. The only problem is, oh yeah, and it takes the outside backer with him. This backer goes across. Who's he going with? Who's he manned up? Where is that kid going? Is he man? Is he zone? Is he rolling out with a quarterback? What? Yeah. I understand the secondary of Osseo's coverage, because you've got cover 3 and then a safety rolls down into the flat. He takes the other flat. I don't know what these two guys are doing. Your inside backers, and I guess the will backer as well. He knows in the safety rolls that he needs to take the flat, so he's kind of there. And then again, think about the mismatch. You've got an outside receiver mismatched on... And the quarterback should see that right away. Like, I get that we called a screen, but if you see a safety rolled down, you have a cover 3 look, and you're in 10 personnel 2x2, you know you have a mismatch of an outside backer on a slot receiver. Like, take that all day, man. I wish they would have done that to the top side, but no. And you know what? I complained about this with Forest Lake's defense. It was like the one negative thing I had to say about Ranger D is that when they stacked a safety down and gave you an obvious cover 3 look, the safety and the Sam backer ended up in the same spot, so they never ended up doing like anything because they're in the same spot. It's a waste. Here, it looks like he's going outside more, and then he's just kind of lost in the middle of the field. Like, look at all the space around the Sam backer. He's in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, I'd like to see Osseo clean up some of their defensive rules. And then STMA running back. Why are we not following our blockers again? So that was a decent move. Once you get past him, back this way. Gotta have better vision. Looks like he's just trying to run fast and make play. He's pulling the old Prior Lake mentality. I'm fast, kid. I run fast. Well, what about like following your blockers like Chase Bjorgard, one of the best running backs in 6A? No, I am fast, kid. I run fast. Like, okay. Gotta follow blockers. Another hitch or comeback to the edge. That time it's more of a hit. Yeah, it's a hitch. He opens the inside instead of the sideline. Oh, but I mean, if you're not going to put anyone in the flat, you're going to keep running cover 3, and the outside backer just can't get out there. Oh, look, that is well designed. See how he's getting in the way of the outside backer, so he can't take that? They're just running a China concept here with a hitch and then a corner on top of it. That's actually really smart. And there's nobody in the flat because you're playing cover 3 into it. A lot of credit right there to STMA's play calling. It's like they learned. They're like, okay, it's a 2-minute drill, so they're not going to call stretch. But maybe that's what it has to be. They just need like a permanent 2-minute drill so that they never call stretch again. I don't know. Or just practice it more. Oh no. Who's pulling on toss? Again, it's the backside guard. And look at him. He does nothing. That has nothing to do with the play. It's a waste. Pull the play side guard. Look, nose guard can reach. You're not even blocking that guy anyway, so it doesn't matter if the center can even reach the nose guard. Pull him around, have him go hit someone out wide. He can even come underneath him and go get a backer. Like, because he'll be all the way out here and he's leading in front. He could even lead. If the receiver blocks down, you could have play side guard coming around that way. I just do not pull backside guard in a toss. The kid's never going to get there. As we've seen, has he gotten there a single time they've run toss? No, he is 0 for 3 on STMA tosses. And that's not the kid's fault. That's just the way it's designed. Why are we pulling a backside guard on a toss? He's never going to get there. Maybe you can do it out of an I formation, but it does not work out of spread. Oh, what? Why? Be called slants? Wait. Why are we throwing that? So, look, what is our coverage again? Where's the safety? Safety's stacking down here. So it looks like if it is... Oh, and he's late to get over there. So it looks like a cover one. Man, 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 man. One deep safety. We're in cover one, right? And then he's likely taking the running back. He's spying quarterback in the backside. Or if running back comes across, he takes him. So we've got cover one right here. He's manned up. And what do? You throw it to him while he's manned up. Alright. This is like the ultimate shoot yourself in the foot competition. It's like Osseo and STMA's offenses just can't get out of their own ways. What an odd play call. And even if he was supposed to slant inside, like you've got two other backers right here, and you have a safety over the middle. Is this game stressing me out? Asks someone in chat. It's not as much stressing me out, it's just like mind-boggling. Because it's like, this is 6A football in Minnesota. Like, this is well, okay, just because it's 6A doesn't mean it's the best. It means it's the biggest schools going at it. Very desirable positions that, you know, good coaches want to have. And to see, like, this many errors, and it's not like this is early in the season. This is week 6. So it's almost the end of the regular season. Like, these teams should be well ironed out by now. Someone in chat. Yes, someone in chat. Anytime we have a comment, we say someone in chat. We don't want to call names out in chat. It's always good to keep anonymity, as we say. Also, Timberwolves check-in. Oh, God. The Timberwolves are up 117-78. So, yeah, my post I made this morning aged like dog crap. If Anthony Edwards comes, like, and DMs me or even just calls it out and say, man, this dude is an NPC, I will be totally fine with that. And hey, if my post managed to motivate the T-Wolves to get a win, works for me. Motioning. They're running dive. Nobody pulled. Man, that Osseo running back is a stud. I think they're just trying to... Yeah, they're running the clock out. So, there's still just under 100 plays left, but we're already at halftime. So keep in mind, this does go to double overtime, so I think that's why. And as of right now, STMA is still up 14-0. This easily should be 28-0 STMA because they just cannot get out of their own way on offense, and they've thrown 2 picks. One was off bad play calling. The other one, arguably bad play calling or bad read by the quarterback. Either way, I wouldn't call all slants into cover 1. And again, if it is cover 1, do what Edina does. Instead of, let me go back to that last STMA pick here. So if you know you've got cover 1, slant, speed out. Is this still the first game? Yes, this is still the first game. Slant, speed out. And there you go. Now you have a crossing pattern against cover 1. He comes out there. He's going inside with the slant. Although this receiver just gives up. And what is he running? A hitch? I don't understand. Dang. I agree. Yeah, this is a toll. So it looks like STMA at least is going to pin Osseo back deep with this kickoff. What happens? They fumble the kickoff? Or botch it a little bit? What happens? No, they caught it. That must have been a penalty then, why it goes. No. Oh, they just do a great job corralling. He gives up. He sees a lot of blockers. He tries to reverse field. And then an STMA kid in coverage just does a great job. Look at him. Look at the kid right here. He breaks down. He's still taking steps with small steps, manages to wrap him, get a piece of him, and then the rest of the STMA team fills. That's very fantastic special teams play, but I got to call it. Was this number 22? I think it's a 22, not a 52. That is just a great job playing that. Fantastic. Footwork, awesome. Technique, awesome. And Osseo's not coming out in their gun single wing. They're coming out in a spread offense. We've got trips, bunch, open. Trips right, bunch. And they call GH counter. And it doesn't get off, though, because once again, another bad snap. If you consistently aren't getting good snaps out of shotgun, go back to the wing T. Or do a single wing underneath the center. If it's like, if you were struggling that much with it. Oof, duh. Nice. And look at that. Is this the nose guard? Yeah, it's the nose guard again. Look. Oh. Nobody touches the nose. Center. If he's pulling... Okay, look at this. The center goes the wrong way. He steps place side on a GH counter and runs into the guard. They block each other. Nobody blocks the awesome defensive nose guard. He runs up field a little bit, which I'm not a fan of. He pushes the running back, sees the quarterback has the ball, does a nice job shedding, but he does get a little bit far upfield. But I'm loving the technique of STMA's nose guard. He's just a big beneficiary of... And again, like, do you not practice GH counter? Or is it the way that you're calling plays? Because the center goes the wrong way. You can see the center and the guard run into each other right here. Tackle's doing what he's supposed to. Backside tackle does what he's supposed to. Backside guard's pulling like he's supposed to. The guard looks like he's trying to get down here, but center ends up taking his own man out of the play, and no one gets the nose guard. Right. Once again, it's not that... I mean, STMA does a great job reacting to what's there. They're doing a good job reading on defense, but Osseo is shooting themselves in the foot. If they had a double team at the point of attack there, that would have been a much bigger play. Oh no, it's a toss. They didn't pull anybody. They're not... They got some young... No, they called him out of bounds. So who do we not block? Do we block outside? No. Who's the one man on the edge of the defense that we need to block? Outside backer. Look at this. You don't reach block him. You don't even touch him. He's looking for the next man inside. He is a much bigger threat to stop a toss than he is, because he can get out there and go make it. What's he going to do? Scrape all the way over here? No. And it's an inside backer. He's slower than an outside backer. Why are we letting the edge man... And then if the corner has to... And he doesn't block him either. He goes all the way up there. What's the logic in this? And look, poor number 34, the H-back, bless his heart, he tries his best, but he's not in position. He's stuck taking inside shoulder. He can't get all the way over there. What's the design here, Osseo? Coach Lance does not understand. We are leaving, like, the most important blocks untouched. Like, you go back to play before. It's the point of attack on the GH counter. We leave him unblocked. Next play over, we're running a toss. We need at least a block at the point of attack, a reach, and we leave him unblocked. And he stepped out of bounds up there, so... Sideline acts as your 12th and 13th defender. There's 13 defenders in the field. You've got 11, 12, 13. So it's a nice way to think about defense. Yeah, I mean, again, they're calling toss to the correct side. They're calling it to the open side of the field, but the blocking scheme, it's like they just don't know who to block. Like, if it's an outside run, you have to seal off the edge, right? If you don't seal off the edge, there's no outside lane to run into. Yeah, that I don't understand. All right, looks like they're set up for GH counter, going back to the weak side here. But they're not, because it's 3rd and 13. So it's probably going to be, you know what, I'm going to guess. I don't know if it'll be flood, but I'm assuming it'll be a sprint out pass this way. Let's see. Woo! Am I good at this? Dang. I guess it sort of is flood. It's like a levels. But look at this. Do they even know who's running what? Why is he... So he does the first level. He's the second level. And then what are you at? He's at the 2.3 level. Why are you not running a fade? You've got the backside post. Like, Osseo, what are we doing, man? What is his role? What is his route? Why is he running a whip? And look, he slows down. See how he slows down right here? He stops. He doesn't know what he's supposed to be running. Should be fade. And who does the second level? Does he do the second level? No, he takes the flat. So, should be fade, 10, 5, backside post. There you go. Like I said. But no. The Y has no idea what he's doing. Oh! STMA safety. Fantastic read. So it's weird, instead of stacking a safety down, they put that corner off. They're playing more of like a cloud here, where they bring a backer outside, corner takes the flat, and it's more of like a cover 3 with him taking the flat, and then hook to curl, hook to curl. They can even blitz one of these backers, because you don't need both of them. He's taking the flat, you just have him take a regular hook to curl, blitz the will backer. Then there, you got 4, you have 4 at this level, and then you got 3 at the deep level. So, I mean, that's pretty solid coverage, and look at this deep safety on this side. He reads the flood beautifully. He sees him coming up looking at the second level. He jumps it. Oh, he claps it. Look at his hands right here. See how his fingers are apart? I can tell he was going to drop it right there. His hands are out here, not here. As soon as you see that instead of this, you know it's not going to be caught. That's exactly what happens. See how the ball just ricochets off his hands? It's because he's trying to clap it instead of just spider webbing it. That's just bad technique. Could have been a pick, and the coach knows. See, oh, that's got to be the DC there. That man's animated. He knows. He was bringing the sauce. He had it dialed up. His safety made a great read. That's just technique. At least you forced the punt, though. And once again, Osseo's punting deep from their own territory. STMA is probably going to get the ball in good field position here. Great field position. Okay. I want to say that I know STMA doesn't score on this drive. Oh, my. How many drives has STMA gotten on Osseo's side of the 50 at this point? And they've scored on one of them. Like, oh, my goodness. Yeah, I think that's always kind of been STMA's MO historically. Defense, fantastic. Offense, has a lot of improvement. You know, Mounds View used to be like that before they discovered GH counter and quarterback GH counter last year. And Prior Lake's kind of been that same way too. They're usually good on defense, but they've kind of evened out because, you know, teams have started to figure out that they don't make adjustments on defense. They just rely on physicality. And then they just kind of run everybody else's playbook on offense. Like I said, the caveman offense. Fast kid run behind big kid. That's Prior Lake in a nutshell. So STMA isn't quite like that. They're more so just, hey, we're going to have a lot of plays, and we're not going to know how to run most of them. But we have them to counter stuff. They're not going to counter stuff because we don't practice them enough, but we have it just in case. It's almost like a buffet, except well, what is it? The buffet that got me sick. Super World Buffet up in Apple Valley. This was like 10 years ago when I was still at the U of M. It was like $6 to get in for an all-you-can-eat buffet. And I'm like, wow, that's an amazing deal. But then you start eating like the mini hot dogs and the $6 sushi. Then like an hour later, I didn't feel like physically sick. I felt like my body was like shutting down and dying. Like I was slow. I had no energy. Like, things were aching. I'm like, did I just, like, catch the plague or something? What happened? Like, that's what STMA's offense is. They have everything. They got your sushi. They got your chicken nuggets. They got hot dogs. They have everything on the menu. It's just only a $6 admission, so it's super cheap. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. Also, we're 12 personnel. We're pro slot here. If this was YZ and he was pistol, it'd be GH counter going out that way. But this is not YZ, and I haven't seen them run GH counter. Nope, it's power. Classic STMA. Oh, look at the power lane. Oh, that's like a Dyna right there. That's beautiful. See? We don't necessarily get a double team at the point of attack. He at least pushes off of him and gets up to backer. Pulling guard gets the other backer. H-back credit here. Look at him. See? Look, he takes the correct shoulder, drives the outside. Is that the outside backer? No, it's the D end. Drives him out, and they're calling power to the correct side. They're calling it to the weak side out of 12 personnel. I like that mismatch. You can always get, if a team's going to play a base 4-3 defense, go to 12 personnel. Lakeville North and YZ both, well, not as much YZ, but Lakeville North figured this out against us last year at Lakeville South when we were in 4-3. We didn't have a good adjustment to 12 personnel when it was base 2x2 look like this, and they smoked us. Especially because we played this kid inside more. You know, they got to reach out here, and then Mr. Ripplinger just ran stretch for a touchdown. STMA, if you want to see how to run stretch, go look at Sam Ripplinger's touchdown against Lakeville South from last season. That'll be a good one to see how to do it. If you're going to continue running stretch. But at this point, I'd almost say just take it out of the playbook and stick to power, counter, and all your base stuff. Put dive back in there where you pull both guards around and have them go up, have the tackles kick out. Obviously, you can't do that against Osseo because it's a 4-3 defense, but you could do it to the strong, at least on this side. You have the guard kick out the 3 technique. He blocks there, have him pull around inside and hit the backer. And then center can block down too. Then you have a double team. Actually, that wouldn't be too bad of an idea. You actually have center double team up to that backer. He's there. You could even have him trapped there. You could just have him go straight to backer, him go to backer, and then kind of like then you have the tackle pull. Actually, tackle pulls around like a tackle, like line, like what Prior Lake does. And you could have him fold inside and hit the inside backer there if you wanted to. No, because he's trapping. So it's better if he's trapping. He's in the 1 technique. You go out to backer. You go to backer. Have him go get a safety. There you go. And then you line, come around, hit him inside. And there's your touchdown STMA. Like, I got so many ideas on how we can score here. But back to their power. Their power is run pretty well here. Double team should have been a little bit better. Osseo's being held. The kid tries to fight off, but why does he continue to get fought? His elbows are in tight. That's just bad technique. You gotta extend so you can't get held. And then right arm's gotta rip across. Yeah. He's doing he's trying to throw him, but his left arm isn't coming across to try and rip under and dip left shoulder. He's not really doing a lot to get out of the hold. He just tries to reach, which again, you never do this. Look at that. You're going to tear a pectoral. Look at how stretched his arm is. Pectoral could get torn right there. You never want to do that. Great blocking by place side tackle and backside guard, though. Pulls there. Nice downfield blocking. The only problem is, once again, receiver blocking. Who makes the tackle? Safety, but the corner's the one that wraps him up in hell. Well, no, the safety does most of it. But the receiver just gives up and doesn't block. Actually, the receiver finishes the tackle on the running back. Yeesh, man. Receiver blocking in Minnesota. If it's not guys that Coach Lance coached at Jefferson, we ain't got nothing. Josh is in this chat. No, I don't think anyone named Josh is in this chat. All right, we have a 20 personnel look. I don't know if that's a tight end. He's stand up. Z is out there. X is down here. I'm assuming that's why. He's on the strong side, but I don't know why the tight end's in a 2-point. They're split back. Your H/fullback is there. Running back's on that side. Pass. A wheel? That's more of a rail route. A wheel out of the backside is called a rail route. And again, it's a post-wheel concept. He breaks in the post. It's a good play call. This is what they scored on. They just did it out of the pistol eye earlier. Madden 07 offense. I don't know about that. Yeah, it's the same thing. Because remember, they had the post. Although they had him going that way to take the backers with. I'm surprised that they're having the Y run in at the rail route. It's well drawn up, though. I mean, you know what's funny? I was saying how STMA kind of reminds me of Prior Lake earlier. What does Prior Lake go to? Wheel/rail routes out of the backfield. And and they even have the same colors. They're blue and gold. Well, I guess STMA is more blue and yellow. Prior Lake is like navy and gold. Although, you know, Prior Lake's got those goofy yellow, like bright yellow pants that I'm not a fan of. It looks really weird with the navy. They need like a more mellowed out gold to fit with their navy. The bright yellow pants does not work. Okay, we've got our classic pistol queen eye this time. Tight end traded over. So here's what's interesting. Tight end trades over here. Look, the defense doesn't adjust other than the end doesn't bump out. He goes in. LA Rams looking. No, it was more their spread stuff out of 11 earlier. It looked like the LA Rams. No, it's stretch again. STMA. When can they at least score off of it? No, they're getting pushed back. Oh, there was a decent lane there. Why was there a decent lane? Backer. Oh. That's why there was an illegal blindside block there. Yeah, okay. And then corner just gets confused. If you see the receiver block down, get up there and attack. Oh, look at the Osseo kid. He does a great job forcing it back inside. Yeah, Osseo corner. Not a fan. Watch. He stands. He comes up a few yards, and then he stands and waits. Get up there and make the play. Why are you letting him gain... If you run up and make the play right here, look at this. You could tackle him potentially at the 9-yard line. You're standing at the 6. You wait for him to come to you, and you give the running back an extra 4 yards for no reason, just because you wanted to wait for him. STMA has to score here. There's no way they don't. Oh, we're back in 12 personnel. We got pro slot, tight ends up here. H is on this side. Running backs here. They're going to run power left. They had success before. Power left, STMA. Don't disappoint me. Yup. Who do we forget to block? A blitzing linebacker. This is why... okay. They finally hit a double team at the point of attack. STMA's linemen are not looking up. If you look up and the guard sees... Again, if this is supposed to be a double team, the guard's on the wrong side of the offensive lineman. If it's double team, you should be on inside, he should be outside. Then you see, oh, the backer we're training to is coming. Get up there and attack him. Well-timed blitz and well executed by Osseo. Not a fan the kid stops his feet. See how his feet move and leave the ground right here? And he's just kind of dragging the running back with him. Keep your feet churning. And then who's this on the edge? Number 40. So remember, the defensive end before, H-back is in a great position and driving him out. 40's got to keep his legs moving. It's more so the backer brings him into him and he helps with the tackle. That might be my favorite flavor. That's not a real word. Favorite player for STMA is their H-back. His technique-wise is really good. He's working half a man. He keeps driving the edge defender out every time, and he's a smaller H-back working on a defensive end. Love the kid's blocking effort, and the hole's there. It's just Osseo had a well-timed blitz. Maybe did they call that beforehand? Is he already cheating up? Yeah, he cheats up. It was a called blitz, and they just completely missed on him. And the reason this gets off is because when you're playing a 3-4 or a 4-3 defense, actually no, because look at what the tackle does. Because you have a tight end, the tackle can now step over there, he can go there, and there's your double team. So the center could be able to take this. The problem is they're still running it as if there's no tight end. So that against a 4-man front with no tight end, the center would have to take the nose, and the tackle has to take the end. But they both end up taking the nose. You don't need to block the end anyway. He's not making the play on power left. He's on the right side. He's not getting over here and following down the line. Yeah, I don't know. It's as if STMA did not think that Osseo would be in a 4-3 defense. It almost is like they practice against a 3-4, and then they just forgot to practice stretch. Okay, we have 20 twin. Oh my goodness, we got split backs, 21 personnel with twin receivers to the top of the screen. Rosemount runs this once in a blue moon, and I guess STMA now runs this. Only teams in 6A I've seen use this formation. And again, pay attention to stances. Running backs on this side, fullbacks over here. How much you want to bet? Post, and then he does a rail out of the backfield. That'd be funny, but I don't think so. And I think it's third down here. They're probably going with some kind of like gadget play. Yeah, it's a pass. It's a flood against man coverage. Did they do any crossing patterns? Yes, and Osseo exchanged it. Look, they exchanged men perfectly. Oh, that's nice, Osseo. Not a fan of the route that the STMA receivers run either. He just kind of stops there at the spot. He goes out. I mean, they just ran at each person's defender. Like, this is a really good exchange coverage by Osseo. I'm very impressed with that. Backer comes all the way up to hit him. Out of bounds. Now it's fourth down. Yeah, I'm surprised STMA is not kicking a field goal here. They're actually going for it. Oh, they're back in 14 personnel. 3 tight ends one side, other tight end back side, running back a shotgun. It looks like they're going to run toss or quarterback lead to the right. Because remember, before he was in pistol, but he's out here. Are they really running a... They're not about to run back to the weak side. That makes no sense. Is this really going to be quarterback lead to the top? The quarterback's barely run it all this game. That can't be. That... Okay, maybe they get it. Maybe they get the first down and I'm the idiot. Maybe they get the first down and I'm the idiot. They get the first down, I'm the idiot. So... Or did they? Did he get past the 1 yard line? They called him short. He didn't get there. No way. Okay, so the goal of any offense, whether it's spread, like power I, power T, triple option, you get the ball to your best player behind your best blocker. That's offensive play calling or offensive scheming in a nutshell, right? So if your quarterback does not run the ball very often, if ever, and he's not the fastest kid, your running back's way faster. So on a crucial situation, you decide to give the ball to your quarterback, who's probably not your best ball carrier. I get that we're getting behind our best blockers, but again, it's reach blocking, it's stretch. And look, we missed the stretch blocks. We don't practice it. And then one of our own blockers takes out another blocker. Who does the play side tight end get? He lets his blocker go inside, or he just lets this guy go inside of him. That one's not as bad because he's in the wash. He's not going to be able to make the play. You just got to chip him a little bit more, and he does a good job getting across the shoulder. But this is embarrassing up here. He fights off 2 blockers. They take each other out. He wraps up. Orioles fill. And they stopped him. Oh, boy. So, STMA's like, well, regular stretch isn't working. Let's try quarterback stretch. No. No stretch. No quarterback stretch. You take that play right here and you throw it out. You get it out of here. And why, I get quarterback stretch. The logic is, oh, we haven't run a quarterback play yet. We'll have more blockers. But stretch hasn't worked at all this game. Literally at all. It's not even like it's just because you're missing stuff. It literally looks like the O-line does not, or not even the O-line, just everybody doesn't know how to reach block. It's never been practiced. Yet they keep going back to it. I don't understand this. I really don't. And especially 4th down, this would have been a great time. Remember that touchdown they got earlier, the second one, where they had the tight end delay out of the backside and he came across? This is where you needed to run that play, not earlier on 3rd down. This would have been a perfect time for that play. Because then you would have scored, you would have gone up 21-0. Or just kick the field goal and go up 17-0. Osseo's offense hasn't been able to get anything going. And if you keep coming up empty like this, you're just giving them the momentum. Oh my god. How did Osseo come back in this game? It's more so that STMA is shooting themselves in the foot. And I mean, Osseo's been shooting themselves in the foot in the second or in the first half. STMA just hasn't been shooting themselves in the foot as much. Oh, we're in the gun single wing. We got that Farmington offense. Yep, there it is. Oh, and he runs the wrong... Oh, I actually went back. Quarterback ran to the Wildcat, I guess, ran to the wrong hole. Look at the hole. Look at the lane. Look at the running lane. There's a touchdown right there. That could have been touchdown Osseo. Corner's playing too wide. He can come around and get the safety, and the quarterback cuts it up for no reason. Dude, I need to get whoever that is. If he's not a senior, if he's a junior, we're going to call up Chase Bjorgard, and you will learn how to follow your blockers. Because if you go where this play is called, again, credit to Osseo. It's well drawn up. It's well called. STMA is not ready for the pistol or the gun single wing. You just got to follow your blockers. And the kid's a stud athlete, see? If he followed his blocker right here and he goes and gets the safety and he's patient behind him, that kid's fast. He's outrunning number 1 as a corner. You have a touchdown gone right there. Gone. That would have been a, 90... I don't know if... It looks like they're at the 2-yard line. That would have been a 98-yard touchdown run if he would have followed his blocker, but he didn't. I mean, I think it's the biggest play from scrimmage that Osseo has, aside from that one power they got off earlier. And now they're sticking with it. Gun single wing. But look at the H-back or the sniffer. That kid's tired. He's literally looking straight down at the ground. And then he pulls his head up at the snap. So they call the same play. It's power again. And once again, the quarter... Dude, stop cutting it up inside. You see the lane is there. The butt is here. Go. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I love it. In concept, it's great. In execution, the blocking is actually there. Ironically, this is the one thing Osseo can block properly. Their rules were solid the last 2 times they called power to the right. It's just the ball carrier won't follow his blockers. The first time, he's like, no, I'm going to go back to the hole where the guard pulled from. And then the second time, he's like, yeah, I could keep following my blockers, but I'm just going to randomly cut back to the middle. That's where all the defenders are. Why would you do that? Ugh. Ugh. I need water after that. Yeesh. So we have this time. So now it's that reverse. Oh. Bad snap, though. Again, Osseo can't get out of their own way. I think they pulled way too many kids here. If you look, both play side tackles and the play side guard and the H-back all pull. The tackle thought it was power again. See, look, he literally blocked down, thought it was power, and he's like, oh crap, it's not power, it's counter. And the guy who was supposed to block gets in the backfield, helps disrupt things, and the rest of the Knights defense makes the play. Inside backer especially. Is this a nose guard? It is. Dude, that's no, nose guard missed too. It's the other inside back. No, who is it? Is this a D end? It is. Are we forgetting to block, guys? I mean, you got pullers coming around to take him, and none of the pullers block him. Yeah, I was literally just giving Osseo credit for their blocking rules, and then the very next play, they're like, all right, you know what, Coach Lance? You gave us credit. We'll show you. Oh, I guess you showed me. Yeesh. Yeah, I definitely look, oh no. They're like, oh, we had a bad snap. We didn't know that play. Maybe it's the play calling. Does Osseo do huddles? It looks like they're coming out of huddles, and they're coming up to the line. It doesn't look like they're using hand signals. I don't see coaches that, normally, like Wyzetta, you have 3 coaches that are standing there to give the offensive play calls. I don't see that. It looks like the quarterback's coming over and talking with a coach every time about what play they're calling. I think that's a call sheet he's holding down there. So, I mean, if you're doing that, why is it the offense is so confused about what play it is? Maybe simplify the naming convention? I don't know. Either way, the O-line's getting confused. Like I said, play side tackle was confused on this one. Which stinks, too, because Osseo's got some big boys. Like, they could easily block if they just had their rules simplified a little bit. Maybe run a lot less plays. Stick with either... Maybe they'll go back to the traditional wing tee with Coach Lamker. Maybe they'll just stick with that gun single wing like Farmington's planning on doing. Who knows? Okay, so now it's 3rd and 8. They have to pass. What do we got? Don't be a screen. Huh? They called a mesh. But the mesh is like so deep. And it's against zone coverage. I mean, the dig is open right here in the middle of the field, but he doesn't throw it. Why don't we throw the dig? Because he got picked off here by the safety. The safety's lurking. He sees if that's thrown, he can come up and make the play. That's what he's afraid of. But there is an opening right there. There's a gap in the coverage, and he's coming across. You should be able to throw the dig. The dig is there. He just waits too long, and he scrambles. Then once again, he doesn't follow his blocker. He bounces it outside, pulls a prior lake, and bounces it. The receiver's not expecting him to do that, so he's not in a position to be able to block. And once again, Osseo gets in their own way. And now we have to punt again. Oh, another low snap. Lord have mercy. At least they're going to flip the field this time. But still, that's good field position for STMA. That's less than 60 yards they have to go to score. We're in 11 personnel again. Oh, no! Why do we keep going back to stretch? And once again, we miss a block here. Thankfully, we are able to find a little bit of a hole, but our slot receiver completely whiffs against the safety. Oh, and then Osseo's outside backer makes a bad read. He needs to keep going this way, but instead he cuts inside for no reason. Now he's chasing in the wash. Yeah, that wasn't as much good play calling STMA as it was the kid that's supposed to make this play decided to cut up inside for no reason. Stick to your assignment, flow with the stretch, get out there and make the play. If you do that, it's 0 yards. Also, it's stretch. What is the corner doing? How far back? He's like, backpedal back. If it's cover 3 and you're reading the quarterback, well, the quarterback's over there with nothing to do. It's a run play. What are we doing? Hey, oof. Oh boy. Hey, well, STMA, guess what? You got a first down off of stretch. There we go. Yeesh. this is 12 tray open, so we have 3-by-1 here. You have tight end and H-back on the same side with a Z receiver out here. Interesting. GH counter. They have it. They ran it. And it went right up the middle, but who do we forget to block? Why is it tough to run? This should have worked because you have a nose guard. You know why? Because we didn't double team the nose. Watch what the center does. The center goes to the 3 technique. You don't need to do that. You have a tight end. The tackle can cover him. Tight end takes him. Get the double team at the point of attack. I don't know why they refuse to do that. Then he goes to backer. Guard gets the kick out. H-back comes and takes him. You're already blocking him. He's never going to get there in the wash. And then there's your GH counter. And if the defensive end crashes down, like we saw with Edina, then guard, overcome him, work to outside, H-back, bounce outside of him, take next man inside. If he's already blocked by a double team and you don't need to block him, then go to the next man out there. That's a safety. You follow and get out there. Yeesh. And I mean, this is essentially a 4-4 defense. I don't know why they're running into this. This is definitely a situation I'd look to pass into. Yeah, the GH counter rules just are not there. Like I said, they're running it like traditional GH counter. And look at the nose guard. I give Osseo's nose guard a ton of credit. He's blown up all the GH counters. Look, once again, he drives place side guard back into the other guard. The H-back can't get across because of it. The backside guard doesn't get a kick out. The H-back doesn't even know who to block at this point. He has no clue what's going on. And that's the Sam backer, comes through untouched because of the nose guard effort. Oh, but he whiffs. Oh, Osseo, we need to work on aiming at inside hip for tackling. We can't whiff like that. We were in the right spot. Nose guard made a great play. Second level could not fill properly. Or I should say run fit properly. No, now we're back. We're in I pistol queen. H-back is opposite of our tight end up here at the top. Z is out there. X is down at the bottom of the screen. They're going to hit us with another rail route out of the backfield. I doubt it because the safety is stacked down to this side. He's ready for it now. And no, they call stretch again. Dude, stop. For a team that doesn't practice stretch, they really run it a lot in-game. And I don't understand it. Watch, is the tackle able to reach the D end? No, he tries to wash him down. Corner jumps inside, is completely untouched, and makes the play. That's just a great effort by this kid. And he doesn't need to worry about the edge because who's out there? They stacked a safety down. It's like they know you're going to run stretch this way. I don't like that the Sam backer makes the same mistake. Watch, he needs to keep running and attack him. He fills there. You need to get to the edge. You jump inside again for no reason. That's a great play by the corner, though. And see the running back. Look at him. He's like, oh, dang, coach, why? Why are we running stretch again, man? What are we doing? Look at him. Why are we calling stretch again? That's just bum. What are we doing? Come on, man. Stop calling stretch. Oh, boy. Yeah. I think I know one of my notes for STMA at the end of the film review. Stop calling stretch. Just get, how many times have I said, get it out of here? And at this point, like, it's like the definition of insanity. It's doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, right? They're doing it. They're stretch. What's the result? They got 1 10-yard run off of it. Otherwise, TFL, 2-yard, TFL, 3-yard, TFL. Like, 4th down stop with the quarterback stretch. Whoa. Is that me or was that the film? There's a weird flash of green across the screen there. Ugh, please don't run toss to the top. If it's that same play where they do toss out here and then the guard pulls, what they should, you know what? Maybe they'll do a Blaine. They'll do fake toss out that way and then GH counter down here. It's going to be one of those two. But it's 3rd and 7. 6? 3rd and 6. It should be a pass. Yeah, pass. Why do they motion the H-back across? It looks like it's supposed to be flood. And it's not a comeback. This is more of like an out route, but it's a deep out. And it's there. I love the play call. The only issue is notice who you're manned up against. Once again, you have a safety stacked down in the box. And you see, he didn't adjust when you sent the H-back across. Which, again, they haven't moved. As soon as they have a safety stacked down, and you go in motion STMA, they have not adjusted once. Osseo stays where they're at. So I would have split him out wide when you motion across. Now you can do a 2x2 pattern. You know you have a safety up here. You get a mismatch here. You only have one deep safety over the middle. You get H-back match. Well, I guess not as much of a mismatch. But maybe instead of motioning the H-back, motion the slot across, keep H-back here. Now safety stuck there with an H, so that's sort of a mismatch. He's a bigger body, but now you have an outside backer on a slot receiver, and then move the X out there. Now you've got Z over here matched up against a lighter body. Why would we not do that? Like, yeah, that would have worked way better. I mean, this still gets done. The safety's just completely out of position. I don't know why he's not playing the flat. He's playing deep. Like, get in the flat. If he just stays in his zone, then he's in the passing lane. The quarterback has to throw it by you in order to get to the receiver. He keeps dropping deep for some reason. It's like he's playing a hook or a curl. Why is he playing a curl? Because you got cover three, cover three, cover three, hook to curl, hook to curl, hook to curl, and then another hook to curl. Like, just have him play, like, curl flat. If he plays curl flat here, then he's fine. But look at how deep he gets. He's nowhere near the flat. Yeah, I don't understand that. Osseo coverage makes minimal sense. Stacking the safety to the wide side every time. They're pulling a Forest Lake. If you know you're going to cover 3 like that, hit him with some verts. Vert, have him come up through the seam, out wide. Read the deep defender. You're going to have it right over here. I should say more so right there is where you probably have a touchdown. If they do stretch up to the top of the screen here, I swear. Okay, no, it's counter tray. But there's nowhere to run. The center can't get over there to block the nose guard. And then who comes free unblocked? Once again, there's no double team at the point of attack. The center's got to go down on the nose guard. You should have a double team here. The tackle refuses to help the guard with the 3 technique. And look at the size of the 3 technique. You're going to leave your small guard to block that one-on-one? Why would you call that? Why would you design that? And look, he gets right there and he makes the play. Osseo's their nose and their defensive tackle, I'm loving these two, man. They're getting some explosive disruption up front. They're getting penetration. They're killing the run game. And they can actually wrap up and stay with a man. It's like, ooh, it's kind of like me when I see like a poke bowl, or what else do I like to talk about? When I see like a Wingstop 20-piece boneless, that's just like me. When I see that Wingstop 20-piece boneless, I'm not letting go of that 20-piece boneless. You got lemon pepper, you got mango habanero in there, I'm not letting go. That nose guard or the 3 technique is thinking the same thing I am. He's not letting go of that Wingstop 20-piece boneless. Not a fan of... Is that the safety that comes up and does that? That is. I like the intensity, but wrap him up and tackle. Don't just push him down. And then don't teabag by stepping on him. Why are we doing that? Too talented to do stuff like that. Show better sportsmanship. All right, 12 personnel. We've got tight end. We got that tray open look again. Open to the backside. We have a 3x1 look with tight end and H-back stacked on the top side. Second and behind the sticks. Now they're in pro slot. Motion H-back across. If they do stretch to the backside at the bottom of the screen here... No! What did I just say I hope they don't do? Is this the only run play STMA will go to? If it's a oh, they reverse. Quarterback got a block. It's there, but we can't block the backside corner. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Look, your backside receiver literally does nothing. Is that a backup receiver that was thrown in the game last minute and just didn't practice this play at all? And again, normally you set up trick plays off of your best working plays, right? Stretch has not worked this game. So why set up a trick play off of a play that doesn't work? Look, they got to hold big number 96 or 99 and 66. Big boys are rumbling. Oh, look at the hit. Is that the corner? Oh, he learned. Corner comes up and hit. Look at the Osseo kids. They're fired up about that. Oh, yeah. See the jump ups? 9's getting there. 91 is a DN chasing him down. They're pursuing. They're playing hard. STMA. Receiver blocking makes big plays. The receiver literally doesn't do anything. Play's probably not going anywhere. Yeesh. That's rough. Okay, now 3rd and 11, obvious passing down. Notice the running back is up a little bit farther than he normally is. It's a pass play. No. You know what? Actually, I'm an idiot. You know why? Because I said he's further up. Look at where the line is. He's behind the line. It's a run play. He may not be getting the ball, but that does indicate it's a run play. And it's quarterback counter tray. They're pulling a Blaine. They're like fake toss, come back inside. Mounds View does that too, except they'll do it at a counter tray. And there's the lane. Oh, but the Osseo safety. Look at this. I love this effort here. See how he actually comes up and attacks? Because he does that, he forces a fourth down. If he just stands there and waits like this corner did earlier, it's first down STMA. But he comes up, he breaks down, and look at him launch here. Oh, he breaks down, he gets to he launches. He has shoulder in the gut, he wraps up at the quad. Oh, that's beautiful open field form tackling right there from the safety. And he helps him up after. Dude, I was just talking about his sportsmanship 2 plays ago. You've already overcome. You get a gold star from Coach Lance. Play was incredible. Sportsmanship incredible. Big old thumb up right there. Fantastic. Is STMA actually going to go for it on fourth down this time? They went for it at the goal line when they probably should have kicked a field goal. And by the way, the score is still 14-0 STMA. And we're still in the third quarter. This is a long third quarter. And it's been a solid amount of running from both teams. Pass, throws up a fade, and it's well covered. Again, I'm questioning the pass calls from STMA. It's like if the wheel route out of the rail out of the backfield isn't there, they don't know what to call. They call fades against a cover 3, which is it's not there. You have a corner in that deep zone of the cover 3. You can tell it's cover 3. Look at the cornerback size. Even though he's pressed, his eyes never leave the quarterback. He's playing cover 3 the whole way, and he's right there. He's absolutely glued to the receiver. And that's how they've been the whole game. Why would you call fade into that? And the quarterback looks over there. See him read the coverage? He looks over to the right multiple times just to check. Hey, I've got him. I want to throw a fade over here. I want to throw a fade. I see he's pressed, but they're pressed all across. And this is actually, if Osseo disguised this intentionally, they make it look like cover 1, but it shouldn't be. Because why? Tight ends over here, they're in pistol queen. Who is the safety on? Safety's not on anybody. That should tell you right there that it's not cover 1, it's actually zone. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. Even if you had the tight end coming across the other way, because the strong safety is stacked to the open side of the field, the wide side of the field, and he has the whole game, just like Forest Lake did. Send the tight end to the backside if you notice that. Because then, watch this. Who's in the flat on the backside here? Oh, never mind. The outside backer went there too. It's a way to take away the flat, Osseo. Funny enough, you know what would have worked here? Tight end pop pass. Tight end just pop passes right there. It's there. Maybe they got to call up YZ. They love tight end pop. And they do an RPO out of it. Run pass option. They would just read the second level B gap defender here. What does he do? He attacks. Mr. Birkeland sees that. He's like, oh, he attacked. Throw right there. And then there he is. He may not get the touchdown, but it'll be a first down. How do I always end up coming back to YZ's RPOs? It's like drilled into my brain. But once again, another STMA drive stalls and results in no points. I'm sure if they run stretch on the next drive, maybe finally they'll get a breakthrough. All right, Osseo's back in their 11 personnel. Maybe they'll get something going finally out of 11. I'm surprised they haven't gone back to the gun single wing. GH counter. Oh, nice kick out. No, it's an R. Was this a designed RPO? Huh? Okay, I was just talking about YZ RPO a second ago. This is identical to like a YZ or a Dyna RPO. I can't talk. E-Dyna RPO. Watch. You've got GH counter going this way. Who do you read on an in-breaking route? You read your second level D-gap defender, which is this outside backer. What is he doing? He's attacking. The quarterback sees that. He pulls it, and he hits the hitch underneath it. Now, the outside backer's a tall kid, gets his hands up. Probably should have got his hands up earlier. Again, you don't jump up. When you see quarterback, his left hand should be up right now as he's running at the quarterback so that he doesn't have to cock his hands down. See how he swings his hands down and then comes up? He gets a piece of it, and then that's just unlucky. Ends up with the Osseo kid. They give him forward progress. Osseo runs an RPO, question mark? So you're telling me they did all that run stuff. They do gun single wing. They've done all the spread stuff, and now they have RPOs? Osseo. And you know, I could ask the same thing of STMA. what is the offensive identity now? If you can't say that within 3 seconds, you don't have one. And we got to figure one out. I'm shocked. Is it going to be GH counter again? No. Ooh, hit the crosser. It's there. It's not even like, it's sort of a mesh. What do they call here? Post wheel? They have a post wheel out here with a mesh coming across. It's kind of like a mesh rail concept. Oof, not quite there. Yeah, that definitely looks like a mesh rail with a post wheel. Who does the rail? 6. Yeah, he's hitting the rail. There's your post wheel. Kind of weird that the rail goes to the same side as the wheel. Normally the wheel should be going out, or the rail should be coming out this way. But, yeah, you know, what do I know? Strange. Alright, 3x1, 3rd and 6 or 5. 3rd and 5. 2, 3, 4, yeah. So, most likely pass. Running back's on this side, so it's not a sprint out pass. He's not in position to lead block. It's just regular drop back. And STMA gets the sack. Good pressure. Is that the outside backer? No, it's a will backer that comes through. Nice play. And what did I say earlier? When you have coverage like this, when we were talking about that, flat, deep, they're rotating down, you might as well blitz a backer. He can take a hook. Or they're playing cover 4. They've got 4 deep, 3 at the next level, and then you blitz a backer. And there it is. That's actually a really well-designed 3-4 defense. I give STMA credit, and you get a sack off of it. Fantastic play call. And once again, we have another punt. Teams just cannot get out of their own way. Osseo missed a... Oh, high snap. STMA has no interest in blocking that. If they get the ball on their own side or on the Osseo... No, it was a fair catch. I was about to say, if they get another start on Osseo's side of the 50... But even then, they're within the 40 again. Like, how many drives has STMA had that starts on the plus side of the 40? You have less than 60 yards to go to score, and you haven't been able to score on any of them, other than the first one that was a fumble at Osseo's own 20, or like 15, somewhere deep in their own territory. Like, what? Oh, we're passing. It's not a rail out of the backfield. And Osseo has it covered. STMA doesn't know what pass plays are. They're trying to do something where they were expecting the stacked safety on the strong side to go with out with the receiver there, so that this guy comes clean underneath. But did you forget that there's other inside backers that have been hovering back there? And then the quarterback doesn't know where to go. Osseo runs to the ball and fills. And now we're finally in the 4th quarter. It is still 14-0 STMA. And this game ends up as 36-35 in double overtime. So stuff is about to happen in this 4th quarter. Useless jet motion. Power. No. It's trap. They ran fullback trap. Nice. Look at number 37 rumbling. Block down on the nose. They leave the big man untouched. Do we get up to backer? Oh, we missed number 5. Does he get up to the other backer? Yes. Who blocks him? Who's taking the other backer? I think they expected him to go with the toss, but... So what I would have liked to see... Look, if the quarterback opens this way, it's obvious the dive's getting the ball, and then what? He can't toss it out there. What you should have the quarterback do is spin around, hand off this way, and then carry out a fake toss that way. Then... there's a possibility the toss could get the ball. Because I guarantee if STMA does toss, they spin around that way, not the short way like Prior Lake does. Ironically, if they did run toss the way Prior Lake does, this would have worked. But I guarantee that's not how they do that. Only Prior Lake runs toss weirdly like that, where they pitch it to the side he's going to. I mean, it still works, because that backer for Osseo ends up slipping out of the tackle. The safety can't tackle. Oh, boy. Number 4 can tackle, but he runs past him. Look at the big man lumbering. Yes, sir, fullback trap. We love to see that. Beautiful. Oh, was there a penalty on that? Or did they get... No, that's where they got it to, right? Like 30-something? Did they switch camera angles? Because this is at the 34, and it's like looking this way. Then this is also... No, it's still looking that way as the 35. Coach Lance just dumb. So once again, we're pistol I. Looks like a king look, or a queen look. Z in motion. Do not run stretch. If you run stretch to the right, I will cry. You just motioned a man over there. It's not his power. Or is it? No, it's a bootleg. Flood. Well, once again, why does this flood not work? 'Cause they don't know how to run it. Where's the fade? It's almost like they're running an X spot. But then if you're running an X spot, that's not going to... Or Z spot. It's not going to work because you have a guy in the flat right there that's in the throwing lane. He's not getting deep enough. And if it's supposed to be flood, just deep, 10 and out, and then who comes across? H-back takes the 5 and out. And there you go. There's your levels concept. STMA's passing plays, just the routes concepts, need to be drawn up better. And then they just result to their go-to, a comeback. I don't know if this was called a comeback, or if that just happened to be the case because the play went on for so long. Who knows? STMA likes comebacks and they like stretch. That's their go-to. Another pass. They're really going pass heavy. All the hitches, they take it. Nice. Take what the defense gives you. If Osseo's going to play off that far. Is number 4 stacked? Nope, they're playing too high safety. He's still to the wide side. He's just not stacked down. This is actually a really good play call. When your DBs are that far off, backer doesn't drop back into the thumb. Hook to curl fast enough. That's a great job reading the defense. Give STMA credit there. Pistol King. Do not run stretch to the right. Do not run stretch to the right here, please. Don't do it. Don't. Okay. Thank goodness it's not. They ran power. Nice. See what... When they stick to their bread and butter, it works. Oh, does STMA score here? Am I missing an Osseo score? Osseo's not scored. The score is 14 zip still. No, okay. The last play was not stretch, but this one is. And you have an H-back. It's 12 personnel. This one might actually work. No flag there. You know what's funny? This would have actually... Because remember how I made a reference like an hour or so ago saying that STMA needs to go watch Lakeville North's touchdown stretch against Lakeville South from last year? This is exactly the formation I was talking about, at 12 personnel. Because look, the backer's sucked inside. He goes down. Now it's just a foot race with him and the safety out there. And the H-back could easily double up to get him. He could have still been running. But instead we called a weird bootleg in a man coverage. And Osseo was not fooled by it. Look, he literally ends up with the stacked down safety. And again, you're in an I formation. He's stacked down. Well, not really an I. Safety's stacked to the short side for some reason this time. They're kind of messing with him. And that's their best coverage kid. Number 4, he might be their best player. Why are we throwing there? Yeah, I don't understand that one. Where's number 4 now? We got to ID him. I think he's right down here. So cover 0, it looks like. You got him here, there. He's a little off for cover 0, so I'm looking. You know, you get an out route or like a fade, something going there. But they were able to... Oh, they're trying it. Oh, but they threw to the wrong side. It was there. Oh, it was there. Literally what I just said that they should do, they called, but the quarterback looks to the wrong side. Instead, he wants to take a little comeback, and he threw it into the dirt. See? He says, incomplete. When, meanwhile, there's a touchdown over here. Oh, is that the play calling? Is that the quarterback? Because it looks like they have different pass concepts called on each side. They've got an out on this side, and then they have, like, a whip route. That's a whip. Over here, a whip in a corner. So, like... Why do we have 2 different pass concepts called on 2 different sides? How's a quarterback going to know which one to look at? And he should know if the receiver is that far, if the DB's that far off, I've got way more space over here. That's their best defender, so I don't want to throw to him against man coverage. I would definitely like this matchup better over here. Take the rub concept, and he doesn't do that. I don't know if the coaches told him to do that. I don't know if he just made that read again, or if the coaches didn't say, hey, that's their best defender. Don't throw over in that direction. Let's go to the other side. I just have questions about that. Where's he again? He's up here. Is it fourth down? I think it is. First, second, third. And that was third down, too. You had a wide open... So this is fourth down. Dude, ain't no way STMA is about to get stopped again. Do not run stretch to the top. Do not run stretch to the top. Okay, it's GH counter. And once again, they missed a block. Who... Is this a blitz? It's the backer coming through? Yeah, he makes a great read. Again, you can't run it's so hard to run GH counter into a 4-man front. Like when we came out with the 4-3 defense against YZ, you know how many times they ran GH counter against us week 1? Once. That's it. And then the second time we played them, 0. They only ran zone against us because it's way easier for them to use their zone blocking rules. You have 2 fat men, so you double team fat men at the point of attack. Simple as that. But what's it called? I think the play call is called duo. A lot of NFL teams do that when you run basically like I guess you call it an ISO or an inside zone out of an I formation. It's called duo, D-U-O. STMA highly recommend looking up those rules, especially if you're going to play more teams with a 4-man front. You're at least going to see a Dyna next year who does it, so not a bad idea. And that's weird, too, because they play Centennial every year, who also is a 4-man front. And they used to be a 4-man front, so you'd think they'd know how to attack their own defense, but I guess not. Sam Backer does a great job. He fires through, and he makes he lets go for a little bit, but he makes the tackle, and once again, it's another 4th down stop. Oh boy, STMA. Trap has been working. You know what's funny? All their run plays that have worked have been out of like their I stuff or their pistol king and queen. Anytime they run out of the spread, it's just not there. And if they don't have a comeback open, their pass game's not there either. Is the Timberwolves game over yet? I gotta check Timberwolves now. STMA and Osseo are getting me heated, man. This is an ugly game. Oh, God. The Timberwolves smoked the Thunder by 42 points. It was 143 to 101. Oh boy, did my meme not age well. Yeesh. Well, so much for Thunder getting the sweep. Maybe the Timberwolves can finally come back and win the next 3 games in a row. That'd be nice. Speaking of GH counter, here we go. Osseo's like, oh, you want to run GH counter? We'll show you GH counter. And it's against a 3-man front. No, it's a play action off a GH counter. Nice. I don't know why the quarterback rolls out. Oh, he hits the dig, though. I was just looking at that. I'm like, this is covered here, but because the corner is so focused on him, safety bit on the run. He got him open. That's actually a good read by Osseo. Give him credit there. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Corner was so worried about getting back to his man. He doesn't even know the ball's been caught. Look at him. He's like, oh, wait, what happened? Oh, oops. And there goes Osseo. Is that their best player? Was that number 0 or 4? If it's 0 or 4, I'm going to be shocked. I think, no, 6 is, it is 0. Yeah. Oh, boy. And they hit him in the slot, didn't they? He's at the 2. Yeah. Oh, nice double move. Look at him. He hits him with the post corner here. Nice route. And then, oh, how many times do I say it? Receiver blocking makes big plays. Once he's caught, he turns around, he blocks, he takes out both the DBs. That's the difference. If that receiver for Osseo doesn't turn around and get these 2 blockers here, play stops right there, and it's only an 18-yard gain. Instead, it is an 88-yard touchdown pass. Yo, receiver blocking makes big plays. You want 18 or you want 88 yards? Take your pick. I'm taking the 88. And now, do we get it? Timeout. What's a timeout? All right. Some kind of timeout, but I'm assuming we get this. Oh, yeah, that's in. All right, 14-7. We got a game again. Osseo has a big play. STMA can't stop shooting themselves in the foot. Now, all of a sudden, pressure's back on the Knights. They have to finally make something happen on offense. They scored the first drive of the game, then forced a fumble within 2 plays of Osseo's offense, scored off the fumble, And they've just been a flat line ever since. They keep going back to stretch that's not there. They keep trying to run GH counter into a forefront unsuccessfully. That might have been offsides, Osseo, on that kickoff. Oh, nice pursuit. That's the man on the edge. Look, there's guys hanging back to play safety. You let your fast kid on the edge just go free, wraps up, makes a tackle. Oh, and he's fired up. Osseo has all the momentum now after that big play. STMA is looking defeated. They've come up empty a ton. So this is when you just take a deep breath. You're back in their pistol I formation. Get back to your roots. Hit them with some power. Maybe a rail route out of the backfield. You can definitely do it here because, look, the buddy safeties to the wide side. You get a post with the rail out of the backfield by the fullback. That is there. Oh, they shifted over. Look at that. They knew to shift. The nose moved to a 3-tech. The 3-tech moved down to a nose. We have an adjustment Osseo defense. Gold star Osseo. Play action. And they go right back to a hitch or a comeback. This time it's a comeback. So look which way. No, that's a hitch. He opens inside. Is that the... Like, oh, was there a penalty? What do they call? Holding? This got called back. It backed him up. It's got to be holding somewhere. Something happened that last, but was it a personal foul? Where are they at? I don't know. Either way, they're backed up. It was at the 18. Where'd he catch it at? He gained yards. Let's see how many yards he gained based on where they spotted at. So they spotted at about the 22, and now they're back at the 11. So whatever the penalty was, it was against STMA, and it was half the distance to the goal. Because it went from the 22 to the 11. Huh. Actually, they're not on the 11. They're on the 12. So it's a 10-yard penalty. I don't know, holding. But then that would have been pre-snap or during the play. That wouldn't have been a post-play or like a dead ball foul. I don't know. Also, what is STMA lined up to do? There's no one to jet. They're either going to counter back this way or most likely it's going to be a sprint out pass that way. What are we going to get? Is it going to be GH counter? Sprint out pass that. No, it's the stupid toss again. And what are they still doing? Pulling the backside guard who does absolutely nothing. This is now what, the 4th or 5th time they've run toss? The backside guard has done nothing on all 5. And it's not the kid's fault. Why is it drawn up like that? Why are we pulling a backside guard on a toss? And especially out of gun. He's sidecar, he's back. Look, the kid's all the way out here. He's only here. You're expecting an offensive lineman to try and keep up with your starting running back? Huh? I feel like I've talked that to death now. STMA really needs to change how they draw that up. Like I said earlier at the beginning of the video, pull the play side guard. If you're going to call toss, if you're going to be a spread offense, you got to call toss like a spread offense, not a power I offense. Ooh, somebody's racing a car out there. Yeesh. Oh, and we're going back to stretch. And of course, safety makes a great job coming up to read the stretch. Look at this. He knows he's got outside. Remember how I think it was the Hopkins film? Corner needs to do a better job getting the edge and getting up out there. He sort of does. And watch, if he cuts back inside, all the defenders are there. If he continues going outside, corner comes up. And then if he bounces out of the corner, he goes out of bounds. That's actually really good pursuit by Osseo. And why are you running it to number... And again... You need to pick up a first down so you don't have another 3 and out and give the ball right back to an Osseo team with all the momentum in this game. And you go back to stretch! Oh my goodness. I'm going to go up to Albertville. I'm going to go up to the Hen and the Hog. I'm going to eat 15 burgers. And and then once I'm done with that, once I have all the calories in the world... I will find every instance of stretch in the cities of St. Michael and Albertville, and I will destroy it. We need to get stretch out of the STMA playbook or practice it. It is just not there. Look, where do the reach blocks go? Who reaches the safety? Nobody reaches the safety. Because the slot who's supposed to get the safety ends up taking the man in here because the H-back is supposed to hand the tackle off and then he gets to backer. What should happen for this to work? You reach. We get a double team, you pass off to the tackle, and then you're able to get up there. You two can double team him up to the other backer, and then you can just cut these two backside. Those two are never going to make the play. You can come up and get the safety. That's how it should be blocked. And then if they did that, just like Wyzetta or Rochester Mayo used to do, it'll be there. You have stretch. It's just the blocking is not there because you don't practice it. Watch, tackles. Eventually the tackle gets over there, but the slot receiver blocks the wrong guy. The H-back never gets off the double team up to the backer the slot's blocking, because the slot's not supposed to block him. And the guy the slot was supposed to block, the safety, gets a clean look, and it's not like that's anybody. It's number 4. It's the best player on their defense that you're choosing not to block on a crucial third down. Yeah, okay. I don't know that we need to get stretch out of STMA's playbook. I think we just need to have STMA practice stretch 300 times a day. Because if they don't, it's not there. And as you see on film, they don't, it's not there. And once again, who was the main block that we missed here? It's 2 skill positions. The H-back won't get off the double, and the receiver goes to the complete wrong defender. Receiver blocking can make big plays, but if you don't have receiver blocking, you're getting lost in the sauce, and you have a DB coming up, laying out the boom and getting a good stop. Now Osseo gets the ball back with a short field. Oh boy. Now I see how Osseo was able to come back. Yeah, it didn't even cross the 50. Now Osseo only has to go 49 yards to score. Now I'm starting to... And it's 4th quarter, mind you. Oh boy. STMA has not scored since the very beginning of this game. Yeesh. GH counter... He bounced it outside, and no, ain't no way. How did this work? How? It's against a 3-man front. He blocks down. Okay, tackle credit. Tackle does a great job overtaking the guard here, or overtaking the defensive end, because you see there's no kick out. He's a good job working around to get the outside shoulder. H-back. Not so much. He should be going around the guard and reading and getting out here. And then the running back does a good job following and finds a hole. This is more so on the H-back. H-back doesn't get up to inside backer, but what does the inside backer do? He fits way too hard. And then he gets stuck on the tackle. Then he misses the tackle. He ends up running into the outside backer. This is really smart. When you have 2 defenders coming at you from different sides as a ball carrier, what do? Run right through the middle of them. Split them. He splits them. Oh, yeah. Look at the backside tackle. Or this is play side tackle. 77. Look, he's like, oh, I got nobody to touch. All right, you. Boom. Gives him a little shove. What are the receivers doing? Receiver blocking. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Oh. I got to look at the St. Michael-Albertville sideline here. You can't see him. It's out of frame. They're all at the bottom of the screen down there. Oh, boy. And just like that, 2 plays Osseo, 2 touchdowns Osseo. Dang. Oh. This is a wild 4th quarter. And, I mean, how do you not know how to stop GH counter? You've been doing great at it thus far. The defensive end for St. Michael-Albertville played it really well. Look at him. He crashes down. He's got to fight the tackle better, though. Tackle does a fantastic job. Osseo, right... this isn't the tackle. This is the guard. Osseo, right guard. You do a fantastic job here, turning that kid inside. Masterfully done. H-back, you need to get around and seal that kid inside. Number 12. I'm not a fan that he's all the way out. This is why GH counter works. See how that backer's in tighter because they have an H-back? Remember how Blaine stacked outside backers up whenever there was a tight end or an H-back? And if there wasn't, and there were twin receivers, they put their outside backer out way wide. STMA is doing the same thing. Problem is, where are his eyes? He sees it's a run play. Receiver gets just enough of a piece of him to knock him off course, but what does he do? He doesn't attack. Watch. See the feet? He stands. He plants his feet and waits for the backer to, or waits for the running back to come to him. If he makes his proper fit here and squeezes down, this is not a touchdown, and STMA gets the stop. Bad footwork. Touchdown, Osseo. They get the extra point. Yeesh, come on. Long extra point here. They got it. Tied at 14. Look, Osseo is hyped, man. They're about to... I mean, hey, they came up to STMA. They've been down 14-0. Offense hasn't worked all game. Now they have back-to-back touchdown plays. And the Knights haven't been able to get anything going. And then they get a touchback. Now STMA's got to go 80 yards to score. We'll see. Oh, boy. 11 personnel. We got power. We're kind of confused on where to run. The guard isn't able to pull around. Once again, great job by the interior D-line. Look at this. The only thing I don't like, he's fighting a double team, and he's got his hands on both of the... Is this the center? No, he's got his hands on both the guard and the tackle. If you're a C or a B gap defender here, work half the guard. If you work half the guard, he's trying to block down, you get in between there, you make that play. Decent fill by the running backs, or by the linebacker here. He kind of waits. And it's a pretty solid play both ways. Defense gave up too many yards. It's a 6-yard run on power. I'd probably lean into STMA's favor. Could have got a better push on that double team, but I mean, that's a big boy to push. You got to get... How high were they? Were they low enough? No, look at that. Their helmets are almost at the same height as his. You got to get low under big boy's shoulder pads. And he's standing up. You should be able to get lower, but they're not. Playing a little bit high. Maybe they got to do more squats up at St. Michael-Albertville. I don't know what their weight programs or their strength programs like up there. I don't really know a whole lot about STMA. Is this the dive again, or is this a bootleg play action? No, it's that weird. They couldn't have called trap because it didn't go to the fullback. What? Huh? What happened here? They try. Look at this. STMA takes themselves out of the play. The guard and center both try to pancake the big boys, which they do. Well, not pancake. They cut block them. Just lay on top of him. But then look, now the pulling guard has nowhere to go. He's tripped up by his own lineman and ends up out in the middle of nowhere. And then Osseo eventually is able to fill. They still get 5 yards out of it, but once again, STMA can't get out of their own way. Why are you both cutting when you have to have a guard pull around? You're literally cutting into where he needs to pull to. If you have a guy pulling, you got to down block, and drive that man out of the way. Eesh. And if you're able to dive on top of defensive linemen that big as Osseo's kids, that means you're playing way too high. Because it's not like those two have gotten all that low. 99 and 66. Yeah, see? He stood straight up. Same thing. Oh, that's not 96. This is a different kid. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not 66. That's 96. They subbed him out. No, they did fake counter tray, and then they actually tossed it? Well, once again, where's the receiver blocking? It looks like STMA doesn't know what the play call is. The receivers are acting like it's quarterback counter tray going that way. The quarterback is acting like it's toss. This receiver goes up and tries to block. What is the slot receiver doing? He misses the most important block on a toss. As we've said, it's the same thing with stretch. Who does STMA need to block? The edge defender. And again, who is that? It's number 4, Osseo's best player, and you're running right at him. You're hoping that your slot receiver is gonna block him one-on-one in space to make the play work? Huh? And then, is this the defensive end, or is that the backer? That's a Sam backer coming across, too. I mean, Osseo's playing with heart right now, and once again, STMA is shooting themselves in the foot. The kids didn't know what the play call was there. Like I said, he thinks it's quarterback counter tray. Those two think it's toss. They think it's counter tray. He thinks it's toss. And then he's running inside. Yeah, doing nothing. So that doesn't help either. Oh boy, now we're behind the sticks. You can tell it's a pass, because where's our buddy? He's in line with the quarterback. His toes are on the line. See? In line or slightly in front. It's going to be a pass play. And look at that. Wow. STMA's alignment gives away what play it is. Yeesh. Ain't no... And then we forgot to block the edge. It's a corner, dude. They called a corner blitz. Number 4 flipped a corner and they blitzed a corner inside. What? So if you do have like a gadget defensive blitz like this, you call it when it's a crucial moment and the offense has never seen it before and it's an obvious pass situation. That's a beautiful play call for Osseo's defense. It's executed. 17 gets there untouched. Oh, he's hyped. You should be. Great play call, Osseo. So well disguised, too. Notice how they had it happen just before the motion. Quarterback's not looking. So what's he doing? He's worried about the motion. Look at where his eyes go. He's looking over this way. He doesn't see it. Then he motions the kid. He doesn't see it. Nobody sees it. Who's the running back pick up? Why does the running back go inside? What is he looking at? Is the running back not scanning? If it's slide protection right, which it's not. They just do a regular strike protection where they look out first and then the running back steps up the middle. Was he not looking to see that there's an edge defender there? Yeah. STMA, gotta have heads up. That's 9th grade football right there. Playing with your heads down in a pass situation. Oh boy. Now, what do we have? Okay, it's 3rd and a mile. Oh, well, Osseo is really about to get this ball back and score again, aren't they? Obvious pass situation. What are we calling here? Is it cover 3 or cover 4? They drop into cover 3 again because C, corner sends him deep. So you have 1, 2, or is it 2 on this side? Does he go deep? Yeah, so my bad. They're playing cover 6 here. So split it in half. Deep quarter, deep half, flat. And then he stays loosely on a hook to curl. He curls out that way. That's what we got going on. And then he's free to just hover over the middle. So they have a nice cover 6. Once again, STMA's like, oh, what do? We just throw a little comeback. Even if he caught that, that's still here. You're still 8 yards short of the first down. And again, what is the pass concept into a cover 6? If you want to beat a cover 6, you know where the gap is in it? Deep middle, right there. Because if you have 2 deep safeties, you split them, and then the backer usually gets sucked up. And there's that nice little hole. Aaron Rodgers killed the Chicago Bears with this in 2019. Once teams started to figure out the holes in the Vic Fangio cover 6, that's where it is right there. But, and look, STMA's dig that comes across. The problem is it's coming a little bit too wide, and he plays deep enough. Also doesn't help the quarterback starts to roll out a little bit. The dig is there. Yeesh. But he rolls out, and he would have thrown in the passing lane. That backer does a decent job staying in the passing lane. I don't know. STMA might need to go to a clinic on cover 6, figure out what that is, draw pass concepts that can beat that. Is it going to cross the 50? No. Once again, this is deja vu. It's at the 49-yard line again for Osseo. If they run GH counter again here and score off of it, no, they can't because he's on the wrong side. They do that power thing again. He has to bounce it. That's great defense by STMA. See how they all stay in their gaps. They all are working outside shoulder. They're block shedding. Both these DBs stay here. Inside backer does a great job run fitting here, and he's taking the outside shoulder. He forces the running back to bounce. Outside backer is also playing a good job blocking number 0. He forces him to bounce again. Who's out there in the corner? Running back has no choice but to cut it back in, and there's the defense pursuing, and then we get the rest of the men up to the ball. That's fantastic defense, STMA. Nicely done. Osseo, not a fan of that play call. Why are we going back to the goofy power thing that hasn't worked all game? We should be a gun single wing, chewing this play clock to get down to a field goal or potentially a touchdown, or go back to GH counter. Well, what did I just say? GH counter. He bounced it outside. Why did we bounce it outside? Follow blockers, please. Look, the hole's here. There's a kick out. H-back. Look at the hole. Look at the hole. I guess now he kind of misses his block, and 34 plays this kind of weird, the inside backer. He's like doing the circle motions with his hands, then ends up going a little bit wide. He at least takes this hole. Where's the outside backer go? Outside backer, he engages there, but he misses. He's got a block shed. Good kick out block by 75. Osseo's got some good linemen. Just got to iron out and practice team techniques a little bit with them. Got to do a nicer job in team time, knowing the plays. Maybe shrink the playbook a little bit, and that'll help. Swing pass. No, throw deep. Don't check down to the swing. Don't be like Prior Lake. Or scramble for the first down. That works too. Stay in bounds. No, you want to run the play clock down. Don't let STMA, don't leave STMA enough time to get back in this game. You can win the game right here, Osseo. Don't leave them too much time on the clock. Oh, no way. They ran Z power, and it didn't work. Why did it not work? Who got through? Backside backer blitzed, and the nose guard. Once again, STMA's nose guard. Look at his arrow step. Gets off, gets through. Wraps up again. Mike Backer's there to help as well. STMA nose guard. You've got some great arrow steps. If he was a senior and he did not sign with University of St. Thomas, you are playing exactly how they want you to with arrow steps like that. Definitely look at going to University of St. Thomas. If you're only a junior or sophomore, give them a call. I think they'll like your footwork. So why is he off? There's an H back. Is it because they're in a 3x1? They're playing a cloud. He's in the flat. Why does he need to be in the flat as well? Go attack. If he's in a flat zone, deep, 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 then you can attack. There's no reason. Then he takes hook to curl. He takes hook to curl. You rotate to flat. And there you go. Now you have 4 men attacking. You've got 4 at the second level, 3 at the third level. Yeah, I don't understand that. Delayed blitz, they bring 5. Oh, and they caught the post. How did they catch the post? Why are you vacating your zone? This should not have worked. It's just a post wheel. The deep safety is supposed to pick up the wheel. Or the post over the middle. Where did he go? And the wheel was that a corner over there? Did the corner go with the wheel? So the corner went with the wheel. Or is number 1 the corner? Number 1's the corner. They stayed manned up. So both of the safeties vacated where they were supposed to go. They're supposed to be... You're supposed to pick up the wheel, you're supposed to stay in the flat, and you pick up the post. Neither of the St. Michael-Albertville safeties did what they were supposed to here. He came down for no reason. Like the corner's already in that zone. It's a cover 3. Why are you going into his same zone? Now you got 2 guys in the same zone. Osseo quarterback reads it like a book. The other deep safety was like, oh, I'm going to take the wheel route and abandon. I mean, at least the safety on this side did what he was supposed to. He stays in his deep third, so I can't fault him too much. The gap opens up because the deep safety over the middle just does not make the correct read. He comes down instead of staying in his middle zone. So, do we want to draw it up? I think I want to draw it up. It's a 3x1, so we have slot trips open. So put H here. So what do we get? Did they send? Is this the one where they sent the running back out? No. Well, they do send him out there, so you get a weird mesh. So again, it's cover 3, right? He's down, and they're playing more of like a cloud coverage here with 2 high safeties, and corner takes the flat instead of those 2 switching. So you have a post, which is supposed to be run right at that free safety, and then he runs the wheel, which this safety should pick up. Then they have a mesh on the backside. He's just kind of taking a dig underneath. He's taking more of a crossing there, and then running back is just coming out here into the flat, doing a rail route. So, free safety. This is why he blows this play. Where should he be? Right back there. This is his zone. If you draw the cover 3 zones, there, and then corner should be here. Like, this play should not have worked for Osseo. They call the post wheel into a cover 3. There. This should not have been a touchdown if they did their jobs. But where did this free safety go with the corner? He came over here to this. It wasn't as much. It was a little bit deeper of a. It was more like a dig. They bid on this dig. So he goes here. He goes here. This is what I mean about 2 guys in the same zone. Who's up here now? And the safety goes that way with the wheel. Corner's trying desperately to keep up because he realizes something's wrong. That's why the play gets off. But if you stay where you're supposed to right there, no touchdown, Osseo. STMA might get the ball back, but no. We come over, and we vacate our zone, It's not a touchdown, but big play Osseo, and now they're in the red zone. They're about to win this game. Oh, and what do we do when we get down towards the goal line? Here we go. Gun single wing. And they run the lead again with the quarterback. You just push. Eventually, they're going to get in, right? Yeah, I think Farmington's going to do a lot more pulling. I don't think they're just going to do straight-up quarterback lead like that. But that is going to be Farmington's. Oh, here we go. I was just talking about pulling. Here's power. Once again, good job by the nose. And as a defensive end kind of diving, like, sure, the big boy falls on you. But look, when you did that, pull's disrupted. He can't get through. Penetration kills the run game. Now there's no hole. Quarterback's got to bounce it out. And the DBs are there to make the tackle. They gave him a few too many yards because, again, what did the corner do here? He wants no part of this. He runs. He comes up. He's like, do I have to tackle? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Got to be aggressive if you're on defense, man. Even if you're playing DB. DB's look at number 4 for Osseo. He loves to hit, and he's a safety. Lead coming the other way. Oh, nice. Look at the blocking on this. They wall it off like a veer. He gets there. He has a kick out. It almost looks like power, just to the running back instead of a guard, and they get right in. Now, Osseo has scored on 3 straight drives to make it 21-14 Osseo, all in the 4th quarter. Dude. How did this game go to overtime? STMA has had nothing going for them offensively. And it's not like Osseo was made next to no adjustments. I don't think they've made any adjustments on defense. The only thing they did is when STMA trades a tight end over, the 1 and the 3 technique shift. That's it. And I guess that messes with, and it's not like that messes with the run game anyway, because what are they doing? They're running stretch to the outside or toss, but they can't block the outside. I don't know. Did they get the kick? Yes, they do. Oh, boy. There's not that many plays left, and Osseo brought the sauce. I want to watch the kickoff here. I skipped ahead of it. It looks like it might be a touchback. I mean, it's a smart thing to do. Some teams would squib it here. It depends on how much time's left. I want to say at this point, there's only like a minute or so left. So just kick it deep. Make him go 80 yards. If there's still like a minute, if it was 20 seconds or so left on the clock, then you can squib it. Try to burn some of that extra clock. But if there's like a minute or just around 2 minutes, kick it deep, make him go to the length of the field, which is what Osseo does here. That's really smart. So now St. Michael-Albertville has to bring some offense to life here. Yeesh, which they have not been able to do thus far. Also, we have an illegal tight end on the line of scrimmage right here. If he goes out for a pass, this is illegal. He blocks. That's not a... Oh, that's a tackle. I'm dumb. That's 5 guys. I saw like a glint. I thought that was another helmet right there, but that's not. That's the center's pants. Because see, if you look, line, like the decal on the side of the helmet from this angle and what's written on their pants look identical. So it just looks like a line because it's so pixelated. Okay, obvious passing, and once again, what... I don't know why I didn't call this. What does STMA like to do? Hitch to the outside, get to the sideline. They're going to do it again. I guarantee they're going to do it again. Take the hitch. Oh, how about a third time? Third time's a charm, right? Another hitch? Let me see it. No, that's a nice little stick route here. You get a fade and then an out underneath it. That's actually a really nice play call against that defense. Because you get a mismatch right here. You throw it in the sweet spot. I don't know why he doesn't come up and attack it. He's just so worried about getting beat deep. Nice little pop pass. And you get out of bounds. It's actually really solid execution. And it's a good play call. Because we're finally looking on the backside. Because where are the safeties? Over there. That means we have a mismatch. They finally saw that mismatch of your your 2 receiver against an outside linebacker. Take that every time. That's a mismatch in your favor. And they could have thrown either of those. Both of them were open. Take that one because you get a little more yards. Okay, 1st and 10. Are we going to do... So, same thing. Safety's this side. If I'm STMA, I'm looking to pass to the short side of the field. And this is where Osseo should be looking to adapt. Every single play thus far, where has STMA thrown? the short side of the field down here, not up there to the wide side. Are they going to do it again? Throw to the short side. Maybe a hitch. And again, look, it's not labeled. I don't even have formations or anything labeled up in the top left corner of the film. You saw me pull this out of the pool. We didn't even have this in our library. Like, oh, what in the world? It's thrown low. No. Oh, it was open, too. That would have been 3 yards. Look at him. It's like he has a turd right here. Look, really? Boom. Right through. That's how I feel after I go to Taco Bell right there. So, yeah. Can't say I blame him. Ball up a little bit higher. Quarterback draw. Was this designed? I don't know. Yeah, it is, because look at the guard. See how the guard releases right away and starts running upfield? That was a design quarterback draw. There's really no routes going on. Interesting call, because you have to burn timeout. Hitch. Hitch. Yes. Oh, but he has to roll out. Why do you roll out? It's a hitch. It was there. It was there for the first down, and it's an outside backer. See how the safeties roll over? Outside backers lined up on the edge. Osseo made a great adjustment. They stuck their outside backer outside. See how he's been inside these last few plays? They finally stacked him outside, and it's done a much better job. Now he's taken away all these routes. That's a really nice job, Osseo. Good adjustment. Now he's back inside. Well, it's a 3-by-1 look, so he doesn't need to be out there. This inside, or this backer is cheated out. Safeties are over the top. He's a little bit yeah, I don't like how deep he is. He's like 15, 17 yards, 18 yards. They only need 2 yards to score. Why are you covering that deep? Oh, oh boy. Remember how I said Prior Lake doesn't like to throw their tight end or H-back? No, I get the quarterback would have to throw it over these two backers, but look, oh, the poor tight end. He's like, dude, what? Look, what's going on here? Why? And what does he do? He throws to the comeback to the sideline, even though there's guys in the passing lane. What? Oh, okay. What a catch. I'd hate to take this highlight away. That's an awesome catch. Look at this. That would have been an NFL. Toe tap. Oh, that's awesome. But at the same time, why? He's staring down the receiver. Look at the quarterback's eyes this whole time. He never looks over here. Maybe he does right here, and all he does is see the two backers. I get that the tight end's open, but he sees the two backers, and then he just stares down the receiver after that. Can't be staring down receivers. That's got to be probably their best receiver then, is this. You know what, that makes sense? That's their X. He's on the backside of a 3-by-1. He probably is their best receiver, but you can't stare down your best receiver, man. Like, and who abandons him? Where does the corner go? Why does the corner keep running deep with him? Ain't nobody deep. Get your butt up there. And where's 20 going? What are you cutting inside for? I guess he sees. Does he catch a glimpse? He's going over there beforehand. I don't know why he went inside. Yeah, I don't know about that. Stick with him and that play doesn't get off. And then you get off the field and you win the game. Instead, it's first down STMA. Yeah, I don't understand the technique there. All right, once again, see how they have him cheated out now? They've adjusted because they're 2-by-2 again. Sam's out there. Now, safeties, what are we doing? Where's... STMA, this is where you do the YZ, where you do the clap, no play. And then your OCCs, hey, there's nobody on my slot receiver. Send him on a corner route, give us a China call, and make him pick where he's going to go. I mean, that was open too. They call a screen, right? Why? At least I will give them credit. Remember how I said with that screen Osseo called, they had the 2 tunnels, so everybody's coming inside and bringing the whole defense into the running back screen? At least STMA sort of tries to get everyone out. They have both their slot receivers do out routes to try and get the defense, but if you look, who's on them? 2 inside backers, the most important one. I mean, that would work if it was a 3-4 defense and the 2 inside backers fall for it and go out there. That makes sense, but it's a 4-3 defense. What are you doing with the mic? Who's reading your running back? And what does he do? He reads the running back He comes right up. Oh, nice wrong arm technique. Look at this. He does a wrong arm. He dips the shoulder. He rips to get around and makes the tackle. That's a great job by Osseo's middle linebacker. Nice play. So, yeah, I mean, that was a good defensive play. How are they going to respond? There's no way it's a hitch to this side. Are they really going to hit a hitch right there? They can't. Oh, no. You know what? I'm dumb. Rail route out of the backfield. There it is. Mesh rail. This is classic Rochester Mayo. They love mesh rail. Send one deep, deep. Get the mesh going, and then there's your rail route out of the backfield. And that's worked thus far. It's just like classic Prior Lake. We get desperate. Rail route out of the backfield. Wheel route out of the backfield. That's all we got. Oh, boy. And Osseo should know better. What if they burned you on twice? That's a third time. That's an efficient play. Third time that STMA's run it. Third time they've gotten a big play out of it. But they don't overdo it. It's like they know just when to call it. Ooh, now he hit the tight end pop pass. Nice job. Mike was almost there to make a play. He just gets a... Oh, what are you doing with your hands? Look, his hands stop here and move here. Hands up. Hands out. If he extends his elbows here, he probably has a pick. Instead, that's a great play. That's 32 again? Wasn't 32 the running back on this last play with the rail route? Yeah. So they moved 32 from running back to tight end, and you're not going to cover him? Obviously, that's like their Bo Bachman right there. That's their stud. That's who they want catching the balls in clutch situations. See, they put a 49 in the backfield. 40, and look at where he is. He's in front of the quarterback. He's passing. If he's in line or in front, it's a pass play. If he's behind, it's a run play. So you know he's pass protecting. That means... Oh. And look, you want to put defenders in conflict? This is why I don't like this. What they should have done is stack the safety down and blitz the outside backer. Move him up, drop him, put him up, him over. He's back, he's in the flat in a 3x1. And then he can have the hook to curl. And then there you go. Now you're covered. Flat, hook to curl. If they try and hit that, he should be right there to take it. He has a deep third, he has a deep third. And if they want to hit something in the flat, he's right there to cover that too. 2 is in TOO, not cover 2. Should specify. Yeah, really not a fan of that defense. Because look, he ends up doing nothing. He's put in conflict. Do I go here, here? And you end up just leaving a wide open gap over the middle when he should have just dropped. And why does he step play side? He's stepping forward. Okay, again, it's a pass play. If I see this alignment, you make your runner pass call from the sideline, you should know pre-snap is a pass play. Why are we taking steps forward? Look, what does the running back do right away? You're still stepping forward, and the running back is 3 yards in front of the quarterback, 2.5 yards in front of the quarterback. Like, what? Drop. He's still stepping forward for no reason. Get back there and drop. Also, D-line, where are the hands? Why do we not have hands up? You're not getting a quarterback. Get those hands up. 20 has to come over there and makes a touchdown-saving tackle, but yeah, this is like a tale of two tales. 2 plays ago, the Mike linebacker had a great play on the screen right here. It's like he was expecting the same thing on this play, but he forgot what number the running back was. He's like, oh, I'm going to go tackle 32. Wait, that's not 32. There's 32. No sauce, no zest. All right, 10 personnel. Yep, it's 2x2. He's cheated out. They're cheating him out. Safety's finally stacked down. Telling him scoot in. He scoots in. Cover 1. Yep, we got cover 1 here. Nope, because he plays... Yeah, it's supposed to be. He stops because he sees the ball is passed. And once again, what does STMA go to? The hitch. They love the hitch because he opens inside. Again, why do you have... If you're having him play the flat, it looks like cover 1 and he's going back with him. If it's supposed to be a true, like, cover 2 or Tampa 2, which I don't recommend running in the red zone, put him in the flat if you're playing zone coverage. Why does he have a hook to curl? You're just giving them those little hitches, and they're taking them all day. It's like Anoka versus Lakeville South. Nobody in the flat, keep taking the backside hitch or comeback. It's there. Yeesh. Ain't no way they hit that fade. They hit that fade. He got a foot down. Dude. Where's the corner on this? Wait, what? Huh? What's the coverage? Is it man? Where did he go? Where did he go? He stands there and does nothing. He might be concussed. He actually might be concussed. He just kind of stands there. It looks like he's playing zone. He's playing zone, but what are they taking away? Nobody went with him. And I mean, this is the game right here. If you stop STMA, then the game's over. There can't be much time left on the clock because it only goes up to 165, and that's with double overtime. This is the end of the fourth quarter, and you're gonna quit now? I'm assuming it's man. Look at the backside. It's man coverage. So he's supposed to be manned. He's supposed to be manned. Do cover one like that, and then you two can flow with the back out of the backfield, and you just hover over the middle. But you have man this side, and it looks like you have, like, some weird zone. I cannot describe what this kid is doing, what the corner is doing. He just stands inside. And if his job is to take away the fade, like in the back corner of the end zone, why is he playing inside leverage? See, this kid is, like, middle of numbers. He's inside the numbers. I don't understand the alignment. I don't understand the coverage. And this is the end of... This is the game! Like, I'm surprised STMA kicked the field goal here. If STMA went... Like, if you... Remember what Rosemount did to Lakeville South in 2023? They scored on a last-minute touchdown like that because we didn't cover over the middle. And what did they do on the two-point conversion as time expired? They ran a two-point conversion, and they won 22-21. That was our only loss of the regular season. Till we ran into Centennial in the state semis. Oof. We saw enough of that last week. Centennial knows how to get it done. And just like that, we're tied at 21. I don't know how many plays are left. This is still the fourth quarter, because you don't have kickoffs in overtime. I'm assuming there's, like, less than 20 seconds on the clock if they're squibbing it. Can you make something happen? Nope. Great coverage by STMA's kickoff. They're going to run a play? No. Toss. Can he make something happen? Oh. He almost broke something there. Is Osseo actually going to score? No, because it goes to double overtime. Okay, now there's a penalty. There's holding. So this is overtime. The last play ended. When you have overtime, because I can see there's no chains up there, both teams get the ball at the 10-yard line, and just 3 downs plus the 4th down to try and score. At least in Minnesota high school football, that's overtime rules. And each team gets to possess the ball. Why are we in regular 11 person? I'm surprised they're not in their gun single wing here. Oh, he pulls a Prior Lake and bounces it outside. Why? Look where the power is going. Look, you know why? Watch the receiver here. Number 0, he's blocking outside shoulder. He has to block inside shoulder on power and turn him that way. So I can't necessarily blame the running back for having to bounce it, but that's because the blocking here was not sound. And again, it looks like the O-line, they do a great job. Look at the wall they create here. He's coming around to block inside. Receiver blocking ruins this play. This could have been touchdown. And if you're watching this kid, if he wants to jump inside like that of the guard, push him all the way in. Guard can pull around him. You keep pushing him in. Other receivers should be kicking him out. Guard can go hit safety. You come underneath. There's your hole. Touchdown, Osseo. But no, they pull a Prior Lake and run out to the edge to the unblocked defender. What was this? Is this gun single? I can't tell if this is their gun single wing. Is that 0? Yeah, okay. They got in their gun single wings. They put him back there. There's their sniffers. They run... And once again, they're pulling a Prior Lake. Look, the hole is right there. The hole is there for him to run through, and what does he do? Bounces it out to the edge and runs at the unblocked corner again. I mean, they have athletes, so they're gaining yards, but right now it's 3rd and 3. They should punch it in here. I don't see why they wouldn't. Power. See, he follows his blockers. I don't think he got in. No, they called him short. Oh, so they have to go for it on 4th down then. If they don't get this, STMA kicks the field goal and it's over. But it's 1 yard. Yeah, he jumped in. Number 0 was not going to be denied. They even power. No, it's called lead. See, look at how good it is when he follows his blockers. I'm not a fan of, is this 6? No, it's 24. The actual, like, Z-back. Look, he stops blocking. He has a great job. It's because his right arm is outside the defender. If he gets his right arm inside the defender right there, left arm around, then you just turn him out that way, and he's out of the play. Instead, because your arm is outside of him, you let him work back inside of you. You let him go, and he almost makes the play on 4th down and wins the game for St. Michael-Albertville. Almost. If that was longer than 1 yard, oof, that would have been stopped. Yeah, I don't know why number 24 is celebrating. We almost gave that up, but got to work on our technique, definitely, with our skill position. Skill position blocking makes big plays. Oh, this was almost blocked. Look, they bulldoze the guard. Oh, they almost got there, but it made it through. All right, so now if we're keeping score, it's currently 28-21 Osseo. STMA does get the ball in overtime. So we're in the first overtime. Osseo scored 7. STMA has to also score 7 to stay alive, 8 to win. Anything less than that or a turnover, and Osseo wins. All right, we've got Pistol King here. H-backs the tight end side. Z motions across. Now we have twins. Bootleg. Oh, bootleg throwback to the run. Oh, 17. Is that the corner? Nice. He does his job. He looks for the... Oh, quarterback. Quarterback. He's staring down the rail route. If he just turns and looks, there's nobody with the tight end. Eventually, he realizes, oh, crap, I got to get over there. By that point, the ball's already thrown. And he does a nice job. If number 17 doesn't get his hand up on there and get a piece of it, that's touchdown. But, yeah, Osseo. Got to cover the tight end. Was that the backer that just let him go? Yeah, the Sam backer isn't playing... Why are you playing zone? If you're man up on the tight end, go get the tight end. Who was supposed to... Either Sam was supposed to get it. I'm assuming corner is supposed to because he's the one, and then Sam's expecting the wheel route. But Sam doesn't pick up the wheel route either. Yeah, I don't know what he's reading. He's not doing anything. Right? Osseo's coverage has left me with a lot of question marks. Needs to be ironed out. And if you are doing some of that cover 6 stuff, it's too complicated for the kids. From what I've seen on film, they don't understand it. Oh, we're in 12 personnel. We have tight end, H-back opposite sides. If they run stretch up there to the top of the screen... No, they ran power. Okay, they got some yards. I don't know, man. This is what? 3rd and 8? STMA? Yeesh. 3rd and 8. And remember, they have to score a touchdown to stay alive. They're in 11 personnel. You have slot trips open. I'm assuming they're going to pass. He scrambles. Ain't no way. Nope, not about to happen. All right, so 4th and 8. This is the game right here. STMA has to get a touchdown or it's over. He's staring down one receiver again. And again, see how this kid has flipped sides? That is their ex-receiver, because they've flipped him to both sides. Oh, well, I don't know why I didn't call this. What does STMA do when they get desperate? Rail route out of the backfield. There it is again, and he's just looking for it. He's like, I want the rail route. Oh, it's not there. Crap, what do I do? I'll just throw up a prayer. You're joking. Why did we stop covering him? There's nobody there. Of course your hands are on your... And once again, it's the Sam backer who gives up. Who's his man? Who is he picking up? Why is he playing zone coverage? Where's he going? If that kid... And we've seen on the last 3 plays, he's had no clue what's going on. You gotta notice that. Get another kid in there that knows what to do. Because this is the game we're talking about right here. If he can't get it done, you gotta coach him up on the sideline and say, hey... You need to go cover somebody. You cannot be playing zone coverage here and doing nothing. That's amazing. Hey, way to extend the play. Credit to the, and again, who's making it for STMA? Number 32. The rail's not there. The quarterback tries staring it down. He throws up a prayer. 32 happens to come open in the back of the end zone. Wow. Osseo, number 9. What are we doing? And if it's man coverage, what's the coverage? He's taking the wide out. Notice how it's not a tight end this time. They have a wide out there, so the corner actually has to go with the wide out. Does he? It's man coverage. So who has the next man over? It should be the Sam. Is there another defender out there? I see a shadow out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So no, that's got to be the official then. There shouldn't be anybody else out there because we have 11. So if you're a man up in the corner, who's the next person? The number 2? He's the number 2. Why are you looking at the quarterback? It's not zone. Look, man, 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 man. What? Why did you cut in here? Why? Look at this step right here. Where is he stepping to? Why are you stepping to him? That's not your man. No one's on 32 right now. And 9 comes over here. And then he ends up over here. He's covering everyone else. He goes to that receiver. Then look, you see a shadow. He comes back over here. He wants to cover everybody except the one man he's supposed to. Man is man. Why did you stop playing man coverage? My mind is blown right now. Why? Why did Osseo... All it takes is that one player to stop doing what he's supposed to be doing, man. And just like that, now we're tied 28-all. STMA should get the ball back, and, yep, they're on offense next to the other end. Ooh, now we have heavy STMA. They already burned all their, all the cards they had that had running back rail or running back wheel route on it, so now they gotta go to their old school power stuff. Just run a tired Osseo defense over. And do we call power? This is more just like a lead. No, it's power. Guard pulls. Nice shot. Once again, Osseo 3 technique. Did they adjust when he moved over? They did. Watch Osseo's D-line here. That's interior 2. Watch them shift over. I guess they didn't. All right, whatever. Either way, look at this defensive lineman right here. This is one of the interior guys. He drives the guard back. The pulling guard can't get across properly. And then the linebacker that the pulling guard is supposed to pick up comes right through and makes the tackle. So number 9, your run fits there. We just don't know what pass coverage is. That kid's a good run stopper. If he was in college football 25, he'd be a run stopper archetype for a linebacker. And pass coverage would be like maybe a 20 or a 15. Oof. Especially man coverage, not there. That's a good run fit, and he does a great job tackling. Good job, Osseo. And once again, that's all set up by a great defensive line getting penetration and stopping those pulls. Maybe, I just thought of this. So when you have a 4-man defensive line, who has the edge contain? Usually the defensive lineman. So that's probably why STMA has been trying to go to stretch so much, but they just forgot, oh, they're rotating the outside backers outside to contain the edge. And then the safety also does a great job rolling up to take it too. So I see what STMA was thinking with all the stretches this game, but you got to be able to execute them. I'll go back to that last play. I didn't see it. So this is second down now, double overtime, tied at 28 apiece. Do we pull? Counter tray, fake toss. This time they actually run the counter tray. Quarterback is a guard. Where's the kick out? He completely whiffs, and this is a great job by the defensive end. He's left unblocked. I want to see him come down tighter. He's a great job keeping his feet, and then we're getting to the quarterback. Also, if you're a spread offense and your quarterback is this slow, and he can get chased down by a D end, maybe don't do a spread offense. If you're, or at least have plays where the quarterback runs. Like last year, Mounds View had, was it Sampson or something? I don't remember. Cole Sampson. Something. Was the quarterback or the running back. That was one of the two of them. I don't remember the names. But kid was a fantastic runner. You look at Blaine, who does this same thing. Sam Shaughnessy, great runner. STMA quarterback, not so much. And so but then again, that comes down to coaching too. If you know that your quarterback is not that kind of quarterback, don't have plays where your quarterback has to run. Like Lakeville North last year. Riley Grossman's not much of a runner, but they know that. So they do their power I, and they have the quarterback bootleg for play action passes. Perfect use of the kid's skill set. Gold star Lakeville North. Yeah, and look at the STMA guard. He knows. He puts the hands on the helmet. He gets the kick out. He misses it. And look, hands on the helmet. Oh no, I missed. Yep. So now it's 3rd down and 6, 3rd down and 5, STMA. Remember, I don't necessarily have to get a touchdown, but it helps because then your defense has to stop Osseo, who's been hot. They've scored 21 points in the 4th quarter and just put up another touchdown in the 1st overtime. Play action, tight end pop. Oh, they went back to that same play and got it. Remember, this... What did I say when STMA scored on this tight end delay pass coming across at the beginning of the game? You save that play for a crucial moment. It almost doesn't work because they ran it before. Look, well, backer's late getting there, but he did realize it and was bobbled. Thankfully, tight end did a great job coming down with it. But Osseo was alerted to it. That's why you don't waste it on the 2nd drive of the game on a 3rd down. Okay, do they get the extra point? Kind of weird they're kicking the extra points. Normally, if you score in the 2nd overtime, or you're the 2nd team to score in overtime, like in the 1st overtime, you go for 2. So that's weird that... STMA is not very aggressive. They play pretty passively, and we've seen that with 4th downs. The only 4th down they went for it, they called quarterback stretch, and it didn't work, so... I don't know. Okay, I didn't even have a chance to talk about Osseo before I started playing the clip. They did come out just straight in their gun single wing. They're breaking out the Farmington offense. And they're running the reverse, or the counter. Oh, he almost got there. He stopped his legs, though. So watch 29's legs here. Right here. See how he stops his legs moving? The legs are just standing there. You got to keep them driving. So... Oh, they flipped it. They've only run it to the right. Now they called gun wing left. And once again, quarterback lead. There's no way. Dude, follow your blocker. Look at the running lane. Look at the running lane. It's right there. Why is he taking it so wide? Oh my goodness. There's your touchdown Osseo for the win. Instead, and eventually he finds the cutback lane, but why are we bouncing it so wide? If that was not STMA... Oh, you know why? Look at what the outside backer does. He spins. We never spin on the football field. Unless you're pass rushing, you get at or above quarterback depth and you spin back underneath. That is the one time you get to spin in football. Otherwise, I mean, as a defender in football. Otherwise, you do not spin. Oh, boy. Yeah, that was a pretty crucial mistake right there. Oh, we had a helmet pop off. I think it was an STMA helmet, because it was a white helmet with the gold letters on it. Yeah, it's an STMA helmet. Oh, 3rd down and what, 2? Oh, boy. Gun, single wing right. Also, I didn't notice, did STMA adjust? They're playing a 3-4 defense here. They have not adjusted to that single wing offense at all this entire time. I mean, they're not even shifting over. Or did they? They did finally shift over because it's unbalanced. I didn't talk about this earlier. Instead of playing a 0-4-0, they slid over one gap. This is like what I said that Hopkins should have done against Shakopee when they gave them an unbalanced look. He goes to a 2, he goes to a 2, now he's in a 6. Perfect. Now it's like your defense is playing balanced again. That's great. That outside back... Oh, that's a decent block by number 40. Way to get the pancake and throw him to the ground. That outside backer completely took himself out of the play. And he left his feet. It's a good job by Osseo. 75 gets a good piece of him. If number 6 keeps blocking the running back, if he stays on this... Look, he turns around and looks at the running back, or at the ball carrier. Offense. You never turn around and look at your own ball carrier. Drive that kid through the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Osseo. Oh, that's a popcorn award right there. Turned around and started watching his own team while he's on the field. If you want to eat popcorn and watch, That's where we go stand. I didn't mean to draw it from that kid. He was the one doing it. There's number 6. There's a popcorn award. Go stand over there. All right, single wing right. This is 3rd down now. 3rd and 2. I assume Osseo's just going to call. If not, I don't think they're going to pull. STMA just dropped a 5-man defensive front. So there's only 6 guys back here. Looks like 2 backers, 4 DBs. They're in a 5-2 defense. Ain't no way. They stopped him. They had to have stopped him, right? They called GH counter? They did. Oh, and it was there. Who does 40 block, though? 40's not looking inside. 40 doesn't block anybody. That's why the play doesn't get off. 6 dives up a little bit. If 6 goes through the hole and follows 40's butt, but instead he dives inside of 40, right into a defensive lineman. If he just keeps following his butt, that's touchdown Osseo. Oh, he made that way harder than it needed to be, and I think that official just called him short. So now it's 4th and goal. You have to get a touchdown, otherwise Osseo loses. They could have scored on the last 2 plays, but once again, downfield blocking is killing it for Osseo. 2 plays ago, it was the running back. You see, he turned around and he gave up and watched the ball carrier. Play after this, they call GH counter. Running back doesn't follow the H-back. He randomly cuts inside to the tackle, and the H-back ends up blocking nobody when he should have picked off number 7 right here. If he gets number 7, turns his shoulder, number 6 stays where he's supposed to, touchdown Osseo. But no. Yeah, sorry, number 0, no touchdown. You're going to have to run another play. Number 0 is going to get the ball, right? He's their best ball carrier. You get in a crucial situation, 4th and 1 like this. Also, someone's in football position. He's not even a coach, but he's doing the classic Bo Wasserich. He's in football position. Yeah, it's just lead again. He jumps over. He was not going to be denied, man. Okay, Osseo O-line. Is that the center? Center's standing up, like, straight up. No, this is the center over here, number 60. He's not too bad. Right guard is way too tall. Tackle leaves his feet. He gets on his knees. Yeah. STMA did a good job plugging it up. That's just that kid being an athlete. He went over the top, and he would not be denied. So this is the last play of the game. It's a 2-point conversion, and because Osseo wins it, Osseo scores here. So they're in gun single wing again. It's not GH counter. Look at how far up that running back is. I don't think they're going to give it to 24 on the reverse because, we've seen what's come of that. It's going to be number 0 gets the ball. They pull the backside guard, so it's power. Does he follow his blockers? He followed his blockers. See what happens when you follow your blockers. He didn't bounce it outside. He went up the hole like he was supposed to. We did it. We followed blockers and we won on a 2-point conversion following blockers. Oh! What a play. See? Osseo. Follow blockers. Wow. What a game. And now we're back to play 1. I gotta watch that again. That's how you adapt in the middle of the game, though. Double overtime. Dang. And he gets in. All right. So that's it for the varsity thing. I'm going to go ahead and delete that. So that was the STMA versus, Osseo game. Osseo wins it in double overtime. I'm going to go over to YouTube really fast. Yeah, we can close this out, too. We've seen enough of our testing there. Takeaways of the game. I'll do takeaways of the game first, because I forgot about that. STMA, you got to pick an offensive identity. Are you a spread? Are you doing your eye pistol stuff? Like, what are you? What is your offensive identity? 2, cannot just slap your 4-3 defensive coverage rules on top of a 3-4. Need to iron that out a little bit. And then you can't go back to the same things you rely on all the time. When you get desperate, you can't just say rail route out of the backfield. When you need to pick up yards in 2-minute drills, you can't just only hitch. Quarterback can't stare down receivers like that. Like, that was incredibly predictable. And then stretch. We've talked stretch to death. I mean, either we got to practice it more and rep it if we're going to switch to being a spread offense, or you just got to get out of the playbook entirely. And then if we are going to be a spread offense, quarterback has to actually be an athlete that can run the football. If he can't, go back to under center like Lakeville North does and do bootleg with him like you used to. Speaking of used to, here's STMA winning a state title in 2015. Now, as you can see, they're playing St. Thomas Academy because they're a 5A team. Before we get into this, though, Osseo. Got to give my thoughts on them. Osseo coverage, you need to iron that out. I don't know what your coverage is. A lot of your defense doesn't know what the coverage is. Like that, it just needs to be cleaned up. If the kids don't have any clue what's going on, you're going to give up points. And you did. Like that, the first touchdown in the first overtime that we gave up, the rail route that the quarterback threw up a prayer, it was man coverage, and the backer just left his man for no reason and started playing zone for no reason. Like, you got to iron stuff like that out. Man is man. Yeesh. And then, same thing as I said with STMA, Osseo needs an offensive identity. Are you a spread offense? Are you a gun single wing? Like, what are you? You had RPO stuff. You ran some power, which didn't really work that well. Some of your GH counters got lucky. You have a really solid O-line, but you don't have a quarterback that can really get the ball downfield that accurately, and your running backs don't follow blocks. So I'd almost... I mean, what do you do with kids that play like that? I'd almost say gun single wing is really all you have to work with, but that was kind of one-dimensional. There wasn't, maybe like get a tight end pop pass off of it. Just some other stuff to mix it up a little bit. Really expand on that. No. Either way, choose an offensive identity, iron out the coverage on defense. It's like I'm saying the same thing for both teams. It was just really sloppy. And then, I want to go back to STMA. Big thing for STMA, take advantage of the short field. So many times they would go back to stretch and shoot themselves in the foot, or the quarterback would stare down a receiver and they'd shoot themselves in the foot and get stopped. Osseo did a lot of the same stuff. They had the low snaps because the center had took a bad snapping angle. Hand was a little bit too low instead of getting up at the end to get the ball up to the quarterback. Eventually they ironed it out. They didn't have any fumbled snaps in like the entire second half of the game. And then STMA, you got to finish the game. You can't just take the gas off foot off the gas. You got to keep it going. Oh boy. Weird that like such an I guess ugly game ended up being 36-35, but that was entertaining. And then before I get into the 2015 footage of both these teams, I do want to watch, because this game was on STMA Live. Oh, actually, that's right. I forgot. I searched it up at the beginning. I want to see the winning play in double overtime here. See, tied 28-28. This should be the tight end delay to 45. Yep. Makes it. STMA is happy. There's your replay. I don't understand why they kicked the extra point again. That was baffling to me. And then here we go with Osseo, the gun single wing. Reverse counter on the first one. I think this is like an H-back counter, Z counter, maybe you call that. I don't know what they call these kids. If that's H, that's got to be Z. Tackle pulls as well. Okay, so they are huddling. That's why it's... So another thing I'll talk about with Osseo really fast. Early on in the game, a lot of their kids, especially up front, center, and some of the guards, they'd pull into each other, or center would step the wrong way. It's like they didn't know what the play call was. And I thought at first, okay, maybe they're doing hand signals and the quarterback's like calling what the run play, like protection is or run play is at the line with a code word, and there's not understanding the code word. So I'm like, okay, well, how do you fix that? Huddle up and call the play. Well, they've been huddling up and calling the play the whole time, so I don't know what's confusing them there. That is interesting. I don't know. Maybe they need to simplify some of the terminology. So this is the lead where the quarterback bounced. Was that a low snap? Maybe that's why he bounced it so wide. Yeah, it was a low snap. The touchdown lane was there if he stays. Watch the replay. Look at that touchdown lane. It's there. Oh, boy. Gotta follow blockers, Osseo. Alright, and then we saw STMA switches to their 5-man defensive front here. They're mudding. And once again, what does the running back do this time? This is the one where I said he just dives into the defense for no reason. If he follows his blocker, number 40 blocks nobody. Number 6 dives into the defense for no reason. 40 circles in, hits a defender. Number 6 follows number 40. It's touchdown, Osseo. Osseo, we got to follow blockers. The O-line does a pretty solid job. H-back, and that was the other thing, like with that GH counter, the H-back didn't know to go around the pulling guard. Watch a Dynafilm H-back. Watch how their H-back plays. Number 7, that kid was fantastic last week on film. 4th and 1, and as we all know, he dives over the top. I got to hear the play call here.
Ball. Direct snap to him. He comes forward. He hops right over and into the end zone. Oh, wow.
How about that? Oh, wow. What a Minnesota thing to say. God bless STMA Live.
That was impressive.
That was.
So it's Knights are up 35-34, and it looks like
what does it look like?
Orioles are going to go for 2.
Yep, Orioles are going for 2. You bet they are. Smart call.
Back, they're going to go power. Cooper's going to stay in at running back. They're going to go power right. So he typically runs to the right when that...
Oh, smart. They do run right. I don't know why you called it power right. Well, okay. If the Forest Lake announcers call tons of plays in RPO, that doesn't surprise me that an STMA announcer who's used to seeing an I formation just calls this power right. He probably has no idea what a gun single wing is. I guarantee it.
That happens. Here's the snap. He's running forward. And he's in for the win.
In for the win. Look at the Osseo kids celebrating. I don't know who this coach is in the background that came up in his hopping win. Osseo kids back there look like maybe team managers or fans or something.
Lose a heartbreak. In for the win. Forward. And he's in for the win.
What a win for Osseo, man.
Knights lose a heartbreaker here at home tonight. 36-35.
Dang, that's a lot of heads down. That's rough for STMA.
A hard-fought loss here at home tonight. They fall to 3-3 on the season. Travel next week to Maple Grove, and remember that game will be at 7.
Oh, they travel to Maple Grove next week. That's safe to say I think they finished. STMA finished 3-5 because they got they got blown out the last 2 games. I think they lost like 37-0 to Mounds View. And obviously they got crushed by Maple Grove week 7 because, well, Maple Grove went undefeated. Wild. But we're going to take a step back. So both those teams were doing a lot of spread offense stuff, right? We'll look at STMA first. I think I mentioned it briefly when they went into their I formation. STMA did not used to be a spread offense. In fact, they only changed it in I want to say 2022 or 2023. If you look, this is when they won the state title against St. Thomas in 2015. Let's get STMA on offense here. There you go. There's your 22 personnel. That's classic STMA when they were good. I shouldn't say when they were good. I'll say when they dominated, when they were on top. That's a nice belly right there. Has that power. I didn't see who pulled. Playside guard pulled. It's a belly, or Lakeville North calls that blast. 34 needs a better block. That could have been a bigger play. Is it the fullback? Oh, fullback. Turn him inside. Fight half a man. He gets stuck. Yeesh. St. Thomas gets the ball back. St. Thomas passing. Oh, STMA has always had good defense, man. Unless they're playing Osseo, I guess. Getting some deja vu. Another tip pass and then caught and intercepted. They were tipping some passes in the Osseo game. Under center, fullback. They're still in 11 personnel, so they did do stuff like that. It's just under center. Oh, look at the screen. So they know how to do great screens. Beautiful. Yeah, this is old school STMA. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing shotgun spread stuff. Oh, look at the trap. Oh! Oh, was that filthy. Did the guard pull? Yeah, they called trap. Oh, what a beautiful trap. And look, they just leave the edge defenders out there unblocked. You don't need to. That was one of the filthiest traps I've ever seen, STMA. Oh, boy. But again, you see how much their offense has changed. They were used, their identity, I used to be able to say it. Power I team, run heavy team that wants to come out and punch you in the mouth and plays physical defense. That used to be their identity. I couldn't tell you what STMA's identity was on that last game. They're a spread offense that likes to run stretch, but doesn't practice it. when they get desperate, they have rail routes and wheel routes out of the backfield. And if they need to pick up yards when they're short on time, they go to hitches. Like, huh? I don't know if that even qualifies as an offensive identity, while still incorporating some of their old I formation stuff. So yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, what's this pass play? Oh, that's just a fade double move. Yeah, corner bit there, came down in the flat. See the corner? He sees another guy. He comes down in the flat and gives up on the route. He's like, oh, I got to go in the flat. Oh, no, I got to go deep. We're no safety help. All right, whatever. That's a nice play. STMA. Run. Oh, the quarterback can run. Is this a midline? No, it's a lead. He never even tried to do anything. There's I formation. Remember how I was saying earlier how they run toss? You turn around the opposite way? They know how to do it. Coach Essler was still coaching back then. I assume it's a lot of the same staff, so they know how to turn the correct way on toss. And it's that same... Was it a fake reverse? Yeah, St. Thomas wasn't fooled by that. Nice. Let me see this other STMA. Oh, you have a wing eye this time. Play action. Oh, sack. Rough. They're playing solid defense. St. Thomas can't... Too many Saints. St. Thomas, St. Michael. Yeesh. Is that the pass that got off? Where's the STMA pass? It was right after this. Yeah, this is it. Motion across. Trap. Oh, they're killing it with trap. Look at that. Beautiful trap. Oh, but we forget to block the DBs. Got to block deep. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Is that the tight end? No, that's the receiver, number 12. He just stops. Dude, that, once again, could have been a touchdown if number 12 engages. Then the running back doesn't have to bounce it all the way across. Yeesh. Yeah, I don't know why STMA left all this. Maybe they felt other teams figured it out. They wanted to modernize, go into more of a spread offense, but I don't know if that really has worked out for them. Especially like even 2022 when they were still doing a lot of their eye stuff. Or, I don't know about 2022. 2021, they made it all the way to the state semifinals. They played Lakeville South. Now, of course, Cougars got the better of them, but, you know, they made it that far. They were a great run-heavy offensive team, so... I don't know. That's why we don't change things. So these are the two games I was talking about with Osseo. This was the last time Coach Lamker coached for Osseo. Which one of these games was better? Let's go to Osseo here. I want the 2015-16 season when they won state. TG was only a 1-point win. Lakeville North was a 3-point win. Lakeville North is a better team, though. You know, we'll watch some Totino Grace, because that's the semifinal. And we're never going to see Totino Grace film on here. They're all the way back down in 4A. I highly doubt they're going to opt up to 6 anytime soon. So Osseo is in the black helmets again. White jersey, black pants. And Totino Grace is in your navy and yellowish. Do we need to do all this? Let's get the game. Oh, they're playing at Minnetonka, too. Look at how many Osseo fans there are. Whoa. Compare that to what we saw at the STMA game. Oh, boy. Can we get better resolution, or is this it? Oh, boy. That's it. Yikes. I mean, this was 9 years ago, so... That's wild to believe that 2015... Coming up on this football season, this game will be 10 years old this year. That's crazy. Yeah, we don't need to watch Totino Grace offense. It's just I formations. They do a fake huddle? Oh, Coach Lamker's talking with the officials about something. Oh, he's really heated up there. Look at him. That's Coach Lamker, right? We'll go back to the Minnesota High School Football Network post. Oh, yeah. This is the post I made that did not age well. Oof. Anthony Edwards is going to let me hear it. Minnesota Football Network. Confirmed. Yeah, we can get St. Thomas Academy out of there. That's him, right? That looks like the same guy. That's got to be Coach Lamker. Oh, that's why. He's saying that should have been a touchback. He's in the end zone. If you are in the end zone at all. But then again, where'd he get the ball at? Oh, one. Yeah, that's second foot. Momentum kind of carries him back there, so. Wing slot. Totino Grace break. Unbalanced wing slot. Not an option, though. Breaking out the old Lakeville North offense. Slot I. Fake toss underneath. St. Thomas used to do stuff like that, too. It's kind of almost like, you know who else does? Eden Prairie. Funny enough. It's just instead of a counter tray, they bring a fullback with as well. Starting lineup for Osseo. I know absolutely none of those kids. Also interesting, they're still playing a 4-3 defense. Backers walked up on the line against the tight end. Totino Grace is in a 23 personnel I. Oh, how times have changed. What is that? Is this just power? Yes, it's power. Oh, look at the block from the guard. Oh, that's old school football. Which, ironically, old school was 10 years ago. I was out of high school by that point. I was done playing football. My last season was 2013. Yeesh, I'm old. Hit him with some more. All right, we don't have to watch Totino Grace. I'm going to go watch Osseo's offense, because this is my big question mark. As we saw, Osseo is more of a spread offense now. Now that Coach Lamker is back, and obviously he's been at Augsburg. I can show some Augsburg film, too, if any exists on YouTube. There's a QB. Augsburg ran an RPO, 11 personnel spread offense. I actually got to watch them live in 2023. I think they played Bethel. I went to the game up at Augsburg in Minneapolis. Fun game. Bethel destroyed them, but, you know, it was a game. Yeah, see, they're doing their single back wing T stuff out of 12 personnel, though. And look at that. They're coming out of the huddle fast. Now I need to... Wow. So I gotta make note of that. Oh. Yeesh. Did not think I'd see that. Look at how fast they snap the ball when they come up to the line here. Look at this. I mean, it's like set and then boom, right away. Totino Grace doesn't even have time to get ready. Their defense is out of position. Oh, boy. Is it the same thing again? Look, you don't even have time to cut. They're already there. Wing T. Snap. Almost looks like new Prior Lake. Big kid, fast kid, run behind big kid. Make play. Nobody pulls. It's just a straight up lead like Prior Lake does. Maybe Prior Lake... Did Prior Lake lose to Osseo this season? Prior Lake on the board? No. Oh, you know who was, though? Andover. That's right. I forgot Andover used to play all the teams up there in the Anoka Hennepin's district. And they also played Maple Grove and Andover. Or, I'm sorry, that is Andover. Maple Grove and Osseo. So, they have the most recent 6A experience out of any of the new teams. Maybe we'll get to talk about them very soon. I was hoping to do, eventually once summer opens up, get a Thursday stream talking about Moorhead, Rogers, and Andover. Since they are the newcomers to 6A, kind of get previews on all of them. I know most people are probably very unfamiliar with them. Not yours truly, of course, though. Oh, I hit the 0 button and that skips. Wow, that was NPC of me. Do we have a pass here? Osseo passing the football? Oh, damn, I went way too far ahead. They're just driving on Totino Grace. I formation. Interesting. But, I mean, you see, it's a lot heavier run personnel packages. So what is Osseo going to do under Coach Lamker? Are they going to continue to be a spread? like what Coach Stockhouse had been doing last year? Or are they going to go back to this old school I, pro I, and wing T type stuff? That's my big question mark. Yeah, that's him. I was right. There he is. There he is. That's the guy. That's the guy. Last 6A head coach vacancy is now filled. Yep, we do have all 32 head coaches in 6A. 2005, 2015, and he did win the state title. The whole game is not on YouTube for the state title, but you can find highlights of Osseo beating Eastridge. Jump off sides. Oh, they're an 11 personnel. He's using hand signals. So they did do 11 back then. But it's all under center. Oh, and they ran belly. Look at the play side guard pull here. Watch this. Oh, that's backside. And I think it's more of a power. He bounces it. That's solid receiver blocking. Oh, stiff arm, but TGDB stays with him. Nice. Back to the wing T. No, more of a pro I. 12 personnel. So, yeah, I don't know which way Osseo is going to go. Oh, that's a filthy play action. Comeback. Nice. Not jamming the H-back coming across formation is never good. You want to give him a pop so he can't get a clean release like the Patriots did the Rams in the Super Bowl in 2019. Another... Dude, look at this. As soon as they're up to the ball, go! And then boom. They're snapping the ball so fast out of the huddle. Look at it. Their O-line doesn't even get hands down. Look at 64 and 72 here, the guard and tackle. They don't even... None of the O-line have their hands down. It's just boom and go. Oh. Yeah, they're snapping the ball so fast. There's power. Jeez. Totino Grace just is not able to keep up with the pace of this. I mean, it's just like punch, punch, punch. It's like being in the ring with Mike Tyson, prime Mike Tyson. I formation again. Tried to fake him off. That actually works really well, because you see they come up and they try and snap the ball instantly, and then they're hoping they're going to catch him offside. How many times have they tried icing the defense here? That way, they're going to play passively, and they've got him at an advantage. What a nice detail from... I'm assuming Coach Lamker does that. I think he's an offensive-minded guy. That is... I love that detail. Wow. Quick bubble. Not even a bubble, because there's nobody out there. It's just a quick pass out. And you can take that, because where are the corners? They're playing way off. And they're in a cover 3, so, hey, take that if that's there. Outside backer won't get there in time. Get your ball to a receiver in space. And look at that. He didn't pull a Forest Lake. He knew to keep running to the outside on a bubble. Oh, that's awesome. Here they come out fast. O-line is not set. And then boom. They hit him with a lead. Lead isn't quite there. They're pulling a Prior Lake. Their wing, they're almost a T. It's kind of like their single wing. Just with the receiver on this side instead of stacked over there. We still have tight end, those two on the same. It almost looks like a tackle they brought over. 87. That dude's wearing an eligible number at that size. That is a mammoth of a tight end. Oh, boy. We love it, though. Yeah, Coach Lamker's calling the offense. He's got the play call sheet. My guess is he's probably going to be the OC for Osseo as well this coming season. Tried to ice him again. They didn't bite. Give him another play. Man, it's so weird seeing 4-3 defenses, too. They call toss. Defensive end does a great job fighting off blocks, getting upfield. Forces running back to cut it up inside. That's a great job by Totino Grace there. Fantastic play. Oh, what's the flag? Holding? No! Huh? What did they call? It's not a face mask. They called target. They call a blow to the helmet or unnecessary roughness. One of the two. Yeah, and they threw a flag right there. After the play was over? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. Half the distance to the goal, though. Look at how tight their I formation is. Remember how I was saying like STMA was playing at 7 yards and we saw on the other 2015 film STMA was at 20 yards? Look at this. He's only at 5 yards. He's at 3. Dude, bring back old tight I formations. And look at that. It just hits so quickly. He bounces it. Keep block. Oh, nice fill. Dude, this is some hard-nosed football. Look at this. He bounced it back inside. Look at the linebacker. Pop. Wait, that's not the linebacker. That was him back here. That's the other inside linebacker, yeah. Oh. Oh, boy. Will Backers had him some creatine before the game. Seat. Boom. Oh. What a play. What are we going to call this time? Lead? Or is it power? Does anybody pull? No pull, just lead. Oof. I mean, they got big boys. That 87, that tight end. Look at that absolute monster over there. They got big boys at Osseo. Yep, wing T. And they just keep driving and scoring. See, this used to be Osseo's identity. Big kids, they just want to run the ball. They come up to the line, snap it fast, and they just want to pile you or pile drive you. Give Totino Grace some credit. They're coming up fast. Set, hut, go. Yep, right away. Snap, he dives in. Like, Osseo used to have an identity, man. They were physical, run-heavy football, and they just wanted to come out and punch you in the mouth. And the way Coach Lamker's running that, fantastic. I mean, so this is the question. Are they going to go back to that? Is that what we're going to see? Is that what we're going to see from Osseo? Or are we going to see the spread stuff that they've been trying to do recently? Who knows? Either way, definitely excited to see what Osseo does next year. And STMA, maybe look at going back to some of our I formation stuff. I don't know about the spread offense. So, you know what? Actually, I want to look up MSHSL enrollments. Because I don't think STMA is a small school, are they? There's STMA. They have over 2,000 kids for athletic enrollment. They're like, I think Egan's White Bear's 10, 11, 12, 13. They're 14th. You know what? I think I actually have it on here. Yeah, they're the 14th biggest high school in Minnesota. So they got over 2,000 kids, plenty to choose from. You figure they can find and they still play with a fullback, right? So you figure they have big enough linemen and they've got fullback type kids. And they had that beautiful trap that they ran once, but they never went back to it. They just kept saying, no, we're going to keep going to stretch. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of questions for STMA offensively. I think they'll figure out their defensive stuff. They'll realize, hey, we got to play more. If we're going to commit to the 3-4, we need to play more 3-4 rules. But and they'll figure that out. They do a great job on defense. Offense is where my big question marks are for STMA. Got to have an offensive identity. Osseo, I think, is about to get one next year. I'm so excited to see what Coach Lamker does, and who knows? Maybe Lakeville South will bump into Osseo in the playoffs somewhere along the way. That is one of the few teams that we have never played in the playoffs. So I go to my interactive season here. That's the same thing. I swear I clicked on. There we go. So on the interactive season, teams Lakeville South has never played. Obviously, Andover, Rogers, Moorhead. We've never played any of those three because they just got to 6A. Who have we played the most? Since people are probably wondering, North we played 22 times, Rosemount 19. No shocker there. And then Egan 17. So those are our top 3 played teams. Ironically, we've played Eastview more than Farmington. We've only played Farmington for the last 10 or so years. They haven't been around 6A all that often. They've just exploded recently in population. Funny enough, it feels like people are always moving to Farmington now. Go figure. But yeah, and the other 2 teams we've never played that have previously been 6A, Coon Rapids, and of course, the Osseo Orioles. Maybe that'll change. It's really unlikely because with the current playoff brackets, there's actually 0 brackets in existence. Because Lakeville South is normally one of the top seeds, we're usually a 1 seed. 0 brackets have the winner of Section 3 playing usually the 8th seed of Section 5. So we've just never clashed with Osseo, just kind of because that's the way it's fallen. Yeah, Section 3 and Section 5 crossovers don't happen all that often, so who knows? But this season, it's impossible for Osseo to be an 8th seed because Coon Rapids is maroon, Osseo is not. Coon Rapids is forced to be the 8th seed, so at the very worst, Osseo can be a 7th seed. Oh yeah, link to EPI live stream. Speaking of live streams, I think I have the STMA live one on here. If anyone does want any of the live streams for teams, some teams have like weekly live streams, like Minnetonka, Moorhead, Lakeville North, and Shaka do a great job. Farmington EP does a great job. Egan has their own YouTube channel through Egan TV. They are fantastic. They're one of my favorites. Forest Lake is another one that does an awesome job. The Lakes Area TV. The announcers can be really funny and passionate as well. You just got to put aside how often they refer to RPOs when there aren't RPOs, but, beside the point. Mounds View also has a good one. We just saw STMA as a decent one. Stillwater, for the most part, is on there. Paper Irish crap. Yeah, who are the two teams that charge you money for it? Edina and Rosemount. Go figure. So, and then some of the teams are just like occasionally, like Anoka and Andover, occasionally on QC TV. Blaine sometimes is on North Metro TV with Centennial. Champlain Park, also QC TV. I think Coon Rapids has their own. They're CTN. And then like Wyzetta, Maple Grove, sometimes CCX Media. I think I put that for Maple Grove. Where are they? Yeah, sometimes CCX Media. Same thing with Osseo. They're all up there. But yeah, so that is the end of this week. So going on to, we'll go back to my profile, talk about what's coming down the pipeline. So, because I didn't touch on this at the beginning, next weekend, we're going for the Stillwater doubleheader. We're going to have Stillwater versus Lakeville North. So that's another two teams we can cross off the list. And then we're going to have, because it was requested in a YouTube comment, we're going to get the White Bear Lake and Stillwater game because, like Osseo STMA, that was a surprise upset. And that was week 6 as well, I think. Week 6 was the week of wild upsets in 6A, man. And we actually managed to beat Rosemount week 6 at Lakeville South. So, hey, taking down Giants. There we go. And then June 7th, next weekend after that, it's just going to be Centennial Rosemount and kind of doing a preview, because that's kind of a rivalry now. They've played 4 times in the last 3 years. And Centennial's currently winning that 3-1, so we'll explore that. And then coming up on June 14th, Father's Day weekend, we got the big one, man. Minnetonka and Maple Grove. Doubleheader, week 8 matchup, and the Prep Bowl. So a lot of exciting things coming down the pipeline for that. These are the 8 teams that I currently either don't have on the roster here, or I just have not talked about in a previous stream. So if you do want to see any of these teams, like Eastview Roseville played, I might look at that game. I think Woodbury played Roseville. That was a 13-10 game. I don't know if I'm going to watch that one. I guess Coon Rapids played Champlain Park. I could watch the 2023 game between those two. That was actually a really funny one where Coon Rapids upset Champlain Park. EPYZ, I can watch that one from last year. And then, what do you do with Farmington? I guess we saw Farmington's offense. Osseo just ran it. So, do we need to go over Farmington? I don't know. As a guy down in Lakeville, we see enough Farmington. But if everyone else wants to see Farmington, let me know. And they changed their defense, too. This past year, they switched to a 3-4. They've always been a 4-3. So, new defense, Farmington. Year later, they've got a new offense. They're pulling an STMA before an STMA, and they did it in the inverse. They changed defense first, offense second. And then Thursday summer streams. Another thing I wanted to touch on briefly. So I've currently stopped streaming on Thursdays just because my schedule's super busy during the school year, right? And I need a little bit of time during the week. So these are just some ideas, because when I was doing my Thursday streams, instead of film review, I figured I could do like more fun ideas, kind of like off stuff. So like maybe it'll be a podcast with Caleb over on Minnesota High School Football Network, or like finishing up Road to the Prep Bowl. I'd like to do that. AI predicting the 2025 season. I think I mentioned this earlier, talking about the 3 new teams in 6A, Rogers, Moorhead, and who am I blanking on? Andover. Can't forget Coach DeVellis. And then maybe one day, if I finish up this PowerPoint, I can just go through it, and that's all just a little preview of all 32 teams in 6A. So just some ideas I've thought about. If any of them interest you, let me know in the comments. And if there are any future teams you want to see, just let me know. Like I said, 8 of them right there, and I've already got some ideas for different matchups that I can look at. If only Farmington played Woodbury, that'd be clutch. I know EP played Woodbury. I don't know if we need to watch that, though. That's brutal. But yeah, if you have not already, please go follow me on Instagram. And obviously, if you are here on the YouTube and you have not followed subscribed over here, got a new subscriber up to 55. Go ahead and give the live stream a like as well. Helps against that YouTube algorithm. Thank you all for watching so much, and I will see you next week.